Welcome, dear friends, to a tranquil evening of soothing tales. As you settle in and let the day's worries drift away, embrace this moment of peace and comfort. We're so grateful for your presence tonight, as relaxation gently guides you to serene dreams. Let the warmth of our stories wrap around you, inviting sweet dreams to follow. Story 2. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the whisper of the wind carried secrets from one century to the next, lived a community of creatures whose lives were interwoven with the magic of the seasons. The forest was a tapestry of lush, deep greens, with trees that stretched their gnarled branches skyward, their leaves rustling like a symphony of whispered stories. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting the forest floor in a patchwork of light and shade, where a soft carpet of moss cushioned the footsteps of any who wandered there. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earthy loam, evoking a sense of timelessness and wonder. Among these enchanted woods, there dwelled a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell was a mosaic of earthy browns and greens, worn smooth by the passage of time. Thistle was the keeper of stories and the guardian of wisdom, and every creature, from the smallest insect to the most majestic deer, respected his counsel. He lived in a cozy burrow beneath the roots of the great oak, a tree so ancient that it was said to have witnessed the birth of the forest itself. The burrow was lined with soft leaves and fragrant herbs, a haven of tranquility where Thistle could retreat and ponder the tales of old. One crisp autumn morning, with the air tinged with the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of change, Thistle awoke to a gentle tapping on his shell. He blinked slowly, peering out from his burrow to see Leaf, a spirited young squirrel perched on the root above him. Leaf's fur was a riot of autumn colors, a vivid blend of russet and gold, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and mischief. "Good morning, Thistle," Leaf chattered excitedly. "The forest feels different today, don't you think?" Thistle nodded sagely, the corners of his mouth curling into a gentle smile. "Ah, Leaf, the forest is always changing, much like us. Tell me, what have you noticed?" Leaf twitched his bushy tail thoughtfully. "The wind seems to sing a new song, and the leaves dance in ways I've never seen before. Is it magic?" "It is indeed," Thistle replied, his voice as soft and steady as the flow of a gentle stream. "The magic of the forest is tied to the seasons, and with autumn comes a special kind of enchantment. It's a time of reflection and preparation as the forest prepares to rest." As they spoke, a soft rustle in the underbrush caught their attention, and out stepped Willow, an elegant doe with eyes as deep and serene as forest pools. She moved with a grace that seemed to echo the gentle sway of the trees, and her presence brought a calming aura to the glen. "Thistle, Leaf," Willow greeted them warmly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I've come to seek your wisdom. The riverbank is shifting, and I fear it may disturb the balance of our home." Thistle listened intently, his brow furrowing in thought. "The river is the lifeblood of our forest, nourishing all who dwell here. If it is shifting, we must discover why and restore the harmony." The three friends set off together, their path winding through the forest where the crunch of leaves underfoot punctuated the tranquil symphony of nature. As they approached the river, they could hear its gentle babble growing louder, a melody that had guided generations through the woods. Standing at the riverbank, they saw that indeed the earth had begun to crumble away and the water flowed more swiftly, carrying with it bits of soil and debris. The forest creatures gathered nearby, their faces etched with concern. "What can we do?" asked Leaf, his voice tinged with worry. Thistle gazed at the river, his eyes seeing beyond the present moment, tracing the stories of the past. "The river, like the forest, is a living thing, and it responds to the changes around it. We must understand what has caused this shift." Willow stepped forward, her eyes scanning the surrounding area. "Perhaps the fallen branches and gathered leaves have created a blockage further upstream. If we clear the way, the river may find its balance once more." Together, the creatures of the forest worked in harmony, carrying away the branches and leaves that had gathered in the river's path. As they toiled, the air was filled with the scent of damp earth and the cool touch of the autumn breeze. The sun cast a warm glow over their efforts, encouraging them with its gentle light. As the last of the debris was cleared, the river's song changed, its melody becoming softer and more contented. The water flowed smoothly once more, its surface reflecting the golden hues of the autumn sky. The forest creatures watched in awe as the balance was restored, their hearts swelling with a profound sense of peace. Thistle turned to his friends, his voice resonating with warmth and gratitude. You see, my dear companions, the forest teaches us that harmony is found through understanding and cooperation. By listening to one another and to the world around us, we can overcome any challenge. Leaf nodded, his eyes wide with newfound wisdom. It's like the stories you tell, Thistle. Every creature, every season has a part to play in the tale of the forest. Willow lowered her head in agreement, her heart full of appreciation for the gentle balance of their world. And by working together, we ensure that the tale continues for those who come after us. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows through the trees, the creatures of the verdant wood forest returned to their homes. The air was filled with a sense of harmony, a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness that bound them all. Thistle, Leaf, and Willow lingered by the riverbank a while longer, basking in the peacefulness of the moment. The breeze whispered through the leaves, carrying with it the timeless stories of the forest, stories that would guide and nurture them through the cycles of change. Before they departed, Thistle suggested they pause at the ancient stone circle, a place deep within the forest where the stones stood like silent sentinels. The circle was a sacred site where the energy of the earth converged and the air hummed with echoes of the past. Here, Thistle often came to meditate and connect with the wisdom of the ancients. As they reached the circle, the stones seemed to shimmer in the twilight, their surfaces covered in a delicate film of moss and lichen. Thistle closed his eyes, feeling the pulse of the earth beneath his feet. Leaf and Willow, too, sensed the profound stillness, as if the stones themselves were reaching out to share their ageless secrets. Let us always remember, Thistle spoke softly, that the forest is a living story, and each of us is a storyteller. The tales we weave today will be the guidance for those who follow. With renewed purpose and a deeper understanding of their role within the forest, the three friends finally turned homeward, their hearts light and their spirits buoyed by the knowledge that they were part of something greater, a living tapestry woven from the threads of wisdom, friendship, and the enduring magic of nature. As they made their way back, Thistle paused, his gaze lingering on a distant hill where the remnants of an ancient stone bridge lay. It was a relic from a time long past, when both creatures and humans walked the forest paths. The stones, covered in creeping ivy, spoke of stories untold, of a connection between worlds lost to memory. Once, Thistle began, his voice a gentle murmur, this bridge was traversed by a wanderer from a land beyond the forest. He brought with him stories and songs that echoed through these woods, reminding us that our world, while vast and magical, is but a part of a greater tapestry. Leaf's eyes widened with wonder as he imagined a figure crossing the bridge, perhaps sharing tales of distant lands. Do you think we might see such a wanderer again? He asked, his voice tinged with a mix of hope and curiosity. Perhaps, Willow replied thoughtfully, her eyes grazing over the ancient stones. But even if we do not, every creature that walks the forest paths is a wanderer in their own right, bringing their tales, their experiences, and weaving them into the fabric of the verdant wood. With these words, they continued their journey, the bridge a silent testament to the passage of time and the enduring nature of stories. They understood now that their role was not merely to be keepers of the past, but to be active participants in the creation of new tales, ensuring that the legacy of the forest would continue to flourish. As they approached the edge of the forest, they noticed a young fox named Ember, who stood hesitantly at the fringe of the trees. His fur was a vibrant mix of orange and white, and his eyes held a flicker of uncertainty. Sensing his apprehension, Thistle approached him with a gentle nod. "Hello, Ember," Thistle greeted warmly. "What brings you to the edge of the forest on this fine evening?" Ember shifted his paws nervously, glancing back at the forest. "I've heard stories of a place where the night sky dances with light. I wish to see it, but I do not know the way." Willow stepped forward, her voice a soothing balm. "The northern lights, they visit the sky beyond the forest during this season. We can guide you to a path that leads there. Ember's eyes brightened with determination. I want to witness it, to add it to the stories I can tell. Thistle smiled, recognizing the spark of adventure in Ember. Then let us accompany you to the path. The journey is always more meaningful with companions. As the four creatures set off, the forest seemed to sway gently in a farewell embrace. They walked through the twilight, each step resonating with purpose and camaraderie. The journey to the edge of the forest was filled with shared stories, laughter, and the comfort of newfound friendships. When they reached the path that led to the open plains beyond Verdantwood, Thistle paused, his heart swelling with pride for Ember's courage. Remember, Ember, the sky will share its stories with you, just as you've shared yours with us. Weave them together and keep the tales alive. Ember nodded, gratitude shining in his eyes. I will, Thistle. Thank you all for guiding me. As Ember ventured forth on his journey, Leaf, Willow, and Thistle watched him go, their hearts warmed by the knowledge that they had played a part in nurturing a new storyteller. The stars began to twinkle in the night sky, a gentle reminder that in the heart of Verdantwood Forest, magic would always flourish, whispering its secrets to those who cared to listen and to those brave enough to seek them. The journey back to the heart of the forest was serene, the night air crisp and invigorating. Thistle, Leaf, and Willow walked in companionable silence, each lost in thoughts sparked by the day's events. As they neared Thistle's burrow, a flicker of movement caught Willow's eye. It was a patch of moonlit ground where a circle of mushrooms had sprouted overnight, casting delicate shadows on the forest floor. Look, Willow murmured, guiding her friend's attention to the fairy ring. The forest offers us another mystery. Leaf hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with intrigue. I've heard tales of these rings. They say they are portals to other realms or the gathering places of the Fae. Thistle chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling with ancient knowledge. Indeed, Leaf, the forest is full of wonders, some seen, others felt in the quiet spaces between our thoughts. This ring is a reminder that magic is not just in the grand spectacles, but also in the small, ephemeral moments. They stood together in the moonlight, the fairy ring a silent testament to the unseen forces that wove through their world. It was a moment of reflection, of gratitude for the enchantment that surrounded them daily. Perhaps, Leaf mused, this ring is here to remind us that our own stories have magic too, that by sharing them, we create connections as strong as any spell. Very true, Thistle agreed, his voice full of warmth. Every story told, every lesson learned, enriches the forest, and as long as we continue to share, the magic will endure. With their spirits lifted by this reminder of the forest's endless wonders, they returned to their homes. The forest, a living tapestry, whispered its ancient secrets through the rustling leaves, promising that as long as there were hearts willing to listen and voices eager to share, the magic of Verdantwood would never fade. Story 3. In the forest where sunlight danced through the leaves like golden ribbons, lay an uncharted realm known only to the creatures of the woods. This forest was no ordinary stretch of trees and underbrush. It was a sanctuary of harmony, where the whispers of the wind carried secrets from one generation to the next, and the gentle rustle of leaves sang lullabies to the earth. The forest was alive with the songs of distant brooks, their waters glistening under the dappling sun, and the soft footfalls of creatures that knew the paths like the lines on their paws. The air was rich with the scent of pine and wildflowers, a heady perfume that invigorated all who breathed it in. Each tree, from the slender birch to the towering firs, stood as a guardian of this hidden world, their roots entwined in a silent pact of unity. At the heart of this forest was a grand oak, its branches reaching high into the sky, touching the clouds as if to draw down the rain whenever it was needed. This oak was ancient, its trunk wide and gnarled, telling stories of ages past through the patterns in its bark. It was said that the oak had been planted by the first of the forest's inhabitants, a gift from the earth to mark the dawn of balance between all living things. Its leaves whispered in a language as old as time, a dialect of rustles and sighs that spoke of peace and patience. Living beneath the protective canopy of the oak was a community of creatures, each with a role to play in the delicate symphony of life. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was as mossy as the stones by the riverbank. Thistle had seen many seasons, and his wisdom was sought by all who lived in the forest. His movements were slow and deliberate, like the passage of time itself, and his eyes held the gentle kindness of an elder who had witnessed the cycles of life and knew each creature by their heart. Thistle often spent his days sharing stories with the young animals, teaching them the ways of the forest. His stories were like rivers, winding through the past and present, flowing with lessons of harmony and respect. Despite his age, Thistle's spirit was as vibrant as the new leaves of spring, and his laughter, a deep, rumbling sound, often echoed through the forest, a reminder that joy was as essential as wisdom. One bright morning, as the dew clung to the leaves like 1,000 tiny diamonds, a young squirrel named Pip scurried across the branches, his fluffy tail trailing like a banner. Pip was curious and full of questions, always eager to learn the secrets of the forest. Today he had heard a mysterious sound, a song carried on the breeze, unlike any he had heard before. It was a melody woven with the sweetness of spring blossoms and the melancholy of autumn leaves. Pip's curiosity was boundless, a flame that burned brightly within him, driving him to explore every inch of his world. His heart was as light as the seeds he loved to collect, and his laughter was a burst of joy that seemed to make the sun shine brighter. Intrigued, Pip darted through the canopy, leaf to leaf, until he found Thistle resting in a patch of sun-dappled clover. "Thistle," Pip chirped, his eyes wide with wonder. "There's a song in the air today. Do you hear it? It's like the whisper of the forest itself calling out to us." Thistle blinked slowly, lifting his head to listen. "Ah, young Pip," he murmured, "what you hear is the song of seasons. It is a rare and wondrous thing, a gift from the earth that binds us all together. It comes when the balance of the forest is in perfect harmony, a reminder that we are all part of something greater." Pip's whiskers twitched with excitement. "Can we find it? Can we see who is singing?" "The song of seasons is felt in the heart, not seen with the eyes," Thistle explained, the wisdom of the ages in his voice. "But there is a way to understand it more deeply. We must journey to the Grove of Echoes, where the song is strongest." Before setting out, Thistle and Pip gathered fruit and nuts, provisions for their journey. Pip's tiny paws worked quickly, yet his mind was a whirl of questions and anticipation. The forest buzzed with a gentle hum, as if it too awaited the journey of its inhabitants. And so, with Thistle leading the way, the forest began its gentle transformation. Creatures of all kinds joined the procession. A pair of foxes with coats as red as sunset, a family of rabbits with ears twitching in rhythm, and birds who flitted from branch to branch, adding their trills to the growing chorus. As they traveled, the air grew sweeter, and the leaves shimmered with a luminescent glow. The forest seemed to breathe with them, a living entity in perfect balance. The path to the Grove of Echoes was lined with flowers in hues of every season: spring's tender greens, summer's vibrant yellows, autumn's fiery reds, and winter's serene whites, all woven together in a tapestry of natural beauty. Their journey took them through a part of the forest rarely traversed. Here, the canopy was so dense that only slivers of sunlight could pierce through, creating a chiaroscuro of light and shadow. The air was cooler, carrying the earthy aroma of wet leaves and rich soil. It was a place where the roots of trees intertwined like ancient stories, whispering legends of the forest's creation. In this shadowy realm, they encountered an old, gnarled stag named Eldrin. His antlers were a crown of branches, adorned with leaves that seemed to defy the seasons. Eldrin's presence was commanding, his eyes deep pools of wisdom and mystery. He was the guardian of the hidden glade, a place where the oldest secrets of the forest were kept. Eldrin stepped forward, his hooves silent on the soft earth. "Ah, Thistle and young Pip," he greeted them with a nod. "I see you are on a journey of understanding. The song of seasons has awakened something ancient within the forest." Pip, his eyes wide with wonder, asked, "Do you hear the song too, Eldrin?" The stag nodded slowly, his gaze thoughtful. "It is a part of me, as it is a part of you. The song connects us all. In the hidden glade, it is said that the echoes of the first melodies still linger, a reminder of where we began." Thistle, ever wise, realized that their journey was not just about reaching the Grove of Echoes, but about understanding the interconnectedness of all life. Eldrin, will you join us? Your presence would be an honor and a guide. The stag bowed his majestic head. I will. The forest speaks through us all, and together we shall listen. As they continued their journey, the procession had grown larger. The creatures moved as one, their steps creating a rhythm that matched the heartbeat of the earth. The forest, in turn, responded with a symphony of sounds, chirping crickets, rustling leaves, and the distant call of an owl that wove together in a harmonious melody. When they arrived at the Grove of Echoes, it was as if the world itself paused to listen. The song of seasons swirled around them, a symphony of nature's voice. In the heart of the grove stood a crystalline pool, its waters reflecting the sky like a mirror. And there, rising from its depths, were the ephemeral figures of the seasons themselves, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, each lending their unique notes to the song. The creatures gathered at the water's edge, their hearts swelling with the understanding that they were not merely inhabitants of the forest, but vital threads in the fabric of life. The seasons spoke without words, their presence a reminder of the cycles that sustained them all. Pip, his eyes wide and bright, turned to Thistle. I understand now, he whispered. The song is in everything, isn't it? It's in the wind, the trees, the water, and in us. Thistle nodded, a gentle smile on his face. Indeed, Pip, the Song of Seasons teaches us that we are all connected, and through our harmony, we preserve the balance that is the heart of this forest. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, the creatures made their way back home, carrying with them the lesson of the song. The forest, wrapped in the soft embrace of twilight, settled into a peaceful slumber, its heartbeat steady and true. As night descended, a gentle breeze carried the faint strains of the Song of Seasons back to the grand oak. There, nestled in the safety of its roots, the creatures of the forest dreamed of the cycles they were a part of, their dreams woven with the wisdom and harmony they had gathered on their journey. And beneath a blanket of stars, the forest kept its secrets, a sanctuary of peace and eternal balance. Yet as dawn approached, a new chapter awaited them. In the quiet hours before sunrise, a soft voice joined the melody, a new harmony that seemed to rise from the earth itself. It was the voice of the forest, a gentle reminder that the story of balance and unity was always evolving. The creatures stirred, awakening to the promise of another day, another story, and another song to carry forward. It was then that Thistle felt a stirring within himself, a call to delve deeper into the forest's mysteries. He remembered an ancient tale of a hidden spring, said to be the source of the Song of Seasons. This spring was whispered to be the birthplace of the forest's magic, a place where time seemed to stand still and the waters sang of creation itself. Gathering Pip and Eldrin, Thistle shared his newfound determination. There's a place I have long heard of but never seen, he began, his voice soft yet filled with purpose. A spring that holds the very essence of the forest. It is time we find it, to understand the roots of our harmony. Eldrin's eyes glittered with ancient knowledge. I have heard of this spring, the Well of Whispers. It is a journey fraught with challenges, but the reward is a deeper connection with the heart of our world. Pip, ever eager, nodded enthusiastically. Let's go. The more we know, the better we can protect our home. And so their new quest began. They traveled deeper into the forest, where the paths were less worn and the shadows seemed to dance with secrets. As they journeyed, they encountered new friends, a wise owl named Solara, whose eyes held the radiance of the moon, and a playful otter named Ripple, whose laughter was like the bubbling of a stream. Together they navigated through thickets and across streams, guided by the whispers of the trees and the songs of the wind. Each step brought them closer to the Well of Whispers, and with each step the forest revealed more of its timeless beauty and wisdom. Finally, after days of journeying, they found themselves standing before the Well of Whispers. It was a serene pool, its waters so clear that it seemed to be made of liquid light. The air was filled with a melody so pure that it resonated within their very beings, a song of beginnings and endless possibilities. Thistle, overwhelmed with emotion, realized the truth that had always been within him. The Song of Seasons is not just a melody of the forest, he whispered. It is the song of life itself, a reminder that we are all a part of this magnificent tapestry. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the Well of Whispers, the creatures of the forest understood the depth of their connection to the world around them. The Song of Seasons was a gift that lived within their hearts, a legacy of harmony that would guide them through the ages. With newfound wisdom, Thistle, Pip, Eldrin, and their friends returned to their beloved home beneath the grand oak, ready to share their journey with others. The forest, ever watchful, embraced them as they settled into a new day, united in their understanding and bound by the eternal melody of life. In this forest of wonders, the legacy of the Song of Seasons would continue, woven into the lives of all who called it home. Beneath the stars and within the whispers of the trees, the story of balance, unity, and harmony would forever echo, a testament to the beauty and magic of the natural world. But the journey was not yet complete. The creatures knew that to truly honor the Song of Seasons, they must share its essence beyond the forest. Together, they planned a gathering, a festival of life, inviting creatures from neighboring lands to join them. The day of the festival dawned with a sky painted in hues of dawn, and the forest was adorned with garlands of flowers and leaves. From beyond the trees came visitors, a family of deer from the meadow, a wise old bear from the mountains, and even a curious fox from the nearby fields. Together they brought stories, songs, and dances that celebrated the diversity and unity of life. As the sun set, a grand circle formed under the oak's majestic canopy. Eldrin stepped forward, his antlers aglow with the light of the stars, and began to speak. In this gathering, we honor not just the Song of Seasons, but the song within each of us. Let us remember that we are all threads in the great tapestry, and through our unity, we weave a future of harmony. With his words, music filled the air, a symphony of instruments crafted from nature itself. The festival became a dance of joy and connection, a celebration that echoed through the forest and beyond, reminding all that the Song of Seasons was a melody to be cherished and shared. As Thistle watched the festivities, his heart swelled with pride and hope. Together, they had taken a step toward a future where the song of unity would resonate far and wide, a legacy of peace and understanding for generations to come. And as the stars twinkled above, the forest stood as a testament to the power of harmony, its timeless song, a beacon of light in a world ready to listen. Story 4. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a curious young boy named Felix. His village was a tapestry of cobblestone streets, thatched roof cottages, and fields that stretched like a patchwork quilt under the vast sky. Each morning, the village awakened to the gentle hum of life, with the air filled with the earthy scent of dew-kissed soil and the distant call of songbirds greeting the dawn. Felix, with his unruly mop of chestnut hair and eyes that sparkled with the light of the stars he so adored, had a heart full of wonder and a mind that danced with dreams of adventure. Every night, as the stars twinkled like tiny lanterns in the sky, Felix would gaze out of his window, imagining what lay beyond the familiar fields and hedges of his home. His room, a cozy nook filled with books and trinkets from his explorations, was his sanctuary. The scent of lavender from his mother's garden wafted in through the open window, mingling with the cool night air, creating an atmosphere of peaceful anticipation. One particularly starry night, as the moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape, Felix noticed something unusual. In the distance, just beyond the edge of the forest, a soft, luminescent mist seemed to swirl, calling to him with a gentle allure. His heart fluttered with excitement and a touch of apprehension, but the pull of the unknown was too strong to resist. He wondered if this might be one of the magical phenomena his grandfather had spoken of, tales filled with whispers of forgotten realms and hidden wonders. The next morning, with the sun peeking over the horizon and painting the sky with its golden brush, Felix set off on his adventure. He packed a small satchel with a few essentials, a crusty loaf of bread, a flask of warm tea, and a well-loved compass that had belonged to his grandfather, an adventurer in his own right. As he stood at the edge of his village, he recalled his grandfather's tales of distant lands and mysterious creatures, stories that had fueled his desire to explore. His grandfather's voice echoed in his mind. The world is vast, Felix, and it's through exploring the unknown that we truly discover ourselves. With a final glance back at his cozy cottage, where his mother waved with a mixture of pride and worry, Felix ventured toward the enchanting mist. As he entered the forest, the world around him transformed. The trees stood tall and majestic, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the ground beneath his feet was soft with moss, each step muted as if he were walking on a verdant carpet. Felix followed the glimmering mist deeper into the woods, the path winding like a forgotten melody through the trees, until he arrived at a clearing bathed in a gentle, golden light. In the center of the clearing stood a magnificent tree, its trunk as wide as a house and its branches stretching skyward like welcoming arms. The tree was unlike any Felix had ever seen, with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sparkled with hues of emerald and sapphire. As he approached, he noticed tiny, glowing creatures flitting among the branches, their laughter like the tinkling of distant bells. Each creature was a marvel, with wings that caught the light in a kaleidoscope of colors, their movements a dance of joy and freedom. "Welcome, young explorer," a voice as soft as a summer breeze spoke. Felix turned to see a small creature perched on a low branch. It was a sprite, no taller than a squirrel, with wings as delicate as gossamer and eyes that twinkled with wisdom and mischief. Its presence exuded an aura of ancient knowledge, as if it held the secrets of the forest within its small frame. "Hello," Felix replied, his voice tinged with awe. "What is this place?" "This is the Glade of Wonders," the sprite replied, its voice musical and warm. "A realm hidden from those who do not seek with an open heart." Felix felt a thrill course through him. "I've never seen anything so beautiful," he said. The sprite nodded knowingly. "Beauty is often found in the places we least expect, and courage is the key to unlocking it." As Felix explored the glade, he encountered many wondrous sights. A brook that sang as it flowed over stones, its melody a soothing balm to his spirit, flowers that bloomed with each note of a songbird's melody, and a gentle breeze that carried the scent of honey and clover. Each discovery filled him with joy and wonder, and he felt a growing sense of belonging in this magical place. In a secluded corner of the glade, Felix found a small archway made of intertwined branches and flowers, radiating a gentle glow. Curiosity piqued, he stepped through the archway and found himself in a hidden grove where the air seemed to shimmer with magic. Here, the sprites gathered, weaving stories from strands of light that danced like fireflies. Felix watched in awe as the stories unfolded, tales of ancient times when the forest was young and full of mystery. The stories resonated with Felix, stirring a deep-seated longing within him. He realized that his desire for adventure was not just about discovering new places, but about uncovering the stories that connected the past with the present, weaving a tapestry of understanding and wonder. But as the sun began its descent, painting the sky with shades of rose and amber, Felix knew it was time to return home. The sprite, sensing his hesitation, fluttered close. "Remember, brave Felix, the courage to explore is a gift that will always guide you. The wonders of the world are endless, and there will always be new adventures to embark upon." As Felix prepared to leave, the sprite offered him a token, a small silver leaf, cool to the touch, that shimmered with the colors of the glade. "This will remind you of today and the courage you found," it said with a gentle smile. With a heart full of gratitude and a promise of return, Felix bid farewell to the glade and its enchanting inhabitants. As he made his way back through the forest, he carried with him the warmth of newfound friendships and the gentle reminder that the world was vast and full of possibilities. When Felix finally reached his village, twilight had settled, and the first stars were beginning to twinkle once more. He looked up at the sky, a soft smile on his lips, knowing that many more adventures awaited him. He slipped into bed, his eyelids heavy with the comfort of the day's journey, and dreamed of the Glade of Wonders and the courage it had kindled within him. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Felix drifted into a peaceful slumber, wrapped in the gentle embrace of dreams, ready to explore all the wonders of tomorrow. As he slept, the silver leaf lay on his bedside table, a beacon of his adventure and a testament to the courage that now burned brightly in his heart. and in the quiet of the night, the village seemed to hum with a new energy, as if recognizing the beginning of Felix's journey and the stories yet to be told. Story 5. In the serene village nestled between the gentle arms of mist-laden hills and the whispering woods, a young weaver named Amara lived in a quaint cottage adorned with garlands of lavender and thyme. The cottage, with its thatched roof and ivy-clad stone walls, exuded an air of warmth and welcome, its windows framing views of the ever-changing tapestry of nature beyond. The scent of fresh earth and blooming flowers often drifted through the air, mingling with the faint aroma of burning wood from the hearth inside. Her days were spent at her loom, weaving beautiful tapestries that captured the hues of dawn and the tranquility of twilight. Each thread she chose seemed to possess a life of its own, vibrant and full of potential. The loom, an heirloom passed down through generations, creaked softly as her nimble fingers danced across its threads, crafting scenes that seemed to pulse with life. However, despite the beauty she created, Amara felt a restlessness within her heart, a stirring as intangible as the wind. Amara was known in the village for her skill and kindness, yet she harbored a fear of the unknown, an unease about change that often left her feeling stuck, like a leaf caught in a cobweb. Her eyes, usually as bright and clear as the morning sky, sometimes clouded with uncertainty when she pondered her future. She longed for something more, but was unsure of what that more could be. Her dreams were filled with visions of transformation and magic, but in the light of day, those dreams seemed as distant as the stars. There were nights when she would wake up, her heart racing, as if she had glimpsed a path just out of reach, a path that called to her soul. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with strokes of amber and rose, Amara sat by her window, gazing at the familiar silhouette of the forest. The sweet fragrance of honeysuckle wafted through the open window, mingling with the cool evening breeze. A soft knock interrupted her reverie. It was Mira, her oldest friend, with a smile that sparkled like sunlight dancing on a river's surface. Mira, with her wild curls and infectious laughter, had always been a beacon of light in Amara's life. Her presence was like a breath of fresh air, chasing away the shadows of doubt that sometimes clouded Amara's thoughts. "Amara," Mira began, her voice as soothing as the evening breeze, "there's a legend I've heard from the elders about the enchanted glade deep in the woods. They say it's a place where magic and growth intertwine, where one can find answers to the questions of the heart." Amara's curiosity was piqued, though a hint of apprehension lingered. The forest, with its ancient trees and murmured secrets, had always seemed a world apart, both alluring and intimidating. Its shadows seemed to hold stories of old, whispered through rustling leaves and the calls of hidden creatures. But Mira's words ignited a flicker of courage within her, the kind that could light a path through the darkest of nights. She remembered the stories her grandmother used to tell, tales of the forest's heart and the spirits that dwelt within it, weaving their own magic into the world. As the evening wore on, Mira shared more about the legend. "They say," she continued, her voice low and filled with wonder, "that those who visit the glade must offer a piece of themselves. It's a place of reflection, where the past meets the present and whispers of the future, but it requires honesty and vulnerability." The weight of those words settled over Amara like a gentle rain, each droplet seeping into the soil of her soul. Could she confront the parts of herself that she had kept hidden, even from her own heart? The idea was daunting, yet thrilling, a chance to peel back the layers of who she was and discover the core of her being. That night, as the village settled into the quiet rhythm of slumber, Amara lay awake, contemplating the path that lay ahead. The moon cast a silver glow across her room, illuminating the tapestries that adorned the walls, each one a testament to her journey thus far, yet hinting at a story yet to be told. Her mind drifted to the enchanted glade, a place she had only heard of in whispers, its existence almost mythical. Could it truly hold the answers she sought? With Mira's encouragement and promises of support, Amara decided to venture into the forest the following morning. As dawn's gentle light broke over the village, painting everything in soft gold, Amara wrapped herself in a cloak of deep green, the color of new beginnings, and set out with Mira beside her. They carried with them a small satchel of provisions, warm bread, ripe apples, and a flask of sweet elderflower cordial. The morning air was crisp and invigorating, filled with the scent of dew-kissed leaves and the distant melody of birds welcoming the new day. The forest welcomed them with a chorus of bird song and the crisp scent of pine. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. Amara marveled at the beauty surrounding her, the intricate patterns of ferns, the delicate trill of a distant brook, and the vibrant tapestry of wildflowers that seemed to whisper secrets of old. The path they trod was lined with ancient stones, each worn smooth by time and the passage of countless feet. As they walked, Mira shared stories of her own adventures, tales of forgotten trails and hidden glens, her voice weaving a tapestry of wonder that mirrored the forest itself. As they journeyed deeper, Amara's initial fear began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of wonder and anticipation. Mira, ever the steadfast companion, shared tales and laughter, her presence a comforting balm to Amara's nerves. They paused by a bubbling stream, its waters clear as crystal, and dipped their hands into its cool embrace, feeling refreshed and invigorated. The water sparkled in the sunlight, each droplet a tiny prism casting rainbows on the forest floor. Finally, they reached the enchanted glade, a clearing bathed in a gentle, otherworldly glow. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches stretching wide, as if embracing the sky. Beneath its boughs, the air shimmered with a soft, ethereal light, and the gentle hum of magic was almost palpable. The ground was carpeted with moss, soft and inviting, with delicate white flowers peeking through like stars scattered across a verdant sky. The air was thick with the scent of earth and the soft, sweet fragrance of unknown blossoms. Amara approached the oak, her heart a symphony of emotions. As she touched its gnarled bark, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers, a connection to something vast and timeless. Slowly, she sat down, closing her eyes and breathing deeply, letting the magic of the place envelop her. The air was filled with the faint scent of jasmine, and the gentle rustle of leaves sounded like a lullaby of the earth itself. Her thoughts began to unwind, each one a thread in the tapestry of her mind, revealing the patterns of her hopes and fears. In that quiet, sacred moment, Amara felt a shift within her, a gentle unfolding, like a bud blooming in spring. She began to understand that change was not something to fear, but to embrace, a natural part of life's tapestry. The glade seemed to echo this truth, its magic weaving a new pattern in her heart. She realized that her fear of the unknown was merely a shadow, one that could be dispelled with the light of understanding and acceptance. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the glade, Amara opened her eyes, her heart lighter and her spirit renewed. Mira, who had watched silently, saw the soft glow in her friend's eyes and knew that Amara had found what she had been seeking. They lingered there, savoring the tranquility, before reluctantly beginning their journey back. The path home seemed somehow different, each step a confirmation of Amara's newfound resolve. The journey back through the forest was filled with a profound sense of peace. Amara walked with a newfound grace, each step resonating with the lessons of the glade. She realized that just as her tapestries were woven with threads of many colors, so too was her life, a beautiful weave of experiences, each one adding depth and richness to her story. The forest seemed to acknowledge her transformation, its sounds and scents weaving a lullaby that accompanied their journey. Upon returning to the village, Amara felt an inner transformation that mirrored the magic she had encountered. She embraced change with a quiet confidence, knowing that it was part of life's endless dance. Her tapestries began to reflect this understanding, each one more vibrant and alive, capturing not just the beauty of the world around her, but the beauty within. Her loom seemed to hum with a new energy, the threads singing of possibilities and dreams realized. The villagers noticed the change in her work, the way the colors seemed to leap off the fabric, each scene telling a story of hope and renewal. But Amara's journey did not end there. As she sat at her loom, she began to weave a tapestry unlike any she had created before. It was an intricate scene of the glade, capturing the otherworldly glow, the ancient oak, and the delicate flowers that had whispered their secrets to her. This tapestry was not just a reflection of her experience, but a beacon for others who might feel the same restlessness she once did. It drew the attention of villagers and travelers, each one touched by the story it told. The tapestry became a focal point in the village, a place where people gathered to share their own stories and dreams. Amara found herself listening more, her heart open to the tales of others. She discovered that her gift was not just in creating beauty, but in helping others see the beauty within their own lives. And so, in the heart of the village, where the hills met the sky and the forest sang its ancient song, Amara continued her craft, her loom echoing the gentle wisdom she had gleaned. With Mira by her side and the glade's magic forever in her heart, she wove tales of friendship, courage, and the wondrous journey of personal growth, each thread a testament to the power of transformation and the beauty of discovering one's true self. Her journey had just begun, and the weaver of dreams was ready to embrace whatever came next. As she sat at her loom, the village around her continued its rhythm, each day a new beginning, each thread a new story waiting to be told. As the cycles of the seasons turned, an unexpected visitor arrived in the village, a scholar named Elias, known for his chronicles of the mystical and unexplained. His arrival stirred curiosity among the villagers, for tales of his explorations were as numerous as the stars. Elias was drawn to Amara's tapestry of the glade, its depiction of ethereal light and ancient wisdom resonating deeply within him. He approached Amara, his eyes alight with the fervor of discovery, eager to learn the story behind her creation. Amara, intrigued by Elias's knowledge and passion, shared the tale of her journey into the forest, the magic of the glade, and the transformation she had undergone. As they spoke, a bond formed between them, a shared understanding of the power of stories and the mysteries of life. Elias, fascinated by Amara's experience, proposed a collaboration, a collection of stories and tapestries that would capture the essence of the glade and the journeys it inspired. Together, they embarked on a new adventure, gathering narratives from those touched by the tapestry. Each story was unique, woven with threads of hope, fear, courage, and renewal, illustrating the profound impact of the glade on those who dared to seek it. As they worked, Amara discovered new dimensions of her craft, her tapestries becoming even more intricate and expressive, each one a testament to the resilience and beauty of the human spirit. Through their collaboration, Amara and Elias created a tapestry of stories that transcended the village, drawing visitors from distant lands. The collection became a living archive, a testament to the magic that lay within the heart of the forest and the hearts of those who ventured there. It was a beacon for seekers, dreamers, and wanderers alike, each one finding a piece of themselves within its threads. Amara's world expanded, her understanding deepened, and her fear of the unknown transformed into a profound appreciation for the journey of discovery. With each new story, she found inspiration, her loom singing with the vibrant colors of life. The village, once a quiet haven, became a crossroads of tales and dreams, a testament to the enduring power of connection and the magic that lies within us all. As the sun set over the hills, casting its golden glow across the village, Amara stood by her loom, her heart full of gratitude for the path she had walked and the stories yet to be told. Her journey was a tapestry of its own, woven with threads of courage, friendship, and the eternal dance of change. And as she looked out at the world beyond, she knew that this was just the beginning, a new chapter in the ever-unfolding story of life. One day, as the village bustled with the activity of a market day, a new face appeared among the throng, a traveler named Lyra, carrying with her a small, peculiar wooden box. The villagers, intrigued by her presence in the mysterious box, gathered around as she set up a modest stall beside Amara's tapestry display. Lyra, with eyes like shimmering pools of wisdom and a voice as soft as a summer breeze, introduced herself as a storyteller, her tales rumored to possess the power to heal hearts and inspire souls. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Amara approached Lyra, curious about the tales she carried and the peculiar box that seemed to hum with an energy of its own. "What stories do you weave?" Amara asked, her voice tinged with the anticipation of discovering a new thread in the tapestry of her life. Lyra smiled, her eyes twinkling with secrets untold. "These are stories of journeys and transformations, much like your own tapestry, but they are not just mine to tell. They belong to those who are willing to see beyond the ordinary and embrace the extraordinary within. As Lyra spoke, she opened the box, revealing a collection of tiny scrolls, each one delicately tied with a ribbon. "Choose one," she invited, gesturing toward the scrolls. "Let the story choose you." Amara reached out, her fingers brushing against the scrolls, feeling the whisper of possibilities beneath her fingertips. She selected one, its ribbon a deep shade of indigo, and unfurled it slowly. The parchment revealed a tale of a distant land, where a young woman, much like herself, embarked on a quest for understanding, guided by the stars and her own unwavering spirit. As Amara read, the world around her seemed to fade, the village sounds and colors blending into the backdrop of the tale. She was transported to a realm where time flowed differently, where each word pulsed with life, weaving her into the fabric of the story. The tale spoke of courage, of stepping into the unknown, and the beauty of finding oneself amidst the chaos of change. When she finished, Amara looked up, her heart brimming with a new understanding. Lyra's eyes met hers, a silent acknowledgement passing between them. "Stories have a way of finding us when we need them most," Lyra said softly, her voice a gentle reminder of the magic that lay within every narrative. From that day on, Lyra and Amara formed a friendship grounded in the shared love of stories and the belief in their power to transform lives. Together, they began a project to merge their crafts, Lyra's tales and Amara's tapestries, into an anthology that captured the essence of their journeys and the Glade's eternal wisdom. As the village embraced this new collaboration, a festival was born, an annual gathering celebrating the art of storytelling in all its forms. People from near and far came to share their tales, each one a thread in the grand tapestry of human experience. The village, once a quiet corner of the world, became a vibrant hub of creativity and connection, where stories intertwined, creating a living testament to the power of narrative and the endless possibilities of the human spirit. And so Amara's journey continued, her life an ever-evolving tapestry of dreams, courage, and the enduring embrace of change. With each new story, she discovered another layer of herself, her heart a canvas painted with the colors of the world and the stories it held. As she sat at her loom, the gentle hum of life around her, she knew that her tale was just one of many, each one a vital thread in the infinite tapestry of existence. And with each new thread, Amara wove not just tapestries, but a legacy of hope, transformation, and the boundless beauty of the human soul. Once upon a time, in a small village, nestled at the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a girl named Clara. The villagers often spoke of the forest as a place where the ordinary and the extraordinary intertwined, a realm where nature held secrets and magic danced in the moonlight. Clara, with her curious spirit and a heart open to wonder, found herself drawn to the forest's edge, where sunlight wove golden patterns through the leaves, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Clara lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who had spent her life near the forest. She often shared stories of enchantment and adventure, speaking of a hidden world that lay within the forest's depths. "It is a place where the trees whisper secrets," her grandmother would say, her voice soft and full of mystery, and where the wind carries tales of old. One day, as the sun began its descent and painted the sky in hues of pink and orange, Clara decided to venture deeper into the forest than ever before. She felt the pull of something magical, a whisper on the wind that seemed to call her name. With each step, the forest seemed to welcome her, the path ahead softly illuminated by the gentle glow of twilight. As she walked, Clara noticed a peculiar shimmer among the ferns and wildflowers. Drawn to it, she knelt down and discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface adorned with symbols she did not recognize. It was as if the box had been waiting for her, nestled in the embrace of the earth. With gentle fingers, she lifted the box and felt a warm, tingling sensation spread through her hands. Inside, she found a delicate necklace with a pendant shaped like a crescent moon, its surface cool and smooth to the touch. Unbeknownst to Clara, the necklace held a magical ability, one that would reveal itself under the light of the full moon. As she fastened it around her neck, she felt a sense of calm and clarity, as if the forest itself was lending her its strength and wisdom. With her treasure tucked safely beneath her cloak, Clara continued her journey, the path leading her to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. There, in the heart of the forest, stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky as if in conversation with the stars. She felt a deep connection to this place, as if she had stumbled upon a sanctuary where time moved differently and magic lingered in every shadow. As the moon rose high above, its light caught the pendant around Clara's neck, causing it to shimmer with an ethereal glow. It was then that she noticed the transformation around her. The forest seemed to awaken, the trees whispering in a language she could almost understand. And there, beneath the oak tree, a figure began to take shape, a woman with hair that flowed like silver and eyes that mirrored the night sky. "Welcome, Clara," the woman said, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "I am Selene, guardian of this hidden world, and you have been chosen to see what few others have." Clara's heart swelled with wonder. "But why me?" she asked, her voice a mixture of awe and curiosity. "Because your heart is open," Selene replied, her smile warm and reassuring, "and you carry the light of kindness and courage within you." Selene then led Clara deeper into the hidden world, where the forest revealed its secrets. She showed her sparkling streams that sang gentle lullabies, and meadows filled with flowers that glowed like tiny stars. Clara met the forest's inhabitants, gentle creatures with eyes full of wisdom and laughter that echoed like bells. She learned their ways, their stories, and their songs, each one a thread in the tapestry of the forest's magic. Days turned into nights, and nights into days, as Clara embraced this world with an open heart. She found friendship with a mischievous fox named Finn, whose laughter was infectious and whose loyalty was unwavering. Together they explored the depths of the forest, discovering hidden groves and secret paths that only revealed themselves to those who believed in magic. But as Clara's time in the hidden world unfolded, she learned of a challenge that threatened its harmony. A shadowy presence had begun to creep into the forest, casting doubt and fear among its inhabitants. The trees whispered of a forgotten magic, a power that had been lost to time, and Clara realized that her journey was one of both discovery and destiny. With Selene's guidance, Clara and Finn embarked on a quest to restore balance to the forest. They followed the whispers of the trees and the songs of the streams, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the mystery. Along the way, they encountered challenges that tested their resolve, a maze of thorns that required patience and wisdom, and a river of dreams that held the power to confuse and mislead. Through it all, Clara's necklace shone with a gentle light, guiding them through the darkness and reminding her of the strength she carried within. She learned to trust in her instincts, to listen to the whispers of the forest, and to believe in the power of friendship and love. At last, they reached the source of the shadow, a forgotten glade where the light of the moon was obscured by tangled branches and dark clouds. Here Clara found the remnants of an ancient spell, one that had been cast in anger and fear, and she understood that the only way to restore balance was through forgiveness and understanding. With Finn by her side, Clara focused on her heart, drawing upon the kindness and courage within her. She spoke words of healing and hope, her voice echoing through the glade like a gentle breeze. As she did, the pendant around her neck glowed brighter than ever, its light spreading through the forest and dispelling the shadows. Slowly, the tangled branches unraveled and the dark clouds parted to reveal the moon's gentle light. The forest sighed with relief, its harmony restored, and the creatures rejoiced, their laughter and song filling the air. Selene appeared once more, her eyes shining with gratitude. "You have done well, Clara," she said, her voice a melody of warmth and pride. "You have shown us that true magic lies not in power, but in the strength of the heart and the bonds we share." With the mystery resolved and the forest's harmony restored, Clara knew it was time to return to her village. She bid farewell to Selene and the friends she had made, promising to carry their stories and wisdom with her always. As she stepped back through the forest's edge, the sun rose to greet her, painting the world in shades of gold and promise. Clara felt the warmth of the sun on her skin and the gentle weight of the pendant around her neck, a reminder of the hidden world and the magic she had discovered. And so, Clara returned to her grandmother's cottage, her heart full of wonder and her spirit forever changed. She shared her tales with the villagers, speaking of the forest's secrets and the friends she had made. And though some listened with skepticism, others felt the magic in her words and found themselves drawn to the forest's edge, where the trees whispered and the wind carried tales of old. In time, Clara grew wise and kind, her life a testament to the power of courage, friendship, and love. She never forgot the hidden world within the forest, and on clear nights when the moon shone bright, she would feel the gentle glow of the pendant and remember the journey that had changed her forever. And so, as the village thrived and the forest continued to weave its magic, Clara's story lived on, a tale of enchantment and discovery, of courage and friendship, and of the magic that lies within us all. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a land where dreams danced among the stars, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her inquisitive spirit burned brighter than the brightest constellation, forever yearning to unravel the mysteries that lay beyond the confines of her quaint village. One balmy summer evening, as Willow gazed wistfully at the horizon, a shimmering light caught her eye. It danced and flickered like 1,000 fireflies, beckoning her to follow its enchanting path. Without a moment's hesitation, Willow gathered her courage and ventured forth, her heart pounding with excitement. As she followed the twinkling light, the landscape around her began to shift and transform. Towering trees with iridescent leaves swayed in a gentle breeze, their branches adorned with glowing blossoms that hummed a soothing melody. Crystalline streams bubbled and gurgled, their waters shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors that seemed to paint the very air. Willow gasped in wonder as she encountered creatures she had only heard of in the fables her grandmother used to tell. Delicate fairies flitted about, their gossamer wings leaving trails of stardust in their wake. Playful pixies peeked out from behind mushroom caps, giggling mischievously before disappearing in a puff of glittering smoke. As she journeyed deeper into this enchanting realm, Willow faced gentle challenges that tested her resolve. A towering hedge maze stretched before her, its twisted branches seeming to shift and change with every step she took. Undeterred, Willow followed the gentle whispers of the wind, trusting her instincts to guide her through the labyrinth. In a sun-dappled clearing, she encountered a magnificent phoenix, its plumage shimmering with every hue imaginable. The majestic creature regarded her with wise, ancient eyes, and Willow understood that she had reached the heart of this wondrous place. As the phoenix's song filled the air, Willow felt a warmth bloom within her, a reminder that true courage lies not in the absence of fear, but in the willingness to embrace the unknown and trust in one's own strength. With a grateful heart, Willow turned homeward, her mind brimming with the wonders she had witnessed. And though the enchanting realm faded from sight, its magic remained etched in her soul, a beacon of hope and inspiration for all the adventures yet to come. From that day forth, Willow carried the lessons of her journey close to her heart. She faced each new challenge with unwavering courage, knowing that the greatest treasures often lie just beyond the boundaries of the familiar. And whenever she gazed upon the twinkling stars, she remembered the enchanting realm where dreams danced, and her spirit soared. Story 8. In the heart of the ancient forest, where whispers of enchantment drift through the boughs and sunlight dances on the dew-kissed leaves, there existed a hidden realm of natural creatures living in harmony with the rhythm of the earth. This was a place where the air was rich with the scent of moss and pine, and the gentle murmur of a brook provided a soothing symphony to the woodland denizens. Among the myriad creatures dwelling in this serene haven was a wise old owl named Orion. His eyes were like polished amber, gleaming with the wisdom of 1,000 moonlit nights. Perched high in the branches of a venerable oak, Orion watched over the forest with a gentle heart and a discerning gaze, his feathers rustling softly in the cool night breeze. Beneath Orion's watchful eye, a community thrived. Here, a family of squirrels darted playfully through the canopy, their bushy tails flicking like brushes against the bark. Nearby, a pair of foxes, their fur like autumn leaves, padded through the underbrush with soft, silent steps. And in the gentle embrace of a sun-dappled glade, a small band of deer grazed peacefully, their eyes serene and their ears attuned to the forest's timeless melody. It was a harmonious existence, woven together by the delicate balance of nature's cycles. Each season brought its own magic to the forest, a symphony of transformations that the creatures embraced with grateful hearts. Spring's arrival was heralded by a riot of blossoms, the air thick with the perfume of flowers awakening after their long slumber. Summer unfurled its golden tapestry, bathing the forest in warmth and light, while the brook sang a lively tune as it danced over smooth stones. As autumn approached, the forest donned its most resplendent cloak, with leaves blushing in hues of crimson and gold. Orion, with his vast knowledge of the forest's lore, knew this was the time of the great gathering, a tradition as old as the forest itself. It was a time when all the creatures came together to celebrate the bounty of the land and to prepare for the coming winter. The great gathering was held under the canopy of the sacred oak, its branches sprawling like the arms of an ancient guardian. The air buzzed with anticipation, and the forest seemed to hold its breath as Orion spread his wings and glided down to address the assembly. "Friends and keepers of the forest," he began, his voice as smooth and deep as a river stone, "we gather here in the spirit of unity and gratitude. Let us share our stories and wisdom, passed down through the ages, to honor the balance that sustains us all." The creatures listened with rapt attention as the elder owl spoke, his words weaving a tapestry of history and hope. Then, one by one, they shared their own tales. The foxes spoke of the art of patience, of waiting and watching until the perfect moment revealed itself. The squirrels recounted their adventures in the treetops, where courage and agility were their guides. Even the gentle deer shared their wisdom, speaking of the importance of listening, to the forest, to each other, and to the silence between the heartbeats of the world. As the stories flowed, a gentle rain began to fall, its drops tapping softly on leaves and fur alike. This was no ordinary rain. It was the rain of remembrance, a magical phenomenon that visited the forest once each autumn. It was said that those touched by its waters would carry the memories of their ancestors, a gift of wisdom and strength to guide them through the winter months. The creatures welcomed the rain, lifting their faces to the sky and feeling the cool, cleansing touch of each drop. Orion, his feathers glistening in the gentle shower, closed his eyes and remembered the stories of his own ancestors, their voices echoing in the patter of the rain. As the rain of remembrance fell, the forest seemed to glow with a soft, ethereal light. It was as if the very essence of the land was joining in the celebration, a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. The rain whispered secrets of the earth, tales of growth and renewal, and the eternal dance of life and death that sustained the balance of the world. With the rain's blessing, the great gathering continued, a celebration of life and the bonds of friendship. The creatures feasted on the harvest of nuts and berries, their laughter mingling with the song of the brook. As night fell, the glow of fireflies twinkled among the trees, a constellation of tiny stars that danced in harmony with the rhythm of the forest. When the time came to part, the creatures left with hearts full of gratitude and renewed purpose. Orion watched them go, his heart swelling with pride for the community he cherished. He knew that the wisdom shared today would carry them through the cold winter nights, binding them together in a tapestry of love and resilience. And so, in the ancient forest, where magic and reality entwined, the creatures continued their lives, guided by the wisdom of the ages and the gentle presence of the rain of remembrance. The forest remained a sanctuary of peace and harmony, a reminder of the beauty and balance that comes when creatures of all kinds live as one. As winter's chill began to creep into the air, Orion returned to his perch in the oak. The moon cast a silvery glow over the forest, and the stars blinked softly in the velvet sky. Wrapped in the warmth of his feathers, Orion closed his eyes, content in the knowledge that beneath the blanket of snow that would soon cover the land, the seeds of spring waited patiently for their time to awaken once more. And so the forest slept, cradled in the arms of winter, dreaming of the seasons to come and the endless cycle of life that would forever guide the hidden lives of its beloved creatures. Story 9. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled between rolling green hills and shimmering streams, there was an old cobblestone street lined with charming cottages. Each cottage had its own story, whispered by the wind through their rose-adorned windowsills. It was in one such cottage, with ivy curling lovingly around its doorframe, that a young girl named Clara lived with her grandmother. Clara was a curious soul, with eyes as bright as the summer sky and a heart full of dreams. She loved nothing more than exploring the nooks and crannies of the village, from the rustling birch trees in the park to the quiet corners of the dusty old library. But her favorite place of all was her grandmother's attic, a treasure trove of forgotten wonders. One misty morning, as the village awoke under a quilt of gentle fog, Clara decided to venture into the attic. She climbed the creaky wooden stairs, each step whispering secrets of the past. Sunbeams filtered through a small, round window, casting a golden glow over the room. Dust motes danced in the air like tiny fairies as Clara rummaged through boxes of old letters, faded photographs, and peculiar trinkets. Her fingers brushed against something cool and metallic. Curiosity piqued. Clara pulled out an ornate, tarnished mirror. It was small enough to fit in her palm, with intricate carvings of vines and flowers curling around its edges. As she wiped away the dust, the mirror's surface shimmered, revealing not her own reflection, but a landscape she had never seen before. A lush, emerald forest, its trees swaying gently as if in a silent dance. Clara's heart skipped a beat. She felt a tugging sensation, as though the mirror were inviting her to step through its glassy surface. Taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and reached out. To her astonishment, she felt a warm breeze and heard the soft rustle of leaves. When she opened her eyes, she found herself standing in the very forest she had seen in the mirror. The forest was alive with the melody of birdsong and the scent of blooming wildflowers. Sunlight streamed through the canopy, dappling the forest floor with patches of light and shadow. Clara marveled at the beauty around her, feeling a sense of peace and wonder. As she wandered deeper into the forest, Clara encountered her first helper, a wise old owl perched on a low branch. Its feathers were a tapestry of browns and whites, and its eyes were pools of deep amber. "Welcome, young traveler," the owl hooted softly. "I am Athena. You hold the Mirror of Realms, a gift that reveals hidden paths and guides the seeker." Clara nodded, her heart fluttering with excitement and a touch of apprehension. "What am I meant to find here?" "The forest holds a secret, a lesson in truth and kindness," Athena replied. "But beware, the path is not always clear. Trust in your heart and those you meet along the way." Thanking the owl, Clara continued her journey. The forest seemed to change with every step, sometimes dense and shadowy, sometimes open and sunlit. It was as though the forest itself was alive, responding to her thoughts and emotions. Before long, Clara met her second helper, a mischievous squirrel with a bushy tail and twinkling eyes. Its name was Pip, and it loved nothing more than a good riddle. "Hello there," chirped Pip, scampering down from a tree. "New to the forest, are you? Fancy a game to guide your way?" Clara smiled, amused by the squirrel's playful nature. "Sure, what do you have in mind?" "I'll give you a riddle," Pip explained. "Solve it, and I'll show you a shortcut through the woods. But remember, the answer lies not in cleverness alone, but in understanding." Clara nodded, ready for the challenge. Pip twitched his nose and began, "I speak without a mouth and hear without ears. I have no body, but I come alive with the wind. What am I?" Clara pondered the riddle, her mind turning over the words like leaves in a breeze. She thought of the forest around her, the echoes of laughter and whispers carried by the wind. Suddenly, it all made sense. "An echo!" Clara exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with realization. Pip clapped his tiny paws together in delight. "Correct. Follow me, and I'll lead you to the heart of the forest." With Pip's guidance, Clara navigated the winding trails and hidden clearings until they reached a serene glade. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching skyward like welcoming arms. "Here lies the heart of the forest," Pip said, his voice now gentle and reverent. "Its wisdom is woven into the air you breathe." As Clara approached the tree, she felt a warm, tingling sensation in her chest. She placed her hand against the rough bark, and in that moment the forest spoke to her, not in words, but in feelings and visions. She understood the interconnectedness of all things, the way each leaf, each creature, and each breath was part of a greater whole. Clara realized that the forest's secret was a simple yet profound truth. Kindness and empathy were the threads that wove the tapestry of life. She felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that her journey had not only revealed a magical world, but also a deeper understanding of her own heart. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara knew it was time to return. She thanked Pip and Athena for their guidance and promised to carry the forest's wisdom with her always. With a final glance at the ancient tree, Clara raised the Mirror of Realms, and once again the shimmering surface invited her to step through. When she opened her eyes, she was back in the attic, the mirror cradled in her hands. Clara smiled, her heart aglow with the warmth of her adventure. She knew that the magic of the forest would always be with her, a gentle reminder of the kindness that binds all of creation. As she descended the attic stairs, Clara felt a comforting sense of belonging, knowing that the extraordinary lay not just in magical realms, but in the simple, everyday acts of love and understanding. And so, under the soft light of the moon, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the whispers of the forest, the laughter of friends, and the gentle touch of a world brimming with wonder. Story 10. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her heart brimmed with curiosity, and her eyes mirrored the endless blue of the skies. Every day she wandered the meadows and forests surrounding her village, finding joy in the rustle of leaves and the gentle hum of bees. Yet her spirit yearned for something more, a place that whispered of magic and mystery. One crisp morning, as the first light of dawn painted the world in hues of gold and pink, Lyra set off on a new adventure. She followed a narrow path she had never noticed before, hidden beneath a canopy of ancient oaks. The air was fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the song of distant birds accompanied her steps. The path led her deeper into the heart of the forest, where the trees grew taller and the light dappled through the leaves like scattered jewels. Suddenly, the forest opened up to reveal a breathtaking glade. In the center stood a crystal-clear pond, its surface sparkling like the stars in the night sky. Around it, wildflowers bloomed in vibrant colors, their petals swaying gently in the breeze. Lyra felt a tingle of excitement as she approached the pond. As she knelt by the water's edge, she noticed a strange phenomenon. The reflection on the water did not mirror the world above. Instead, it showed a landscape of rolling hills and fields of lavender, under a sky where two suns danced in perfect harmony. Entranced, Lyra touched the water, and in a heartbeat, she found herself transported to the wondrous landscape she had seen. The air here was different, crisp and sweet, carrying the faint scent of lavender and honey. She stood in a meadow where the soft grass tickled her ankles, and the two suns bathed everything in a warm, golden light. As she wandered, she met her first whimsical creature, a tiny winged fawn with eyes like liquid amber. Its antlers were woven with vines and blossoms, and it pranced around her with playful curiosity. Lyra laughed, her heart light as the creature nuzzled her hand. "Welcome, traveler," the fawn spoke in a voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "You have entered the realm of Faeloria, where dreams and reality intertwine." Lyra's eyes widened with wonder. "I've always dreamed of a place like this," she said. The fawn nodded knowingly. "Here, courage and curiosity are the keys to unlocking the wonders of our world. Follow your heart, and you will find what you seek." With the fawn as her guide, Lyra ventured further into Faeloria. She encountered fields of flowers that sang in harmony with the wind, and trees whose leaves shimmered like silver in the sunlight. Gentle streams whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was alive with the soft flutter of unseen wings. As the day wore on, Lyra faced gentle challenges that tested her courage and wit. She helped a family of birds untangle their nest from a thorny bush, and soothed a restless breeze by singing a lullaby she had learned from her grandmother. Each challenge revealed the strength of her heart and the kindness that flowed through her spirit. In the heart of Faeloria, Lyra discovered a magnificent tree, its trunk thick and ancient, its branches stretching toward the heavens. The tree spoke to her in a voice deep and resonant, like the rumble of distant thunder. "You have journeyed far, young one, and shown great courage and compassion. What is it you seek?" Lyra thought for a moment, then smiled. "I seek to know the world beyond what I see, and to bring a piece of this wonder back to my own. The tree's laughter was a gentle rustling of leaves. Your heart is true, and your wish is wise. Take this gift, a seed from my branches. Plant it in your world, and it will grow, bringing the magic of Faeloria to all who believe. With the seed cradled in her hands, Lyra felt a warmth spread through her, like the embrace of an old friend. She thanked the tree and the creatures of Faeloria, then closed her eyes and wished to return home. When she opened her eyes, she was back by the pond in her village, the seed still nestled in her palm. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the land. Lyra hurried back to her village, her heart full of stories and her spirit alight with wonder. That night, under the canopy of stars, Lyra planted the seed in her garden. As she drifted to sleep, she dreamed of Faeloria and the adventures she had shared. Over time, the seed grew into a magnificent tree, its branches stretching wide and welcoming. Under its shade, children gathered to listen to Lyra's tales of courage, friendship, and the magic that lay just beyond the edges of their world. And so, the spirit of Faeloria lived on, a gentle reminder that courage and exploration could lead to the most wondrous of places, and that the magic of discovery was always within reach for those who dared to dream. Story 11? In the far reaches of the Andromeda Galaxy, where stardust paints the skies with hues unseen by human eyes, lay a cluster of planets known as the Celestial Archipelago. It was here, on a vibrant, verdant moon called Lyra, that two unlikely companions would begin a journey that transcended the stars themselves. From the planet Veridel, lush and teeming with life, came Finn, a being of leaf and light. Finn's skin shimmered with the greens of 1,000 forests, his hair a cascade of vines that rustled with music only he could hear. His eyes, deep and gentle, were pools of emeralds that reflected the wisdom of his kind. Finn was a gentle soul, content among the whispering trees and the singing brooks of his homeland, until the call of the stars filled him with a yearning he could not ignore. Meanwhile, across the cosmic sea on the icy planet of Crystallia lived Lyra, a creature of ice and illumination. Her form was crystalline, her body refracting light into rainbows that danced across the snow. Her voice, soft yet resonant, carried the quiet strength of glaciers. She was a seeker of knowledge, driven by a curiosity that could not be quenched by the frozen libraries of her kin. Their meeting was orchestrated by chance, in the bustling galactic port of Starhaven, where travelers from every corner of the universe converged. It was a place of endless motion and color, where the air buzzed with the hum of spacecraft and the scent of spices from 100 worlds. Finn, wide-eyed and eager, wandered through the market, marveling at treasures brought in from distant stars. He paused by a stall filled with shimmering crystals, each one capturing the light in a different way. As he reached out to touch a particularly intriguing specimen, his hand brushed against Lyra's, who had been equally entranced by the display. Startled, they both recoiled, eyes meeting for the first time. Finn's expression was one of open curiosity, while Lyra's was cautious, her crystalline features reflecting a spectrum of emotions. "Sorry," Finn murmured, his voice as gentle as a breeze through leaves. "No harm done," Lyra replied, her voice cool and clear like a mountain stream. Their initial encounter was brief, yet something lingered long after they had parted ways. That evening, as the twin moons of Starhaven cast their silvery glow across the port, Finn found himself wandering the quiet paths of the nearby gardens, lost in thought. It was there, beneath a canopy of stars, that he once again encountered Lyra, her presence as serene as the night itself. "Do you often find solace among the stars?" she asked, her voice a soft echo in the darkness. Finn nodded, a smile playing on his lips. "The stars are like old friends, always there to listen." They spoke long into the night, sharing stories of their worlds, their dreams, and their hopes. Finn spoke of the music of the forests, how the wind played a symphony through the trees, and Lyra shared tales of the auroras that danced across her skies, painting the ice with colors that shimmered like a dream. Their conversations sparked a friendship that grew with each passing day. Yet, as with all new relationships, there were misunderstandings to navigate. Finn, with his open heart, sometimes found Lyra's reserved nature difficult to understand. Meanwhile, Lyra, accustomed to the solitude of her icy realm, struggled to adjust to Finn's exuberant warmth. One evening, As they prepared for a journey to explore the ancient ruins of a long-lost civilization on a nearby asteroid, a disagreement arose. Lyra, meticulous in her planning, had charted a precise course, while Finn, ever the improviser, suggested a more spontaneous approach. "Why not let the stars guide us?" Finn proposed with a grin, gesturing to the heavens. Lyra's crystalline features hardened momentarily, a sign of her frustration. "The stars may be constant, but navigation requires precision." Their exchange, though brief, left a chill in the air. Finn, sensing the tension, retreated to the solitude of the garden, while Lyra remained behind, pondering the exchange. It was the first real test of their friendship, and it weighed heavily on both their hearts. But as the night unfolded, the soothing embrace of the starlit sky brought clarity. Finn realized that Lyra's caution stemmed from a place of care, not constraint, while Lyra understood that Finn's spontaneity was a reflection of his boundless spirit. The next morning, they met at the edge of the port, both hesitant yet hopeful. Finn spoke first, his voice gentle. "I forget sometimes that balance is found in harmony, not just in following the wind." Lyra's eyes softened, the tension melting like snow in sunlight. "And I forget that there is beauty in the unexpected, in letting go and trusting the journey." With their differences reconciled, they set forth together, navigating the cosmos with a newfound understanding. Their journey was filled with challenges that tested their resolve, a storm of cosmic energy that threatened their path, an ancient riddle guarding the entrance to the ruins, and a mysterious creature that lurked in the shadows, testing their courage. In each trial, they drew strength from one another. Finn's light-hearted optimism buoyed them through the darkest moments, while Lyra's calm determination guided them with unwavering focus. They became a seamless team, each complementing the other's strengths, their bond deepening with every adventure. As they stood before the grand entrance of the ancient ruins, the final riddle lay before them, inscribed in a language older than time. It spoke of unity, of two becoming one to unlock the secrets within. Finn and Lyra exchanged a knowing glance, their hands reaching out to touch the ancient stone together. As they did, the air shimmered with light, and the doors slowly opened, revealing a treasure trove of knowledge and wonder. In that moment, they understood the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended differences, built on trust, understanding, and shared experiences. As they explored the wonders of the ruins, their laughter echoing through the halls, they knew that their journey was only just beginning, and that together they could face whatever the universe had in store. Under the vast, starry sky of the celestial archipelago, two unlikely companions from worlds apart found a friendship that would last for all time, a testament to the power of connection in a universe filled with endless possibilities. Story 12. In a starry corner of the galaxy, where nebulae wove their colors into the vast tapestry of space, there existed a humble little planet known as Glimmeron. It was a place of shimmering lakes and whispering winds, where the skies twinkled with celestial lights that seemed to sing gentle lullabies to all who dwelled there. On Glimmeron lived a creature named Trill, a small, furry being with eyes as bright as the twin moons that hung over the night sky. Trill was a Glimmerite, known for their melodic voices and gentle hearts. Trill loved to spend time by the crystal lake, listening to the wind's stories and humming along with the rustling leaves. One day, a peculiar event unfolded in the tranquil life of Glimmeron. A spaceship, unlike any seen before, descended gently from the sky, its metallic surface reflecting the kaleidoscope of colors from the nebulae above. From this ship emerged a tall, slender figure with scales that shimmered like polished gemstones. This was Zarn, an adventurer from the distant planet of Faeloria. Zarn had traveled far and wide, exploring the many wonders of the universe. Faelorians were known for their sharp intellect and a penchant for seeking knowledge. Zarn's latest quest was to learn about the unique life forms of Glimmeron. But the Faelorians' stern demeanor and analytical approach were alien to the warm-hearted Glimmerites. When Trill first met Zarn, it was by the crystal lake where the Faelorian stood, observing the water with a device that beeped and whirred. Trill approached cautiously, curiosity dancing in those luminous eyes. "Hello," Trill sang softly, the word flowing like a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Glimmeron." Zarn looked up, surprised but intrigued by the musical greeting. Greetings, Zarn replied, voice deep and resonant. I am Zarn of Faeloria, here to study your world. Trill nodded, a melody of interest threading through the air. What do you wish to learn about us? Zarn hesitated, unsure of how to convey the complexities of scientific exploration in a way that wouldn't seem cold or detached. I seek to understand the harmony of your planet, the way everything seems connected. Trill smiled, a soft, radiant expression. Then you must listen. The winds, the waters, they all have stories to tell. Zarn, used to relying on instruments and data, found this notion perplexing. Yet there was something soothing in Trill's voice, something that Zarn, despite a logical mind, found comforting. As days passed, Trill and Zarn found themselves exploring Glimmeron together. There were moments of misunderstanding, like when Zarn attempted to analyze a Glimmerite tradition with cold logic, inadvertently offending the warm sensibilities of the Glimmerites. Trill, though hurt, realized that Zarn's intentions were not unkind, merely different. With gentle patience, Trill shared stories of the Glimmerites, their songs, and their ways of life. In return, Zarn shared tales of distant stars and the marvels of Faeloria, spinning a tapestry of knowledge that fascinated Trill. One day, as they wandered through the moonlit forest, a sudden storm swept across Glimmeron. Lightning flashed like celestial dancers, and thunder echoed in the hills. The storm, fierce and unexpected, was a challenge for both. Zarn's analytical mind raced, seeking shelter, while Trill listened to the winds, sensing the storm's flow. Together, they found a small cave where they could wait out the tempest. In the dim light, with rain drumming a rhythm outside, they shared stories to pass the time. Trill spoke of the Glimmerite belief in the unity of all things, how every creature and plant sang a part of the world's song. Zarn, in turn, shared the Faelorian philosophy of interconnectedness, how every discovery was a thread in the fabric of understanding. As the storm raged, they realized that despite their differences, they shared a common thread, a love for their worlds and a desire to understand the universe. It was in that shared space of vulnerability and mutual respect that a bond began to form. When the storm finally passed, the sky was painted with the colors of dawn, a fresh beginning. Trill and Zarn emerged from the cave, stepping into the soft light, feeling a kinship they hadn't before. Their friendship grew, strengthened by shared experiences and the understanding that differences could be bridges, not barriers. Zarn learned to appreciate the melodies in the winds and the tales in the waters, while Trill found joy in the structure and stories of distant stars. When it came time for Zarn to leave Glimmeron, there was a warmth in the farewell, a promise of reunion. The Faelorian spaceship rose into the sky, reflecting the nebula's hues, while Trill watched, a song of hope and friendship resonating in the heart. And so, in the quiet corner of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered that true friendship was a galaxy unto itself, where every star was a shared moment, and every constellation a testament to the beauty of understanding and love. As the stars twinkled their eternal lullabies, Glimmeron and Faeloria remained forever linked by the journey of two kindred spirits. Story 13. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight dappled the earth through a canopy of whispering leaves, there lay a hidden world of gentle creatures and timeless magic. This was a place where the boundaries between reality and enchantment swayed like the boughs in a soft breeze, and where the whispers of the forest held secrets older than the tallest oak. In this idyllic setting, a small glen lay nestled, where vibrant wildflowers painted the meadow in hues of lavender, gold, and scarlet. Butterflies flitted between the blooms, their wings catching the light like shards of stained glass. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the gentle hum of bees added a soothing rhythm to the forest's lullaby. Beneath the roots of a grand, ancient tree lived a wise old tortoise named Tiberius. His shell was marked with the patterns of time, each line and groove a testament to the seasons he had witnessed. Tiberius was the keeper of stories, the guardian of the forest's wisdom, passed down through generations of creatures who called the forest home. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and rust, a young squirrel named Pippin scurried through the fallen leaves, his fur a vibrant russet that blended perfectly with the season's palette. Pippin was full of curiosity and wonder, his bright eyes always searching for new sights and stories. As the sun cast long shadows through the trees, Pippin approached Tiberius, his tiny paws rustling the dry leaves. "Tiberius," he chirped, his voice as bright as the morning itself, "will you tell me a story of the forest? One of the magical moments that happen with the changing of the seasons?" Tiberius peered at Pippin with eyes that glimmered like polished stones, and he nodded slowly, a gentle smile gracing his old wise face. "Ah, young Pippin," he began, his voice deep and warm, flowing like honeyed tea. "There is a tale as old as the forest itself, a tale of balance and harmony woven into the very fabric of this land." As Tiberius spoke, Pippin settled down on a cushion of moss, his ears perked and attentive. The forest seemed to lean in as well, each creature pausing in their tasks to listen. "Long ago," Tiberius began, "when the world was still young and the stars were bright and new, the forest was blessed with a unique magic tied to the changing seasons. Each season brought with it a guardian, a spirit that guided the rhythm of life in this woodland haven. In the gentle embrace of spring," Tiberius continued, "the forest awoke under the watchful eye of Arya, the spirit of renewal. Her presence was felt in the tender shoots that broke through the soil, and in the songs of birds that filled the air, sweet and clear as a brook. She taught the creatures of the forest about beginnings and the joy of growth." Pippin imagined Arya as a figure made of blossoms and dew, her laughter like the tinkling of chimes in the wind. He could almost feel the warmth of spring's promise on his fur. "As spring gave way to the golden days of summer," Tiberius went on, "it was Sol, the spirit of abundance, who reigned. Sol's essence was in every sunbeam that kissed the earth, in the lush green leaves and the bounty of fruits that hung heavy from the branches. Under Sol's care, the forest creatures learned the importance of sharing and community." Pippin envisioned Sol as a gleaming figure, radiant and generous, spreading light and life across the forest. The thought made him smile, feeling the richness of summer's gifts. When the air turned crisp and the leaves danced to the ground in a kaleidoscope of colors, Tiberius narrated, it was time for Luna, the spirit of reflection, to take her place. With her, Luna brought the wisdom of the harvest, teaching patience and gratitude for the gifts of the earth. Pippin pictured Luna as a serene presence, cloaked in the colors of the harvest moon, her eyes reflective pools of calm. He felt a sense of peace, understanding the beauty of autumn's lessons. And finally, Tiberius concluded, when the world grew quiet under a blanket of snow, Boreas, the spirit of rest, enveloped the forest in a tranquil slumber. Boreas taught the creatures the value of rest and the cycle of renewal, promising the return of spring's vibrancy. Pippin imagined Boreas as a gentle giant of snow and ice, his breath a cool breeze that whispered of new beginnings. The vision filled him with a quiet contentment, knowing that each season held its own magic. "The guardians of the seasons," Tiberius said softly, "each played their part in maintaining the balance and harmony of our home. They taught us that every moment, every change, is an opportunity to learn and grow." Pippin nodded, his heart full of the stories and wisdom that Tiberius had shared. The young squirrel understood now that the magic of the forest was not just in its beauty, but in the lessons it imparted with each turn of the wheel of time. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of rose and violet, Pippin thanked Tiberius with a little bow of his head. "I will remember the stories of the guardians," he promised, "and I will share them so that the wisdom of the forest lives on." With a nod of approval, Tiberius watched as Pippin scampered away, his tail a fluffy banner of enthusiasm. The old tortoise knew that the forest was safe in the hands of its young ones, and that harmony would continue to thrive with each new generation. As the stars began to twinkle overhead, the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, cradled by the gentle songs of the night. And in the heart of the ancient woods, the whispers of magic and the wisdom of ages continued to weave their timeless tapestry, a story told anew with every passing season. Story 14. In the heart of a village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there stood a quaint little shop. Its windows were filled with curiosities that seemed to dance with the dust motes in the golden light of the afternoon sun. The sign above the door read, "Whimsy's Wonders," painted with swirling letters that hinted at the enchantment within. Inside the shop, amidst shelves brimming with trinkets and treasures, worked a gentle soul named Marin. Marin had a love for all things mysterious and magical, and her shop was a testament to that passion. She found joy in uncovering the stories behind each item, be it a faded map or a peculiar teapot, and sharing them with those who wandered into her world. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves outside rustled with secrets of their own, Marin discovered something unusual while dusting the shelves. Tucked behind a row of old books was a small, unassuming box no larger than her hand. It was crafted from a wood as dark as midnight and adorned with delicate engravings that seemed to shimmer like starlight. Marin's heart skipped a beat, sensing the quiet hum of magic that surrounded it. Curiosity piqued. She opened the box to reveal a shimmering, translucent feather nestled inside. It glowed softly, casting a warm and inviting light. Marin felt an inexplicable tug at her heart as she held it, as though the feather whispered tales of distant lands and uncharted adventures. As she pondered its origin, a gentle voice interrupted her thoughts. It was Mr. Pippin, the shop's resident feline, who had a penchant for curling up in the coziest corners and observing the world with a knowing gaze. With a flick of his tail, he leapt onto the counter, his emerald eyes meeting Marin's. "That, my dear, is the feather of whimsy," he purred, stretching languidly. Marin chuckled softly, unfazed by Mr. Pippin's sudden eloquence. The animals in Whimsy's wonders often had a way of surprising her with their occasional conversations. "And what does this feather of whimsy do, wise Mr. Pippin?" she inquired, scratching his chin. "It grants the bearer the ability to see the world as it truly is," Mr. Pippin explained, his purr resonating like a gentle lullaby. "But be forewarned, it also requires the bearer to look within." The feather seemed to pulse with quiet energy in her hand, as if urging her to embark on a journey she couldn't yet comprehend. With a deep breath, Marin tucked the feather safely into her apron pocket, feeling its warmth seep into her heart. Soon after, a knock at the door announced the arrival of a visitor. It was young Finn, a boy from the village who often came seeking tales of wonder and adventure. His eyes sparkled with mischief and curiosity, and his pockets were perpetually filled with treasures he found on his own explorations. "Marin, have you found anything new today?" Finn asked eagerly, his cheeks flushed with the chill of the morning air. "As a matter of fact," Marin replied, her fingers brushing against the feather in her pocket, "I have discovered something quite extraordinary." Finn's eyes widened with anticipation as Marin carefully withdrew the feather and showed it to him. The glow reflected in his eyes, and for a moment the world seemed to hold its breath. "Is it magical?" he whispered, awestruck. "It just might be," Marin replied with a smile. "Would you like to join me on a little adventure to find out?" Finn nodded eagerly, and with that the two set off, leaving the shop behind. They wandered through the village, the feather's glow guiding them down cobbled paths and through sun-dappled groves. The world around them seemed to shimmer with newfound vibrancy. Colors were richer, the air was sweeter, and even the song of the birds carried a melody that spoke of ancient times. Their journey led them to the edge of the village, where the forest began. It was a place Marin had visited many times, but today it felt different, as though the trees themselves were whispering secrets just out of reach. They followed a narrow trail, winding through the woods, the leaves crunching softly beneath their feet. As they walked, Finn chatted animatedly, sharing stories of his own small adventures. Marin listened with a smile, the warmth of the feather a comforting presence in her pocket. Eventually, they came upon a clearing bathed in soft, dappled light. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk gnarled and wise. At its roots, nestled amongst the fallen leaves, was an old stone well. It was covered in moss and ivy, as if nature itself had woven a tapestry around it. Finn approached the well with wonder in his eyes. "Do you think there's magic here too?" he asked, peering over the edge. Marin joined him, feeling the feather's gentle pulse. "It's possible," she said softly. "Magic often hides in the most unexpected places." As they gazed into the depths, a soft rustling came from the underbrush. Out stepped a small creature, no larger than a rabbit. It was covered in soft, silvery fur, and its eyes sparkled like sapphires. The creature approached them cautiously, its nose twitching with curiosity. "Hello there. Marin greeted, crouching down to the creature's level. "What brings you here?" The creature tilted its head, and to their surprise it spoke in a voice as soft as a breeze. "I am Mira, the guardian of this well." Finn's eyes widened with delight. "A talking creature, just like in the stories." Mira chuckled, a sound like the tinkling of bells. "Yes, young one, and you, Marin, have brought the feather of whimsy, I see." Marin nodded, showing Mira the glowing feather. "Indeed. We were drawn here, but we don't yet know why." "The feather reveals not only the magic around you, but also the magic within," Mira explained, her eyes wise and kind. "There is a challenge that awaits, one that requires you to look beyond what is seen." Finn's curiosity was piqued. "What kind of challenge?" Mira gestured to the well. "Within lies a mystery that can only be solved with insight and kindness. The key is to listen, truly listen, and trust in what you feel." Marin and Finn exchanged a glance, their determination mirrored in each other's eyes. Together, they approached the well, the feather's glow illuminating the path before them. As they leaned over the edge, a gentle breeze rose from the depths, carrying with it a melody that wrapped around them like a comforting embrace. It was a song of laughter and tears, of dreams and memories. Marin closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, and in that moment she understood. "It's not about what we see," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper. "It's about what we feel and understand in our hearts." Finn nodded, his hand resting on the well's cool stone. "We need to listen to the stories that are told, even if they're not spoken with words." Mira watched them with a serene smile, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "You have found the answer," she said softly. "The magic is in the connections we make, the understanding we share." As the melody faded, Marin felt a profound sense of peace settle within her. The feather's glow seemed to merge with the light of the clearing, becoming one with the world around them. With their task complete, Marin and Finn bid farewell to Mira, promising to return and visit the ancient well again. As they made their way back through the forest, the world seemed more alive than ever, each step a testament to the magic of discovery and understanding. When they returned to the village, the sun was beginning its descent, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose. The shop welcomed them back with open arms, the familiar scent of aged wood and parchment wrapping around them like a comforting blanket. As they settled into the cozy warmth of Whimsy's wonders, Marin placed the feather back in its box, knowing that its magic would always be with them. Finn sat beside her, a sense of wonder still lingering in his eyes. "Thank you, Marin," he said softly, his voice filled with gratitude. "Today was the best adventure ever." Marin smiled, her heart full. "The world is full of wonders, Finn, and with a little curiosity and kindness, we can uncover them together." And so, as the village settled into the gentle embrace of night, Marin and Finn sat by the crackling fire, sharing stories and dreams, their hearts aglow with the magic of a day well spent. And outside, beneath a sky scattered with stars, the feather of whimsy rested quietly, a reminder that the greatest magic of all lies in the connections we cherish and the wisdom we find within. Story 15. In a secluded corner of the world, nestled beneath the towering canopy of an ancient forest, lay a hidden realm where natural creatures lived in harmonious balance. This forest, known in whispered legends as Elder Grove, was a place where the essence of magic intertwined with the whisper of the wind and the rustle of leaves. As the gentle light of dawn began to weave golden threads through the emerald tapestry of trees, the forest awoke with a serene symphony. Birds with feathers painted in every shade of the rainbow greeted the new day with songs that echoed like laughter through the branches. Squirrels, with bushy tails like soft plumes, scampered through the underbrush, their tiny paws whispering secrets to the earth as they foraged for acorns glistening with morning dew. In the heart of Elder Grove, where a crystal-clear brook sang as it danced over smooth stones, lived a wise old tortoise named Thaddeus. His shell was etched with the patterns of 1,000 years, each groove telling a tale of seasons past. Thaddeus was a sage among the woodland creatures, revered for his deep understanding of the forest's rhythms and his gentle, knowing gaze that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed with hues of amber and scarlet, Thaddeus gathered the creatures of Elder Grove for a council. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the musky perfume of mushrooms that had sprouted overnight, fed by the gentle caress of the autumn rains. "My dear friends," Thaddeus began, his voice as soothing as a lullaby, "the time has come for us to prepare for the great transition, when the forest must embrace the coming winter and all its challenges." The animals gathered around him, from the smallest mouse with fur as soft as thistledown to the graceful deer whose eyes mirrored the depths of the forest pools. They listened intently, their breath mingling with the cool, crisp air. Thaddeus continued, "Each season brings with it its own magic and trials. Our harmony with nature is a delicate dance, one that requires our unity and wisdom." As he spoke, a light breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it the scent of pine and the distant hint of snow. The creatures nodded in understanding, for they knew that survival depended on their ability to adapt and support one another. The rabbits, with ears perked high, offered to dig warm burrows beneath the roots of the ancient oaks, providing shelter for any creature in need during the icy months. The birds, with wings like whispers, pledged to gather seeds and berries to share, ensuring that no one would go hungry. And so, guided by Thaddeus's wisdom, the creatures of Eldergrove began their preparations. The squirrels busily stored nuts in secret caches, the sound of their industrious work blending with the rustling leaves. The bees, their wings humming like a soft lullaby, sealed their hives with golden wax, preserving the sweet honey within. As autumn's embrace slowly gave way to winter's chill, a gentle snowfall began to dust the forest in a blanket of white. The world transformed into a serene wonderland, where the silence of snowflakes falling was a melody in itself. In the heart of Eldergrove, the creatures gathered once more around Thaddeus. Despite the cold, a warmth radiated from their unity, a bond forged through friendship and shared purpose. Thaddeus, gazing at the sparkling forest, spoke again, his voice carrying a timeless lesson. "Remember, my friends, that the true magic lies not just in nature's wonders, but in the strength we find in each other. Our harmony is the greatest gift, and it is what will see us through the darkest of winters." As he finished speaking, the clouds parted to reveal a sky painted with stars, each one twinkling like a promise of spring to come. The creatures of Eldergrove snuggled close, sharing warmth and comfort beneath the starlit canopy. And so, in that enchanted forest where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the animals thrived, their hearts filled with gratitude and hope. The stories of their wisdom and friendship were passed down through generations, a gentle reminder that even in the coldest of times, harmony and kindness would always light the way. As the fire's glow flickered softly, casting shadows that danced like old friends, the tale of Eldergrove came to a comforting close. And in the silence that followed, there was a peaceful assurance that the balance of nature, guided by the gentle hands of its creatures, would forever endure. Story 16. In a land where the sun rose with a gentle yawn and the moon tucked the world to bed with silvery whispers, there was a quaint village named Willowbrook. Nestled among rolling hills and whispering woods, Willowbrook was known for its warm-hearted folk and the sweet scent of honeysuckle that lingered in the air. But something curious had begun to unfold in this serene place, as the villagers awoke each morning to find their beloved village slightly altered in peculiar ways. One morning, the villagers discovered that the flowers in the town square had changed colors overnight. The tulips, which had been a sunny yellow, were now a soft lavender, and the daisies, usually white, blushed a gentle pink. It was not a malicious change, but it was certainly strange. The villagers, though puzzled, were not distressed. Instead, they gathered around the fountain in the square, wondering what magic might be afoot. Among them was a young girl named Lyra, whose heart was as curious as it was kind. With hair like spun gold and eyes as bright as the morning sky, she had an affinity for noticing details that others might overlook. Lyra loved the village and its people, and she felt a gentle tug to solve this gentle mystery. As Lyra pondered, a soft rustle came from the edge of the square, where the woods began. Out from the trees stepped a creature of the forest, a fox with fur as white as fresh snow, eyes twinkling with a knowing light. This was Fen, the forest guardian, who was known to be wise and gentle, a friend to all creatures and people alike. Good morning, Lyra, Fen said with a voice as soft as the rustling leaves. I see you're curious about the changes happening in Willowbrook. Yes, Fen, said Lyra, her voice eager yet calm. Do you know why the flowers have changed color? Fen chuckled, a sound like a brook murmuring over smooth stones. I have a feeling it's the work of the moonlit moths, he said, gentle creatures who flutter through the night, their wings brushing against the petals. They mean no harm, but sometimes leave a bit of magic behind. Lyra's heart leapt with excitement at the thought of the moonlit moths. She had heard tales of their shimmering wings and the soft glow they left in their wake. But why would they visit our village now? She wondered aloud. Fen's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Perhaps they seek something, or someone, he suggested. Why don't we try to find them tonight and ask? As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, Lyra prepared for her moonlit adventure. She wrapped herself in her warmest cloak, its fabric soft and comforting, and set out with Fen by her side, their path illuminated by the gentle glow of lanterns lining the village streets. The night was calm, and the air carried the sweet scent of lavender. Lyra and Fen made their way to the meadow on the edge of the village, a place where stars seemed to hang lower, almost within reach. There, they waited patiently, listening to the whispers of the wind and the song of the crickets. As the moon climbed higher, casting its silvery glow over the meadow, Lyra saw them, tiny, luminous creatures dancing through the air. The moonlit moths, with wings shimmering like starlit silk, floated above the flowers, their gentle presence casting a serene light. "Hello, little ones," Lyra called softly, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "We've noticed your visits to Willowbrook. Can you tell us why you've come?" The moths fluttered closer, their wings whispering secrets of the night. Then one, larger than the others, and with wings edged in silver, flitted to Lyra and rested upon her shoulder. Its voice was like the softest breeze. "We are drawn to this place by the warmth and kindness of its people. Our magic thrives where there is love and joy." Lyra smiled, her heart warm with understanding. "We're glad you are here," she said softly. "But some of the villagers are curious about the changes you've made. Can you help us understand?" The moth nodded, its wings shimmering softly. "We did not mean to alter the flowers so drastically. Our magic is meant to enhance, not change. Perhaps we have been a bit overzealous in our delight." Fen gave a gentle nod. "Perhaps if the villagers knew, they would welcome your visits with open hearts." And so, Lyra and Fen returned to the village, the moonlit moths guiding them with their gentle glow. As dawn approached, they gathered the villagers and explained the mystery of the color-changing flowers and the presence of the moths. The villagers, touched by the story, decided to welcome their new friends with open arms. They planted more flowers, creating a haven for the moonlit moths, and each night they left small offerings of honey and sweet nectar as a gesture of friendship. And so, the moonlit moths made their home in Willowbrook, their gentle magic enriching the village, not with changes, but with an added layer of beauty and warmth. Lyra and Fen continued to watch over the village, their hearts full of joy and the knowledge that kindness and understanding could bridge even the strangest of mysteries. In the end, the village of Willowbrook remained a place of wonder and peace, where the sun rose with a gentle yawn and the moon whispered goodnight, and where the gentle dance of the moonlit moths was a nightly reminder of the magic that thrives in a world of harmony and friendship. Story 17. In the heart of an ancient forest, where towering trees whispered secrets to the sky, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, a hidden world thrived beneath the canopy. This was a place where time seemed to stand still, and the boundaries between reality and magic blurred like morning mist over a quiet pond. The forest was alive with the rustle of creatures, each playing its part in the delicate symphony of life. Among them were the trilithons, small, gentle beings with soft, iridescent wings that glimmered like dew-kissed petals in the sunlight. They flitted from leaf to leaf, their laughter a tinkling melody that mingled with the chorus of bird song and the gentle creaking of the trees. The trilithons lived in harmony with the forest, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. The elders, wise and ancient, often gathered the younger ones beneath the sprawling boughs of the grand oak, a venerable tree whose roots delved deep into the mysteries of the earth. Here, they shared tales of the forest's past, stories woven with the golden threads of memory and magic. One such story was about the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that occurred once a year, when the forest celebrated the transition from one season to the next. The air would shimmer with a kaleidoscope of colors, and the sky would be painted with the hues of dawn and dusk. It was during this time that the balance of the forest was most delicate, and the trilithons played a crucial role in maintaining its harmony. As the time for the season's dance approached, the forest prepared itself for the grand event. The leaves turned vibrant shades of amber and crimson, carpeting the ground in a rich tapestry that crunched softly underfoot. The air grew crisp, carrying with it the scent of wood smoke and the promise of winter. The trilithons were busy with preparations, ensuring every creature knew its role in the dance. Among them was a young trilithon named Lyra, whose heart brimmed with curiosity and wonder. Her wings, a soft lavender that glowed in the twilight, fluttered with excitement as she listened to the elder's instructions. "Lyra," said Elder Bramble, his voice as deep and soothing as the forest itself, "your task is to guide the wind spirits. They are playful, yet fickle, and they must be led with a gentle hand." Lyra nodded, her eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and determination. It was a great responsibility, but she felt ready, her spirit buoyed by the trust placed in her. As the day of the season's dance dawned, the forest was transformed into a realm of enchantment. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, and a gentle breeze carried the whispers of the wind spirits, eager to join the celebration. Lyra took a deep breath, her senses attuned to the forest's rhythm. She could feel the pulse of life around her, the gentle heartbeat of the earth. With a graceful flutter of her wings, she ascended into the air, her presence a calming influence on the mischievous spirits. Together they danced through the trees, weaving around trunks and spiraling up into the open sky. The wind spirits twirled and spun, their laughter echoing like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. Lyra guided them with a light touch, her movements as fluid as a stream flowing over smooth stones. As the dance unfolded, the forest watched in silent awe. The animals paused in their activities, their eyes reflecting the wonder of the moment. Even the trees seemed to sway in time with the music, their leaves rustling in harmonious accompaniment. And then, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold, the climax of the season's dance arrived. The wind spirits, under Lyra's careful guidance, gathered the last light of day and wove it into a tapestry of shimmering colors that arched across the sky, a rainbow born of magic and harmony. The forest sighed in contentment, the balance restored for another year. Lyra landed gently on a branch, her heart full of joy and a newfound understanding of her place within the forest's intricate web of life. Elder Bramble approached, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, Lyra. You have shown us all the power of gentle guidance and the strength of harmony." Lyra smiled, her wings folding gracefully around her like a soft cloak. "Thank you, Elder Bramble. I have learned that every creature, no matter how small, plays a part in the balance of our world." As the night settled over the forest, the trilithons and their friends gathered beneath the grand oak. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and the stars began to twinkle like diamonds scattered across a velvet sky. The elders shared more stories, their voices weaving a comforting web of words that held everyone in its embrace. Lyra listened, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom of the forest and the gentle strength of her friends. And so the forest lay in peaceful slumber, its inhabitants nurtured by the quiet magic of the night. The season's dance had come and gone, leaving behind a legacy of beauty and harmony. In this timeless place, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, life continued its gentle cycle, guided by the wisdom of the ages and the kindness of a young trilithon named Lyra. And as the stars watched over them, the forest remained a sanctuary of peace and balance, its heart beating in tune with the rhythms of nature. Story 18. Once upon a starry night, deep in the heart of an ancient forest, a gathering of creatures stirred beneath the whispering boughs. Fireflies flickered like tiny lanterns, illuminating the velvet darkness as a soft wind carried the earthy scent of moss and bark. Under the watchful gaze of a wise old oak, a parliament of owls perched solemnly, their piercing eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. One by one, they began to speak, their voices as gentle as falling leaves, yet filled with reverence. "Little ones," rasped the eldest owl, her feathers ruffled by the breeze. "The cycle of seasons turns once more, and with it comes a sacred duty to maintain the delicate balance of this forest." The younger owls leaned in, entranced by her words, as she wove a tale as old as the trees themselves. Long ago, when these woods were but saplings, the very first creatures struck a pact with the nature spirits that dwell among us. In exchange for our reverence and stewardship, they blessed us with wondrous gifts to aid our survival. Her wings unfurled, and for a moment the owls thought they glimpsed the shimmering forms of ethereal beings dancing between the branches. To the squirrels was granted the gift of abundance, ensuring their winter stores would never run dry. The deer were blessed with swiftness, enabling them to outrun any predator. And to us, the owls, was bestowed the gift of wisdom, that we might guide the forest through times of plenty and hardship alike. A chorus of hushed murmurs rippled through the feathered audience. The elder owl raised a weathered wing, and silence fell once more. Tonight marks the summer solstice, the longest day of the year, when the veil between our worlds is at its thinnest. We must prepare the forest for the coming season, lest we risk upsetting the precious balance that has endured for generations. With a flap of her wings, she summoned a shimmering cloud of glowing spores that drifted through the canopy. One by one, the owls took flight, guiding the spores towards the slumbering trees and whispering ancient invocations. As the spores alighted upon the bark, they blossomed into vibrant blooms that adorned each branch with vibrant hues. The forest seemed to awaken, filled with a radiant energy that pulsed in time with the beat of unseen wings. Throughout the night, the owls tended to the forest's needs, their wise voices carrying on the wind. Here, they coaxed a sapling's roots to drink deeper from the stream. There, they encouraged a weary trunk to shed its papery skin and embrace new growth. As the first rays of dawn crested over the horizon, the owls returned to their roosts, exhausted but filled with a deep sense of purpose. The elder owl surveyed the revitalized forest with a contented hoot. "Well done, my friends. Once more, we have upheld our sacred covenant with the spirits of nature. As long as we remain true guardians of this realm, the forest will flourish and its magic will never fade." And so, year after year, season after season, the owls continued their celestial dance, tending to the woodland realm with gentle wisdom and ensuring that the ancient pact would never be broken. For in this emerald sanctuary, where the boundaries between the natural and supernatural blurred, the balance would forever be preserved. Story 19. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the moonlight draped the forest floor in silver, there lay a quaint little village named Wisteria Hollow. It was a place where magic intertwined with daily life as naturally as the sun rising and setting. Here, the air always carried the scent of sweet herbs, and the gentle babble of a nearby brook could be heard mingling with the rustle of leaves. In a cozy cottage nestled under the protective boughs of an ancient oak lived a clever young girl named Lyra. She had eyes as bright as polished acorns and a curiosity as boundless as the sky. Lyra was well known in Wisteria Hollow for her kind heart and keen sense of observation, traits that often led her to adventures of the most peculiar kind. One crisp autumn evening, as the stars began to twinkle like scattered diamonds, Lyra noticed something unusual. The moon, usually a vigilant guardian of the night, was shrouded in a soft, shimmering mist. This mist was not like the morning fog that wrapped around the village at dawn. It glowed with a mysterious, almost mischievous light. Puzzled, Lyra decided to seek the wisdom of Elder Bramble, a gentle and wise old gnome who lived at the edge of the village. His burrow was a cozy nook, filled with the comforting aroma of lavender and the warmth of a crackling fire. Elder Bramble was known for his vast knowledge of the magical and mundane alike. As Lyra approached, she was greeted by the soft glow of lanterns hanging from the low branches. Elder Bramble, with his beard as tangled as the roots of an ancient tree and eyes twinkling like the stars above, welcomed her in with a warm smile. Elder Bramble, Lila began, after they had settled into the plush armchairs by the hearth. There's a strange mist covering the moon tonight. It feels different. What do you think it could be? The elder gnome stroked his beard thoughtfully. Ah, the mist of murmurs, he said after a moment. It is said to appear once in a generation, born from the whispers of the woods. It holds secrets and stories that long to be heard, but such a mist can bring about confusion unless we understand what it wishes to convey. Lila listened intently, her curiosity piqued even further. How do we understand it? She asked. Elder Bramble chuckled softly. By listening, dear child, and by seeking the help of the whispering willows. The whispering willows were ancient trees thought to communicate with the essence of the forest itself. Lila had often heard their soft rustlings, but had never sought their counsel directly. Determined, she wrapped herself in a warm cloak and ventured into the heart of the forest with Elder Bramble at her side. The path was lit by the mist's gentle glow, casting ethereal shadows that danced among the trees. The forest seemed alive with a magic all its own, as if it was aware of their presence and eager to assist. When they reached the grove of whispering willows, Lila placed her hand on the rough bark of the tallest tree and closed her eyes. She listened, letting the forest's gentle symphony wash over her. Suddenly, in the rustle of the leaves and the sigh of the wind, she heard it. A soft, melodic whisper weaving through the air like a gentle breeze. The whispering willows spoke of a forgotten promise, a pact made with the Moon Keeper, a magical creature who safeguarded the balance between night and day. The Moon Keeper, a gentle being of light and shadow, had been inadvertently overlooked by the villagers in their busy lives. The mist was his way of reminding them of his presence and the importance of harmony with the night. Understanding dawned on Lila. She turned to Elder Bramble, her voice filled with wonder. We must remind the village to honor the Moon Keeper, she said, realizing the simple yet profound lesson in gratitude and remembrance. Together, they returned to Wisteria Hollow, where the village had gathered, drawn by the unusual mist. Lila shared the story of the Moon Keeper and the need to rekindle their connection with him. The villagers listened, their hearts touched by the gentle reminder. That night, they held a celebration under the misty moonlight, offering songs and thanks to the Moon Keeper. As they sang, the mist began to lift, revealing a moon that shone brighter and more beautiful than ever before, its light embracing the village with warmth and peace. With the mystery of the mist resolved, Lila returned to her cottage, feeling a deep sense of fulfillment. She tucked herself into bed, her heart light and her dreams filled with the gentle whispers of the forest. And so, in the cozy embrace of her home, beneath the glowing moon, she drifted into a peaceful sleep, comforted by the knowledge that harmony had been restored and that the magic of Wisteria Hollow was as vibrant as ever. Story 20. In a far-flung corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet night, lay the planet of Zalara. It was a world known for its lush lavender forests and gentle azure rivers that whispered secrets to the winds. The Zellarans, with their iridescent skin and eyes that shimmered like liquid silver, lived in harmony with the land, tending to the ancient trees and nurturing the vibrant flora. One crisp, starlit evening, as the three moons of Zalara cast their soft glow across the landscape, a peculiar sight appeared in the sky. A small, silvery spacecraft, battered and worn, descended gently through the atmosphere, coming to rest in a clearing near the largest of the lavender forests. Inside the vessel was Aaron, a traveler from the mechanical world of Dexar. Dexarians were known for their ingenious inventions and complex machinery, and Aaron was no exception. With copper-toned skin and bright, analytical eyes, Aaron could disassemble and reassemble almost anything. However, beneath the fascination with gears and circuits lay a heart yearning for connection. Aaron's arrival did not go unnoticed. Lyra, a kind-hearted Zellaron with a keen curiosity for the unknown, was the first to approach the ship. Her steps were light and cautious as she emerged from the cover of the trees, watching the stranger with a mix of awe and trepidation. "Hello," Lyra called out, her voice as soft as the breeze that rustled the leaves. "Welcome to Zalara. I am Lyra. Are you in need of assistance?" Aaron, startled by the sudden appearance of the Zellaran, fumbled with the translation device strapped to his wrist. "Greetings," he replied, his voice metallic through the device. "I am Aaron, and my ship requires repairs. I am not familiar with this place." Lyra approached with a warm smile, her silver eyes meeting Aaron's. "We can help each other, perhaps. I would be glad to show you our ways, and in return you might teach me about your world." Thus began an unlikely companionship. Aaron, with his meticulous mind, and Lyra, with her gentle wisdom, set to work. Lyra introduced Aaron to the natural wonders of Zalara, explaining how the forest was not just a home, but a living, breathing entity that sustained them all. In turn, Aaron shared stories of Dexar, where cities hummed with the rhythm of machinery and the skies were painted with the glow of industry. As they worked side by side, misunderstandings naturally arose. Aaron's love for technology sometimes clashed with Lyra's deep respect for nature. One day, as Aaron eagerly proposed constructing a small device to speed up their work, Lyra hesitated. "Here, patience is our guide," she said softly. "The forest teaches us to move at its pace." Aaron paused, the gears of his mind turning. "I see," he replied slowly, understanding dawning. "There is beauty in your way, too." Their time together was not without challenges. A great storm swept through the forest, tearing branches and drenching the earth. The two found themselves huddled under a grand ancient tree, its wide canopy offering shelter from the rain. "On Dexar we face storms of metal and fire," Aaron mused, his voice barely above a whisper. "Yet this is different. It feels alive." Lyra nodded, her hand brushing against the tree's bark. "The forest protects us, even in its fury, just as we must protect each other." In that moment, a mutual understanding blossomed between them. Aaron realized that while technology could build and create, it was the bonds between beings that truly sustained life. Lyra, in turn, saw the potential for harmony between nature and innovation. As the storm passed, and the first rays of dawn kissed the forest, Aaron and Lyra emerged, their friendship strengthened by the trials they had faced together. Aaron's ship was soon repaired, its gleaming hull a testament to their combined efforts. "Will you return to Dexar?" Lyra asked, a hint of sadness in her voice as they stood by the ship. "I must," Aaron replied, though his heart was heavy with the thought of leaving. "But I will carry the spirit of Zalara with me, and the lessons you have taught." Lyra smiled, her eyes reflecting the morning light. "And I will remember the wonders of your world, my friend." With a final embrace, Aaron boarded his ship, the engines purring to life. As the craft lifted into the sky, Lyra waved, her heart warm with the comfort of a friendship that transcended worlds. And so, Aaron's journey continued, the vast expanse of the galaxy stretching before him. Yet, he knew that wherever the stars led, the bond he had formed with Lyra would remain a guiding light, a reminder that even the most unlikely companions could find understanding and friendship amidst the stars. Story 21. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves and the air brimmed with the scent of pine and earth, there lay a hidden world, cloaked in the gentle embrace of nature. This was a place where the rustle of leaves whispered secrets, and the babble of the brook sang age-old songs, creating a symphony that danced through the woodland. The forest was home to creatures both ordinary and extraordinary, living in a delicate balance that had been nurtured for centuries. Among them was a wise old turtle named Tully, known for his gentle demeanor and the stories he carried from generations past. His shell bore intricate patterns, each swirl and line telling a tale of seasons gone by and lessons learned. Tully's closest friend was a sprightly fox named Finn, whose russet fur glowed with the warmth of autumn leaves. Finn was curious and agile, always eager to explore the depths of the forest and discover its many wonders. Together they shared a bond as sturdy as the ancient oaks, a friendship woven with trust and laughter. One crisp morning, as mist curled around the roots of towering trees, Tully and Finn embarked on a journey to the heart of the forest. It was the time of the turning, a magical phenomenon that marked the transition from summer to autumn. During the turning, the forest would come alive with vibrant hues, and the air would hum with a special energy. As they ventured deeper, the path beneath their feet softened, blanketed with the fallen leaves of seasons past. The forest was alive with the gentle rustling of creatures preparing for the change, the chatter of squirrels gathering acorns, and the low song of the wind weaving through branches. Tully, moving with deliberate grace, began to share a story, his voice as soothing as the babble of the brook. Long ago, when the forest was young, he began, there was a time when the balance was disrupted. The seasons came and went without harmony, and the creatures of the forest were troubled. Finn's ears perked up with interest. What happened then, Tully? The forest sought the wisdom of the great oak, Tully continued, nodding toward a massive tree that loomed ahead. Its bark was gnarled with age, its branches stretching like welcoming arms. The great oak spoke of harmony and the need to respect the rhythms of nature. It taught the creatures to listen to the whispers of the wind and the murmur of the streams, to understand their place in the tapestry of life. As they reached the clearing where the great oak stood, the air shimmered with the colors of the turning. Leaves blazed with shades of crimson and gold, and the ground was carpeted with vibrant hues. Finn marveled at the sight, his eyes wide with wonder. And so, Tully concluded, the creatures learned to live in harmony, respecting the cycles of the seasons and the gifts each one brought. They understood that every creature, no matter how small, played a role in maintaining the balance. Just then, a soft breeze brushed through the clearing, carrying the scent of ripe apples and the distant promise of winter. The forest seemed to sigh in contentment, the turning weaving its magic through every leaf and branch. Finn, thoughtful and inspired, turned to Tully. We must always remember the wisdom of the great oak, mustn't we? To cherish our home and all who live here. Tully nodded, his eyes twinkling like stars reflected in a midnight pond. Indeed, dear Finn, in the harmony of nature there is peace. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with strokes of pink and orange, Tully and Finn lingered in the clearing. They listened to the gentle rustle of leaves, the lullaby of the forest cradling them in its embrace. And so, as shadows lengthened and the forest settled into the gentle rhythms of evening, the old turtle and the young fox made their way home. Their hearts were filled with the wisdom of the forest, a wisdom passed down through the ages, a reminder that in harmony and friendship there was strength and serenity. The forest, with its hidden lives and magical phenomena, whispered its secrets to those who would listen, a timeless melody of life and balance, gently sung beneath the canopy of stars. And as Tully and Finn disappeared into the warm glow of twilight, the ancient forest sighed, content in its enduring harmony. Story 22. Once upon a time, in a land where the morning mist danced over dew-tipped meadows and the sun painted rainbows across the sky, there was a vibrant village called Whimsywood. This village was known far and wide for its kaleidoscope of colors and the delightful oddities that filled its every nook and cranny. The villagers of Whimsywood were as unique as the village itself. There was Tilly Tinkertop, a sprightly little gnome with a hat that could change colors depending on her mood. Her hat was a radiant yellow most days, as she was often filled with sunshine and cheer. Then there was Bartholomew the Bearded, a gentle giant of a man whose beard was so long and lush that birds often nested in it. Bartholomew had a voice as deep and comforting as a purring cat, and a laugh that could make the grumpiest of souls smile. But perhaps the most curious of all was Pippin, the pint-sized pixie. Pippin was as light as a feather and had wings that shimmered like opals in the sun. She had a knack for mischievous pranks, but her heart was as big as the moon. Pippin was always ready to lend a helping hand or wing whenever it was needed. One day, as the villagers were bustling about their daily routines, something rather peculiar happened. The great oak tree at the center of Whimsywood, known affectionately as Old Gnarl, began to glow with an ethereal blue light. The glow was mesmerizing, casting a dreamy hue over the village and drawing the attention of every creature, great and small. Pippin, curious as ever, flitted over to Old Gnarl, her wings leaving a trail of sparkling stardust in her wake. She hovered close to the tree, peering into its knotted bark, when she noticed a small round door that had never been there before. Intrigued, she called out to her friends, "Tilly! Bartholomew! Come quick! There's something magical happening with Old Gnarl." Tilly and Bartholomew hurried over, their eyes widening in wonder at the sight of the glowing tree and the mysterious door. "What do you think it is?" Tilly asked, her hat turning a curious shade of green. Bartholomew stroked his beard thoughtfully, a pair of bluebirds chirping in surprise at the sudden motion. I reckon it's some kind of enchantment, he rumbled. But what kind I cannot say. Pippin, ever the adventurer, reached out to touch the door, and as soon as her tiny fingers brushed against it, the door swung open with a soft creak. To their amazement, inside was a swirling portal of colors and light, beckoning them to step through. With a grin, Pippin turned to her friends. Well, there's only one way to find out what lies beyond, isn't there? Tilly and Bartholomew exchanged a glance, their eyes twinkling with excitement. Together, the trio stepped through the portal, finding themselves in a world unlike any they'd ever seen. They emerged in the midst of a fantastical forest, where the trees were not just green, but every color of the rainbow. The leaves sang a gentle melody as they rustled in the breeze, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and freshly baked pastries. Everywhere they looked, creatures of all shapes and sizes frolicked among the flowers and streams. As they wandered deeper into this magical realm, they stumbled upon a group of creatures who seemed to be in quite a tizzy. There were rabbits wearing waistcoats, squirrels with spectacles, and even a pair of hedgehogs wearing tiny hats. They were gathered around a large, shimmering bubble that floated in the air, murmuring in worried tones. "What's the matter?" Pippin asked, buzzing over to the concerned group. A rabbit with a monocle and a rather distinguished look about him adjusted his eyewear and sighed. "Ah, you see, this here bubble is a very special kind of magic. It holds the key to our most cherished celebration, the Festival of Fun and Fizz. But alas, it has become stuck, and we cannot figure out how to release it." Tilly clapped her hands together, her hat turning a determined shade of red. "Well, perhaps we can help. We've dealt with a magical conundrum or two in our time." Bartholomew nodded, his beard swaying gently. "Indeed, sometimes all it takes is a bit of creativity and teamwork." Pippin fluttered around the bubble, inspecting it from every angle. She noticed that it was tethered to the ground by a series of delicate, silvery threads that sparkled in the light. "I think I see the problem," she said. "These threads are holding it down, but how do we untangle them without popping the bubble?" The rabbit and his companions looked hopeful, but none seemed to have an answer. That's when Tilly had an idea. "Perhaps if we work together, we can carefully weave the threads into a pattern that releases the bubble," she suggested. And so they set to work, each contributing their unique skills. Tilly's nimble fingers danced over the threads, weaving them with the precision of a master tailor. Pippin used her wings to create gentle gusts of wind, lifting the threads just enough for Tilly to work her magic. Meanwhile, Bartholomew's steady hands held the bubble in place, ensuring it wouldn't float away before they were ready. As they worked, the creatures of the forest gathered around, watching in awe and lending their own small bits of magic. The squirrels used their tiny paws to help untwist stubborn knots, and the hedgehogs rolled up and gently nudged the bubble to keep it balanced. Finally, with a triumphant flourish, Tilly tied the last thread into a beautiful bow, and with a soft pop, the bubble was free. It floated up into the sky, expanding and shimmering with every color of the rainbow. The gathered creatures erupted into cheers, their joy echoing through the forest. The Festival of Fun and Fizz could now begin. The bubble burst high above them, showering the forest with sparkling confetti that tickled their noses and set the trees to twinkling. The festival was a marvel to behold. There were games and laughter, music that filled the heart with delight, and tables laden with the most delectable treats. Pippin, Tilly, and Bartholomew joined in the festivities, their hearts light and their spirits high. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the magical forest, the villagers of Whimsywood knew they had made new friends and shared in an adventure they would never forget. And as they returned through the portal, back to their own village, they carried with them the warmth and wonder of that enchanted place. From that day on, the villagers often found themselves stopping by Old Gnarl, hoping to catch a glimpse of the magical door and the adventures that awaited beyond. And though the door appeared only once in a while, the spirit of friendship and creativity that had saved the Festival of Fun and Fizz remained with them, a gentle reminder that sometimes the most delightful solutions are found when we come together and use our imaginations. And so it was, in the enchanting village of Whimsywood, that life continued with laughter, magic, and the promise of adventures yet to come. The end. Story 23. In the heart of a quaint little village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there stood a humble cottage with ivy-clad walls and flower-filled window boxes. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honeysuckle, and the gentle hum of bees was a constant in the tranquil garden. Inside this cottage lived a kind-hearted young woman named Clara, whose days were filled with tending to her garden and crafting beautiful tapestries. One chilly autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of amber and crimson, Clara settled into her cozy armchair by the fireplace. She wrapped herself in a soft woolen shawl and began to sort through the basket of yarn beside her. It was then that she noticed something peculiar. A skein of shimmering, silvery thread lay nestled among the others, its glow reminiscent of moonlight on a quiet pond. Curiosity piqued, Clara lifted the thread from the basket. As she held it in her hands, she felt a gentle warmth radiate from it, and a soft melodic hum filled the room. It was as if the thread was alive, singing a song only she could hear. Entranced by its beauty, she decided to weave it into her next tapestry, eager to see what wonders it might reveal. As the days passed, Clara worked diligently, her fingers deftly weaving the silvery thread into a tapestry that seemed to shimmer with every touch. One evening, as she added the final stitch, she noticed a change in the air. The room was filled with a gentle breeze, though the windows were closed, and the tapestry began to glow with a soft, ethereal light. Suddenly, the tapestry unfurled itself, revealing a scene of a lush, verdant forest, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if the tapestry was inviting her to step through its woven world. With a deep breath and a sense of wonder, she reached out and touched the tapestry, and in an instant she found herself standing at the edge of an enchanting forest. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle symphony of crickets and rustling leaves surrounded her. Clara marveled at the beauty of this new world, her heart filled with a sense of adventure and discovery. She knew she was meant to embark on a journey, though she could not yet see its path. As Clara ventured deeper into the forest, she met a wise old owl perched on a gnarled branch. His feathers were a patchwork of tawny and cream, and his eyes gleamed like amber. "Greetings, traveler," the owl hooted softly. "I am Oliver, keeper of the forest's secrets. What brings you to this enchanted place?" Clara explained her discovery of the magical thread, and her desire to uncover the mysteries of this wondrous world. Oliver nodded, his eyes twinkling with understanding. "To uncover the secrets you seek, you must journey to the heart of the forest, where the ancient tree stands. But beware, for the path is not a simple one. It requires wisdom, not force, to navigate its trials." Grateful for Oliver's guidance, Clara continued her journey, the forest unfolding before her like a living tapestry. Along the way, she encountered a gentle deer with eyes as soft as the morning mist. Her name was Ailsa, and she carried with her an aura of serenity and grace. Ailsa offered to accompany Clara, her presence a comforting balm against the unknown. Together they traversed babbling brooks and sun-dappled clearings, their laughter mingling with the song of the wind. In each challenge they faced, Clara learned to rely on her intuition and the wisdom of her heart. When they came upon a river too wide to cross, they followed its course until they found a bridge hidden beneath a canopy of willow branches. When they encountered a thicket of brambles, they patiently wove a path through the undergrowth, guided by the dappled light filtering through the leaves. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Clara and Ailsa arrived at the ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its roots entwined with the earth like the arms of an old friend. The tree's branches reached toward the heavens, and nestled among its leaves, a doorway shimmered with the same silvery glow as the magical thread. Clara approached the tree with reverence, her heart full of gratitude for the journey she had undertaken and the friends she had made. As she touched the doorway, a soft voice echoed in her mind, gentle as the whispering breeze. "You have shown wisdom and kindness, and the forest's secrets are yours to keep." With these words, the doorway opened, revealing a cascade of shimmering light. Clara stepped through, her spirit soaring with the knowledge that her journey had changed her in ways she could scarcely comprehend. She found herself back in her cozy cottage, the tapestry glowing softly in the firelight. Though she was home, the memories of the forest lingered in her heart, a gentle reminder of the wonders she had discovered. Each night, as she sat by the fire, she wove new tapestries, her fingers dancing with the silvery thread that had brought her to that magical world. And as she worked, she knew that the secrets of the enchanted forest would forever be a part of her, whispering their wisdom and wonder into her dreams. With a heart full of peace and a soul alight with possibility, Clara drifted into a restful slumber, cradled by the warmth of the fire and the gentle hum of the magical thread. And so, in the quiet of the night, the village slept, its dreams woven with the magic of the forest and the timeless tapestry of friendship and discovery. Story 24. Once upon a time, nestled in the verdant folds of a lush valley where the whispers of the wind wove through towering pines and gentle brooks, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a cascade of shimmering rays, while her eyes mirrored the deep, serene blue of the sky on a cloudless day. She was known throughout the small village of Brookwood for her curious nature and her insatiable love for the mysteries of the world around her. Lyra's home was a quaint cottage on the edge of the forest, where her grandmother, a wise woman with stories as old as the hills, had raised her. Their garden was a riot of colors, boasting flowers that seemed to dance with the breeze, their perfume mingling with the earthy aroma of the woods. The forest beyond was Lyra's sanctuary, a place alive with secrets and hidden wonders waiting to be discovered. One balmy afternoon, as the golden hues of the setting sun began to paint the landscape, Lyra set off on one of her customary explorations. Her bare feet padded softly along the moss-covered path as she ventured deeper into the heart of the forest. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the songs of birds and the soft rustle of leaves. She carried with her a small satchel, foraging for curious stones and peculiar plants that she would later examine with her grandmother. As she wandered, a glint of something unusual caught her eye. There, half buried beneath the roots of an ancient oak tree, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Lyra knelt down, her fingers brushing away the soil and leaves that had concealed it. The box was unlike anything she had seen before, its surface adorned with delicate patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Lyra opened the box to reveal a shimmering, iridescent crystal nestled inside. It pulsed gently, casting a kaleidoscope of colors onto her face. As she held it, a warmth spread through her fingers, and she felt an inexplicable sense of peace and belonging, as if the crystal recognized her as its rightful keeper. With the crystal tucked safely in her satchel, Lyra returned home, eager to show her grandmother her discovery. As the evening shadows stretched across the garden, Lyra recounted her adventure, the excitement in her voice spilling over like a bubbling brook. Her grandmother listened intently, her eyes twinkling with a mix of curiosity and knowing. "This crystal is no ordinary trinket, my dear," her grandmother said, her voice a gentle melody. "It is said that such stones hold the power to reveal hidden worlds and grant the bearer a glimpse into the unseen." Lyra's heart raced with anticipation. The forest she loved so dearly was already a place of magic and wonder, and now it seemed it held even greater secrets than she had imagined. That night, beneath a sky awash with stars, Lyra lay in her bed, the crystal resting on the pillow beside her. As she drifted into slumber, she felt a soft tug at the edges of her consciousness, as if the crystal was calling to her. In her dreams, she was transported to a world unlike any she had ever known, a realm where the trees were alive with vibrant hues, and the air was thick with enchantment. Awakening with the dawn, Lyra knew she had to return to the forest, to seek out this hidden world that seemed so familiar, yet so wondrously strange. With the crystal as her guide, she set out once more, her heart a fluttering bird in her chest. The forest seemed different this time, its shadows deeper, its paths more winding and mysterious. Every step felt like a journey into the unknown, yet Lyra was unafraid. She felt the pulse of the crystal in her hand, guiding her through the maze of trees. As she ventured further, the forest began to transform around her. The trees grew taller and more majestic, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal glow. The air was filled with the soft, melodious hum of unseen creatures, and the ground beneath her feet was carpeted with flowers that bloomed in a riot of colors. It was then that she met him, a small, gentle creature with eyes like molten gold and fur as soft as a summer breeze. He introduced himself as Pippin, a guardian of the hidden world that Lyra had stumbled upon. Pippin was as curious about Lyra as she was about him, and soon they were fast friends, exploring the wonders of this magical realm together. Under Pippin's guidance, Lyra discovered a world teeming with life and magic. She learned to understand the language of the trees, to listen to the stories carried by the wind, and to dance with the light that filtered through the leaves. Each day brought new adventures, as Lyra and Pippin journeyed through enchanted glades and sparkling streams, unraveling the mysteries of this hidden paradise. But as days turned to weeks, Lyra began to notice a change in the forest. The once vibrant colors began to fade, and the air grew heavy with a sense of foreboding. The creatures of the woods whispered of a darkness encroaching, a shadow that threatened to consume their world. Determined to help her newfound friends, Lyra resolved to uncover the source of this darkness. With Pippin by her side, she ventured deeper into the forest, following the faintest traces of a path that seemed to lead to the heart of the mystery. The journey was long and arduous, but Lyra was undeterred, her spirit as bright as the crystal she carried. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where the trees stood silent and still, their branches draped in shadows. In the center of the clearing lay a great stone, its surface marred by cracks that oozed a dark, viscous substance. Lyra realized that this was the source of the encroaching darkness, a blight that threatened to consume the magic of the forest. With Pippin's help, Lyra devised a plan to cleanse the stone and restore the balance of the hidden world. Drawing on the wisdom she had gained during her time in the forest, she called upon the elements around her, the gentle whisper of the wind, the nurturing embrace of the earth, and the cleansing purity of the flowing water. As she channeled these forces, the crystal in her hand began to glow with a brilliant light, its warmth spreading through the clearing like a healing balm. Slowly, the darkness receded, the cracks in the stone sealing shut as if they had never been. The forest sighed with relief, its colors returning in a vibrant cascade, and the creatures of the woods emerged to celebrate the return of their enchanted home. In the days that followed, Lyra and Pippin were hailed as heroes, their friendship a beacon of hope and unity in a world where the unexpected could become the extraordinary. The forest, once more a place of magic and wonder, thrived under their watchful eyes. As the seasons turned and the world outside continued its steady march of time, Lyra knew that she would always carry a piece of this hidden paradise in her heart. The crystal, now a symbol of her journey and the friends she had found, remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the power of friendship and the magic that lay within. And so, with the warmth of the sun on her face and the gentle murmur of the forest in her ears, Lyra returned home, her heart full of gratitude and joy. She knew that she had been changed by her journey, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the hidden world. With each step, she felt the gentle embrace of the forest, its whispers a soothing lullaby that followed her home. And as she lay down to sleep that night, the crystal nestled beside her, Lyra knew that she would forever be a part of the enchanting world she had discovered, a world where friendship and magic intertwined to create a tapestry of wonder and light. In the quiet of the night, beneath a sky dusted with stars, the forest sang a song of peace, its melody a testament to the enduring power of hope and love. And in her dreams, Lyra danced with the wind and the trees, her heart aglow with the magic of the hidden world she had come to cherish as her own. Story 25. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was known for her boundless curiosity and her love for exploring the world around her. Her home was a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls, and its windows framed the golden glow of the setting sun each evening. Clara spent her days wandering the meadows and woods, always on the lookout for something new and wonderful. One crisp autumn morning, Clara's grandmother, a wise woman with twinkling eyes, called her over. She handed Clara a small, intricately carved wooden box. "This," her grandmother said with a gentle smile, "has been in our family for generations. It is said to hold a secret only revealed to those who truly listen." Clara ran her fingers over the smooth wood, feeling the warmth of its history seep into her hands. That evening, she sat by the fireplace, the crackling flames casting dancing shadows on the walls, and opened the box. Inside, she found a simple silver key resting on a bed of velvet. It was unremarkable at first glance, yet as she held it, Clara felt a soft vibration, like a whisper of a forgotten melody. Intrigued, Clara decided to discover what door this key might open. She embarked on a journey through her village, seeking the whispers of the key's secret. Her first stop was the village library, a place of hushed voices and the musty scent of old books. There she met Mr. Thistleton, the librarian, a man as old as the books he tended, with a long, wispy beard and spectacles perched at the end of his nose. "Ah, a key, you say?" Mr. Thistleton murmured, examining it closely. "Keys are tricky things. They often open more than just doors." He handed Clara a dusty tome about the village's history, suggesting it might hold clues. Clara spent hours poring over the book, its pages filled with stories of bygone days and forgotten places. One tale in particular caught her eye, a legend of an enchanted garden hidden beyond the forest, said to be accessible only through a magical gate. The garden was rumored to bloom eternally, a place where dreams found wings. Determined to find the garden, Clara set off the next morning, the silver key jingling softly in her pocket. The forest was alive with the symphony of rustling leaves and birdsong, and a gentle breeze carried the earthy scent of moss and pine. As she walked deeper into the woods, Clara noticed a path she had never seen before, a trail lined with wildflowers that seemed to beckon her forward. Following the path, Clara soon encountered a small wooden gate, half hidden by ivy and overgrown tendrils. Her heart quickened as she reached for the key, feeling its cool metal against her palm. With a click, the gate swung open, revealing the magical garden beyond. The garden was a riot of colors and scents, blossoms of every hue swaying gently in an unseen breeze. Clara wandered through the garden, her senses alive with wonder. She wasn't alone for long. Soon she met a curious creature, a small, plump hedgehog with bright, inquisitive eyes. "Hello there," the hedgehog chirped, surprising Clara with its ability to speak. "Welcome to the enchanted garden. I am Bramble, the garden's caretaker." Clara and Bramble quickly became friends, exploring the garden's wonders together. Bramble showed her the hidden nooks and crannies, each with its own charm and story. As they meandered, Bramble shared that the garden was not just a place of beauty, but a sanctuary of dreams, a place where hopes and wishes were nurtured. However, Bramble also spoke of a challenge that weighed heavily on the garden's magic. "The garden's heart," Bramble explained, "is a rare, radiant flower that blooms only once a decade. Its bloom is due soon, but the garden's magic is fading. Without the flower, the dreams will wither." Clara felt a tug at her heart. She knew she had to help, but how? She pondered, and then remembered something her grandmother had often said. "The heart sees what the eyes cannot." Sitting quietly, Clara closed her eyes and listened, just as her grandmother had advised. She let the sounds of the garden envelop her, feeling the gentle pulse of life around her. Slowly, an image began to form in her mind, a vision of a hidden glade deep within the garden, where the sun's rays kissed the earth just so. With Bramble by her side, Clara found her way to the glade. There, bathed in the golden light, stood the heart of the garden, a single magnificent flower, its petals shimmering with the hues of dawn. Clara approached it with reverence, understanding that the flower needed her care to bloom. Together, Clara and Bramble tended to the flower, nurturing it with kindness and patience. As days passed, the garden seemed to hold its breath, waiting. And finally, one morning, as the first light of day broke across the sky, the flower unfurled its petals, releasing a radiant glow that bathed the garden in warmth and magic. The garden came alive, its magic renewed, and the dreams it held flourished once more. Bramble danced with joy, and Clara felt a profound sense of peace and belonging. She realized that the true magic of the garden was not just in its beauty, but in the love and care that sustained it. As Clara prepared to return home, she knew her journey had changed her. She had discovered that wisdom lay in listening, in seeing beyond the obvious, and in the gentle strength of friendship. The silver key, now nestled back in its box, had unlocked not just a gate, but a new understanding within her heart. Clara walked home with a lightness in her step, her heart full of gratitude for the wonders she had witnessed. As she stepped into her cozy cottage, the warmth of the fire welcomed her back, and she knew that she would always carry the magic of the enchanted garden within her. And so, Clara's tale became part of the village's lore, a story of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom that can illuminate even the darkest paths. And as she drifted off to sleep that night, the silver key resting on her bedside table, Clara dreamed of the garden's eternal bloom, a testament to the magic that lives in every heart that dares to believe. Story 26. In the shimmering reaches of the Andromeda cluster, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across an ink-black sea, there existed a small, verdant planet known as Viridia. This world, wrapped in lush forests and gentle rolling hills, was home to the Viridians, creatures of delicate leaf-like appendages and eyes the color of sunlit jade. They lived in harmony with their environment, tending to the flora that thrived under their care. On the neighboring planet of Zorax, a starkly different landscape unfolded. Zoraxians, with their metallic skin glinting under the harsh crimson sun, inhabited a world of rust-colored deserts and towering, gleaming spires. Their society valued efficiency and innovation, crafting technology that hummed with a life of its own. These two worlds existed in a delicate balance, their paths rarely crossing until one fateful day when a curious Viridian named Lyra found herself aboard a Zoraxian starship. Lyra, always eager to learn, had been chosen to represent her people on a cultural exchange mission to Zorax, a mission that the Zoraxians eagerly accepted, hoping to learn more about Viridia's unique botanical life that could potentially aid their arid lands. As the sleek starship sliced through the ether, Lyra marveled at the intricate machinery surrounding her. The hum of the engines was a lullaby, and the soft glow of the console lights painted the cabin with a soothing luminescence. However, she felt a twinge of apprehension. Her companion on this journey was a Zoraxian named Talon, whose sharp features and cool demeanor seemed as alien to her as the technology enveloping them. Talon, for his part, regarded Lyra with a cautious curiosity. He was a scientist, driven by logic and reason, and found the Viridians' emotional expressions both intriguing and perplexing. Their initial interactions were stilted, each misunderstanding the other's intentions. Lyra's effusive warmth was met with Talon's reserved nods, and Talon's precise inquiries often left Lyra feeling as though she were being examined under a microscope. Their journey to Zorax was not without its challenges. A sudden meteor storm battered the ship, forcing them to make an emergency landing on an uncharted asteroid. As the ship shuddered to a halt, they found themselves stranded in a landscape of jagged rocks and swirling dust. Despite their differences, Lyra and Talon had to work together to repair the ship. In the quiet moments between securing panels and recalibrating systems, they began to share stories. Lyra spoke of Viridia's gentle rains and the way sunlight danced upon the leaves, while Talon described the crimson sunsets of Zorax and the ingenuity of its people. It was during one of these conversations that a misunderstanding led to a moment of growth. Lyra, trying to help, had unwittingly disconnected a vital circuit. Frustration flared in Talon, but as he saw the genuine remorse in Lyra's eyes, he realized his mistake. Instead of reacting with irritation, he explained the system with patience, and together they found a solution. As the days stretched into weeks, a quiet camaraderie blossomed between them. Lyra's innate empathy began to soften Talon's analytical edges, while his logical approach taught her the value of thoughtful consideration. They discovered that beneath their surface differences lay a shared curiosity about the universe and a mutual respect for each other's strengths. Their bond was tested further when a swirling sandstorm descended upon the asteroid, threatening to engulf their ship. With visibility reduced to mere inches, they relied on each other's skills, Talon's technical prowess and Lyra's intuitive sense of direction, to navigate the storm. In those tense moments, their trust in one another solidified, each supporting the other with reassuring words and steady hands. Finally, as the storm abated and the stars reappeared, they succeeded in launching the ship back into the cosmos. Their ordeal had forged a friendship as enduring as the stars themselves, a connection transcending planetary origins. Upon reaching Zorax, Lyra was welcomed with open arms, her insights into Viridia's harmony with nature sparking inspiration among the Zoraxians. Talon, in turn, was invited to Viridia, where his innovative ideas found fertile ground. As they stood on the observation deck of the starship now orbiting Zorax, Lyra and Talon gazed at the twin planets below. "The universe is vast, isn't it?" Lyra mused, her voice carrying a gentle warmth. "Yes," Talon replied, his tone softened by newfound understanding, and full of possibilities. In the heart of the Andromeda cluster, among the stars that whispered of ancient stories and new beginnings, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond as enduring and limitless as the cosmos itself. And as they parted ways, knowing they would meet again, they carried with them the lessons of their journey. That through patience, understanding, and a willingness to embrace differences, even the most unlikely of friendships can bloom in the most unexpected places. Story 27. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest, a hidden world thrived amongst the towering trees and winding streams. This was the realm of the woodland creatures, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred like the morning mist. The gentle doe, Willow, led her kind through the thickets, her graceful steps leaving no trace on the mossy ground. Her deep brown eyes held the wisdom of 1,000 sunrises, a gift passed down from her ancestors. Willow understood the delicate balance that kept the forest thriving, the intricate tapestry of life woven by every creature, plant, and drop of dew. As the seasons ebbed and flowed, the forest whispered its secrets to those who listened. In spring, the air was alive with the song of the birds, each trill a celebration of renewal and rebirth. Tiny buds unfurled their vibrant hues, beckoning the industrious bees to dance from flower to flower, spreading their sweet magic. Summer brought the warm caress of the sun's golden rays, filtering through the canopy and casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. The squirrels scampered from branch to branch, gathering acorns and nuts in preparation for the colder days ahead. The babbling brooks seemed to laugh with delight, their clear waters providing respite to the thirsty animals. Autumn painted the forest in a kaleidoscope of fiery colors, as if the trees themselves had caught fire with the changing tides. The scurrying of little paws could be heard as the woodland creatures gathered fallen leaves and twigs, building cozy nests for the winter slumber. The crisp air carried the scent of earth and decay, a reminder of the cycle of life that sustained the forest. When winter's icy fingers caressed the land, the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting patiently for the return of spring. The snowflakes drifted lazily through the barren branches, blanketing the ground in a pristine white cloak. Deep within their burrows and hollows, the creatures huddled together, sharing stories of summers past and dreams of the warmth to come. Yet, even in the depths of winter, magic stirred beneath the frozen surface. On nights when the full moon cast its silvery glow, the forest came alive with otherworldly wonders. Glittering frost patterns danced across the frozen ponds, forming intricate designs that shimmered like diamonds. The northern lights painted the sky in ethereal hues, their ghostly ribbons swaying to the silent music of the cosmos. It was during these moments that Willow would gather the young ones around her, sharing the ancient tales passed down through generations. She spoke of the great spirit that breathed life into the forest, the invisible force that bound all living things together in a sacred harmony. She taught them to respect the delicate balance, to tread softly upon the earth, and to give thanks for the gifts bestowed upon them by nature's bounty. As the seasons turned once more, the cycle continued, a never-ending dance of birth, growth, and renewal. The woodland creatures lived in harmony with the rhythms of the forest, their lives intertwined with the magic that permeated every leaf, every stream, and every breath of wind. And in the heart of this ancient realm, the wisdom of Willow and her kin resonated like a whispered lullaby, reminding all who listened that true magic lies in the timeless dance of nature, a symphony played out with every passing season. Story 28. In the heart of an ancient, whispering forest, where the air was perpetually tinged with a sweet, earthy scent, and the light danced through a canopy of emerald leaves, lay a world unseen by most. This was a place where nature's magic thrived, its secrets cradled in the arms of time-worn oaks and whispering pines. One could hear the gentle rustle of leaves that harmonized with the soft babbling of a nearby brook, whose waters were as clear as the finest crystal. Here, in this sacred realm, creatures both ordinary and extraordinary carried on with their lives, each one playing a vital role in the tapestry of the forest. Among them, there lived a wise old tortoise named Thessel, whose shell was etched with patterns as intricate as the tree roots that wove through the forest floor. Thessel was known far and wide among the woodland creatures for his gentle spirit and the warmth of his wisdom, which he shared freely with those who came seeking guidance. One crisp morning, as the dew clung to the leaves and the sun painted the sky in strokes of pink and orange, Thessel was visited by a young squirrel named Lyra. Her fur was as soft as the finest moss, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lyra had come to learn about the balance of their world, a balance that ensured the forest remained vibrant and alive through every season. "Ah, Lyra." Thessel greeted her with a slow, welcoming nod. "What brings you to my humble abode this fine morning?" Lyra twitched her whiskers, her voice carrying the excitement of the dawn. "Thessel, I've heard tales of the magic that binds our forest and how each creature, each leaf and drop of rain holds a purpose. I wish to understand it better." Thessel smiled, a deep, knowing smile, and gestured with his ancient wrinkled foot for Lyra to sit beside him. "The magic you speak of, dear Lyra, is the harmony of nature itself. It is the dance of life and death, growth and decay, and the ever-turning wheel of seasons." As Thessel spoke, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying the scent of pine and wildflowers, wrapping Lyra in its comforting embrace. She listened intently, as the forest seemed to hold its breath, eager to share its secrets. "Take, for instance, the autumn," Thessel continued, his voice like the soft rustle of leaves. "When the leaves turn golden and fall to the ground, they are not lost. They become part of the earth, enriching it, preparing it to cradle new life come spring." Lyra nodded, her eyes wide with understanding. "And what of the creatures?" she asked. "How do we fit into this great balance?" Thessel chuckled softly, a sound like the gentle trickle of the brook. "Each creature, no matter how small, has a role. The bees, with their tireless work, ensure flowers bloom and fruit ripens. The worms, unseen beneath our feet, turn the soil, making it rich and fertile." As they spoke, a family of rabbits bounded past, their soft fur brushing against the tall grass. They paused to nibble on clover, their presence a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. "But what if the balance is disturbed?" Lyra inquired, a hint of worry in her voice. "Ah," Thessel replied, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "Nature has a way of finding equilibrium. Yet it is up to us, who call this forest home, to help maintain it. Through kindness and understanding, we can keep our world in harmony." Just then, a soft rain began to fall, its droplets pattering gently on the leaves above, a soothing rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the forest. Lyra felt a sense of peace wash over her, as if the rain itself were whispering secrets of old. "Tell me of the magic in the rain, Thessel," Lyra asked, tilting her head to feel the cool droplets on her fur. Thessel smiled, his voice a gentle murmur. "The rain nourishes, it cleanses, and it binds us all together. It is a reminder of the life-giving cycle that sustains us, of the clouds that gather moisture from the seas and rivers, only to return it to the earth." As the rain fell, Thessel shared stories passed down through generations, tales of seasons past, of winters blanketed in snow and springs bursting with life. He spoke of the great storms that brought renewal and the gentle breezes that carried seeds to distant lands. Lyra listened, her heart swelling with gratitude for the wisdom of the forest, for the stories that linked her to every creature and leaf and drop of water. As the rain began to wane, the sun peeked through the clouds, casting a shimmering arc of colors across the sky, a rainbow, a symbol of hope and renewal. Lyra gazed at it, feeling a deep sense of belonging. "Thank you, Thessel," she said softly, her voice filled with the warmth of understanding. "I see now that we are all part of something much greater." Thessel nodded, his eyes filled with gentle pride. "Remember, Lyra, it is in our hearts that the true magic of the forest resides. Cherish it, nurture it, and share it with others. With a newfound sense of purpose, Lyra scampered away, eager to share the wisdom she had learned with her fellow creatures. As she leaped from branch to branch, the forest sang around her, a symphony of life and harmony. And so, in the ancient forest where magic and reality intertwined, the creatures continued their dance of life, each one a vital thread in the fabric of nature's grand design. Through the changing seasons, they lived in harmony, guided by the gentle wisdom of the old tortoise and the timeless stories of the forest. In this hidden world, where the air was sweet and the light was golden, the balance of nature thrived, a beacon of peace and wonder for all who called the forest home. And as the sun set, casting a warm glow over the tranquil landscape, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over all, as enduring as the forest itself. Story 29. Once upon a time in the serene village of Morningdew, where the sun bathed the rooftops in gentle hues of golden light, there lived a young boy named Finn. Morningdew was nestled between rolling hills and bordered by a lush forest that whispered secrets through rustling leaves. The village was known for its vibrant gardens and the sweet scent of honeysuckle that lingered in the air, creating a tapestry of colors and aromas that made it a haven of peace and tranquility. Finn was a curious and kind-hearted boy, with eyes the color of the summer sky and a heart as warm as the sunbeam that kissed the earth each morning. He lived in a cozy cottage with his grandmother, Agnes, who was known far and wide for her wisdom and gentle spirit. Agnes's stories, told by the light of a flickering fire, were filled with magic and wonder, and Finn loved nothing more than to sit by her side, listening to tales of mystical lands and daring adventures. One evening, as the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, Agnes sat Finn down by the hearth. The fire crackled softly, sending shadows dancing along the walls. "Finn," she began in her soothing voice, "there is a secret hidden deep within our forest, a secret that has been guarded for centuries." Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "What kind of secret, Grandma?" Agnes smiled mysteriously. "A hidden world, my dear, one where magic flows like a river, and where the heart's true desires can be found. But it is not an easy place to reach, for it requires a heart that is pure and a spirit that is unyielding." The next morning, with the first light of dawn painting the sky in pastel hues, Finn set out on a journey into the heart of the forest. The air was crisp and carried the earthy scent of pine and moss. As he walked, the forest seemed to come alive around him. Birds sang melodious tunes, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered encouraging words to his ears. Finn's path was illuminated by dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy above, creating a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. He followed a narrow trail, his heart alight with the hope of discovering the hidden world his grandmother had spoken of. As he ventured deeper into the woods, Finn's attention was drawn to a peculiar sight. Nestled among the roots of an ancient oak tree was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer with a faint, otherworldly glow. Finn knelt down, his fingers brushing against the smooth surface of the box. With a gentle push, the lid creaked open to reveal a delicate, shimmering feather. It was no ordinary feather, for it seemed to pulse with a light of its own, casting a soft glow in the dimness of the forest. As Finn held the feather aloft, he felt a warmth spreading through him, as if the feather was whispering secrets only he could hear. Instinctively, he knew this was a key to the hidden world his grandmother had described. With newfound determination, Finn continued his journey, guided by the feather's gentle glow. The forest around him seemed to shift and change, the trees parting to reveal a path that led to a clearing bathed in silvery light. It was here that Finn found himself standing before an ancient stone archway, entwined with vines and flowers that seemed to bloom with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Taking a deep breath, Finn stepped through the archway, feeling a gentle tug at his heart as he crossed the threshold into a realm unlike any he had ever known. The hidden world was a place of ethereal beauty, where the air shimmered with magic, and the very ground beneath his feet seemed to hum with life. The landscape was a tapestry of vibrant colors. Fields of wildflowers swayed in a gentle breeze, their petals painting the earth with hues of violet, gold, and crimson. Majestic trees, their branches woven with glistening threads of light, towered overhead, their leaves whispering secrets of the ages. As Finn gazed in wonder, he noticed a figure approaching, a creature of elegance and grace, with eyes that sparkled like the stars. It was a fox, its fur a lustrous blend of silver and gold, and as it drew near, Finn felt a sense of calm wash over him. "Welcome, young traveler," the fox spoke, its voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "I am Lyra, guardian of this realm. You carry the feather of truth, a gift that reveals the heart's desires." Finn nodded, holding the feather aloft. "I seek to learn and to help those I love. My grandmother told me of this place, and I wish to understand its magic." Lyra nodded, her eyes filled with kindness. "This world reflects the purity of one's heart and the strength of one's spirit. Here, you will find answers to questions unasked and discover truths untold." As Finn journeyed through the hidden world, he encountered wonders that filled his heart with joy. He danced with the gentle breezes that carried the laughter of the flowers, and he listened to the stories whispered by the ancient trees. Each step revealed something new, and with each discovery, Finn felt his heart grow lighter. Yet, amidst the beauty, Finn sensed a quiet sadness that lingered like a shadow. It was a feeling that tugged at his heart, urging him to seek its source. Guided by the feather's glow, Finn found himself standing before a serene lake, its waters as clear as glass and reflecting the sky above. At the water's edge sat a young girl, her face etched with sorrow. Her hair flowed like a river of midnight, and her eyes, though filled with tears, held a spark of hope. "Hello," Finn greeted gently, taking a seat beside her. "My name is Finn. What troubles you?" The girl looked up, her eyes meeting his. "I am Arya," she replied softly. "This world is my home, but a shadow has fallen upon it, and my heart aches for the beauty that fades." Finn listened with empathy, his heart reaching out to hers. "How can we bring the light back?" Arya smiled, a glimmer of hope flickering in her eyes. "The shadow resides within the Veil of Whispers, a place where fears take form. Only by facing them can the light be restored." Together, Finn and Arya set forth on a journey to the Veil of Whispers, their spirits intertwined by a shared purpose. The path led them through meadows that shimmered in the twilight, and across streams that sang with the voices of ancient spirits. As they neared the veil, the air grew cooler, and the light dimmed, casting long shadows across their path. Finn felt a shiver run down his spine, yet Arya's presence beside him was a comfort, her courage inspiring him to press on. The Veil of Whispers was a place of swirling mists and half-heard voices, where echoes of doubt and fear lingered like ghosts. Finn felt the weight of his own worries pressing upon him, yet he held the feather of truth close, its light a beacon in the darkness. Arya's voice broke through the silence. "We must face our fears, Finn, and let the truth guide us." Finn nodded, taking a deep breath as he stepped into the heart of the veil. The mist swirled around him, and he saw shadows of his deepest fears, of failure, of loss, of not being enough. Each fear loomed large, yet as he held the feather aloft, its light pierced the darkness, revealing the truth of his heart. "I am enough," Finn whispered, his voice steady and sure. "I can learn, I can grow, and my heart is filled with love." Beside him, Arya faced her own fears, her courage a shining light in the gloom. Together, they stood strong, their hearts united by a bond that defied the shadows. As the mists began to lift, the darkness gave way to light, and the Veil of Whispers dissolved into the ether, leaving only the gentle warmth of the sun upon their faces. The hidden world around them blossomed anew, vibrant and alive, and the shadow that had lingered was banished by the light of truth and friendship. Finn and Arya returned to the lake, where the waters now sparkled with the colors of the dawn. The beauty of the hidden world shone brighter than ever, and Finn felt a deep sense of peace settle within him. "Thank you, Finn," Arya said, her eyes shining with gratitude. "You have brought hope back to my home, and for that I am forever grateful." Finn smiled, his heart swelling with joy. "I am grateful too, Arya. This journey has taught me the power of friendship and the strength of a kind heart." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Finn knew it was time to return to Morning Dew. With a promise of friendship and a heart full of memories, he bid farewell to Arya and the hidden world. The journey back through the forest was filled with the gentle whispers of the wind, carrying with it the scent of wildflowers and the promise of new beginnings. Finn felt a sense of transformation within him, a newfound confidence and understanding that would guide him in the days to come. When he finally reached the edge of the village, the stars had begun to twinkle in the night sky, a familiar and comforting sight. Finn made his way home, the warmth of the cottage embracing him as he stepped inside. Agnes greeted him with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with pride and love. "Welcome back, Finn. I trust your journey was enlightening." Finn nodded, settling beside his grandmother by the fire. "It was more than I could have ever imagined, Grandma. I found the hidden world, and it taught me the value of friendship and the truth within my heart." Agnes listened as Finn recounted his adventure, her heart swelling with pride at the courage and kindness he had shown. "The world is full of wonders, my dear, and you have the heart to see them," she said softly, her voice like a gentle embrace. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting a warm glow throughout the room, Finn felt a deep sense of contentment. The journey had changed him, filling his heart with a light that would guide him always. And so, in the quiet village of Morning Dew, where the scent of honeysuckle lingered in the air, Finn drifted into a peaceful slumber, his dreams filled with the wonders of the hidden world and the warmth of true friendship. The night wrapped around the village like a gentle embrace, and the stars above watched over all, their light a reminder of the magic and beauty that lay within each and every heart. Story 30. In the heart of the ancient whispering wood, where the leaves sang lilting melodies in the caress of the wind, a vibrant tapestry of life unfolded each day. The forest was a realm where sunlight danced through emerald canopies, casting dappling shadows upon the soft, moss-covered earth. Here the air was sweet with the fragrance of pine and wildflowers, and the songs of birds rose like gentle symphonies to greet the dawn. In this enchanted forest lived a community of creatures, each playing their part in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. At the center of this community was a wise old fox named Brindle. His fur was a rich tapestry of autumn hues, and his eyes sparkled with the wisdom of many seasons. Brindle was known throughout the forest for his gentle heart and his gift of storytelling, a talent he used to pass on the forest's ancient lore. One crisp morning, as the first frost began to lace the leaves with silver, Brindle gathered the young creatures of the forest around him. They nestled close, their eyes wide and bright with curiosity. The sun had just begun to rise, painting the skies with strokes of pink and gold, while the cool air carried a hint of the coming winter. "Today," Brindle began, his voice a soothing murmur like the rustling of leaves, "I shall tell you the tale of the season's dance, a story of how our forest learned the art of harmony and balance." The young creatures, rabbits with soft, twitching noses, squirrels with bushy tails, and fawns with delicate, spindly legs, listened intently as Brindle spoke. "Long ago," he continued, "the forest was a place of endless summer. The sun shone fiercely, and the trees bore fruit without pause. While this might sound like paradise, it brought challenges of its own. The streams ran dry, and the earth grew weary from the constant heat. The balance was lost, and the creatures of the forest began to suffer." Brindle paused, allowing the gentle whisper of the wind through the trees to fill the silence. The young creatures leaned in closer, eager to hear more. "It was then that the spirit of the seasons appeared," Brindle said, his voice taking on a lilting, melodic note. "A shimmering figure woven from the very fabric of time and nature, with eyes as deep as the starry night. The spirit spoke with a voice like 1,000 chimes, gentle yet full of authority. The forest must learn to embrace the dance of the seasons," the spirit declared, "for in the cycle of change lies the secret to harmony and renewal." And so, with a graceful sweep of its ethereal hand, the spirit wove a tapestry of seasons. First came autumn, with its mellow golds and russets, a time for the forest to rest and prepare for the coming cold. The creatures learned to gather food and tuck it away for leaner times, discovering the joy of sharing and cooperation. Next arrived winter, a blanket of white that covered the earth. It was a time of stillness and reflection. Beneath the snow, seeds slumbered, gathering strength for their eventual awakening. The forest creatures huddled together for warmth, learning the value of companionship and resilience. Then came spring, bursting forth with a riot of colors and new life. Buds unfurled, streams gurgled with melted snow, and the air was alive with the promise of renewal. It was a time of growth and joy, when the forest celebrated the miracle of life and the beauty of diversity. Finally, summer returned, bearing the warmth of the sun and the bounty of nature's gifts. But this time, it was tempered by the wisdom of the seasons that had come before. The forest had learned to cherish the time of abundance while understanding the necessity of change. As Brindle concluded his tale, the young creatures sat in thoughtful silence, the lessons of the spirit of the seasons etched in their hearts. They understood now that the forest's harmony depended on their ability to adapt and embrace the cyclical nature of life. The sun reached its zenith, casting a gentle warmth upon the forest floor. Brindle smiled, his eyes crinkling with affection as he gazed upon the eager faces before him. "Remember," he said softly, "we are all part of this great dance. By living in balance with the world around us, we honor the wisdom of the seasons and ensure the continued song of our beloved forest." With that, the young creatures scampered off, their hearts light with newfound understanding. As they played beneath the whispering leaves, the forest hummed with a timeless melody, a testimony to the harmony that was woven into its very soul. And so it was that, in the heart of the whispering wood, the creatures lived in peace, guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the stories of a wise old fox. The forest continued to thrive, a sanctuary of magic and wonder, where the dance of the seasons played on in perfect harmony. Story 31. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the soft rustle of leaves created a symphony of whispers, there lived a young girl named Clara. She had hair like spun gold and eyes the color of the forest canopy, deep and earnest. Clara was known in the village of Everlight for her curious mind and her kind heart. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, she would venture into the woods, her lantern casting a warm, golden glow. One crisp autumn evening, as the chill nipped at her cheeks and the stars began to twinkle overhead, Clara noticed something peculiar. The familiar path she always took was awash with tiny blue lights that flickered like fireflies but danced in patterns she had never seen before. Intrigued, she followed the trail of lights deeper into the woods, her heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and wonder. As she walked, the lights grew brighter and more numerous, leading her to a small clearing she had never come across before. In the center of the clearing stood a grand oak tree, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. At its base was an old, weathered door, half hidden by moss and wildflowers. Clara's heart beat faster. She had heard tales of magical doors that appeared only to those in need, but she had never believed them until now. Feeling a gentle nudge from the cool evening breeze, Clara approached the door. As she reached out to touch its gnarled surface, it swung open with a soft creak. Beyond it lay a spiral staircase carved from the tree itself, winding upwards and disappearing into the heart of the oak. With a deep breath, Clara stepped inside, her lantern casting curious shadows on the ancient wood. The staircase led her to a cozy room nestled in the branches of the tree. It was filled with the soft glow of moonlight filtering through the leaves. In the center of the room, a wise old owl perched on a wooden lectern. His feathers were a mix of silvery gray and soft white, and his eyes held the wisdom of the ages. "Welcome, Clara," the owl hooted gently, his voice as smooth as the night breeze. "I am Orin, keeper of the whispers of the woods. I see you have followed the trail of lights." "Yes," Clara replied, her voice a hush of excitement. "I couldn't help but be drawn to them. What are they?" Orin blinked slowly, a wise glint in his eyes. "They are the whispers of lost stories, seeking to return to the world. But something has disturbed their peaceful rest, and they have become restless, roaming in search of a listener." Clara's curiosity surged. "How can I help them find peace again?" Orin ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "There is a gentle creature who can guide you. She is a keeper of stories herself, and she resides at the edge of the woods. Her name is Luna, the silver fox. Seek her out, and she will aid you in unraveling this mystery." Thanking Orin, Clara descended the staircase, the echoes of his wisdom following her into the night. She made her way to the edge of the woods, the path illuminated by the soft glow of the blue lights. As she walked, the air grew crisp and the scent of night-blooming jasmine filled her senses. At the edge of the woods, where the trees met the meadows, Clara found Luna. The silver fox was a vision of grace, her fur shimmering like moonlight on water. Luna greeted Clara with a gentle nod, her eyes twinkling with kindness. "I hear the whispers have been restless," Luna said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "We must listen closely to understand their plight." Together, they settled on a patch of soft moss, the night wrapped around them like a comforting blanket. Luna closed her eyes, and Clara followed suit, her senses attuned to the world around her. Slowly, the whispers began to form words, soft and melodic, like a distant lullaby. They spoke of forgotten tales and lost dreams, of stories left untold and memories waiting to be cherished. Understanding dawned upon Clara like the first light of dawn. The stories are searching for a home, a place where they can be remembered and shared, but they need a listener, someone who can give them life once more. Luna opened her eyes, a warm smile gracing her features. "Precisely, dear one, and you, with your open heart and curious spirit, are the perfect listener." Clara felt a warmth blossom in her chest, a sense of purpose that filled her with joy. "I will share their stories," she promised, her voice steady and true. "I will give them the home they seek." With Luna's guidance, Clara spent the night listening to the stories, committing each one to memory. As the first light of dawn kissed the horizon, the blue lights began to fade, their restlessness soothed by Clara's promise. Returning to the village, Clara shared the stories with her friends and family, weaving them into the fabric of their lives. The tales brought joy and wonder, laughter and tears, and the village of Everlight thrived under their gentle influence. And so the whispers of the woods found their home in the hearts of those who listened, their stories forever cherished and shared. Clara became a guardian of tales, a keeper of dreams, and the magic of the whispering woods lived on through her, a gentle reminder that every story, no matter how small, has a place in the world. As for Clara, each night she would return to the whispering woods, lantern in hand, ready to listen to the whispers and weave new tales, her heart forever open to the magic of the world around her. And so the mysteries of the woods were not only solved but celebrated, bringing light and warmth to all who dared to dream. Story 32. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sun kissed the tops of towering trees and the moonlight danced sprightly across ferny undergrowth, there existed a world both hidden and vibrant. It was a place where the whispering winds carried secrets from the past, and the earth pulsed with the gentle rhythm of life itself. The forest, with its canopy a mosaic of emerald and gold, was home to creatures whose lives were intertwined with the very essence of nature. Among these creatures was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell bore the hues of the forest floor, deep browns and mossy greens. Thistle was known far and wide as a keeper of tales and a guardian of the forest's delicate balance. His days were spent wandering the soft, loamy paths beneath the trees, listening to the stories carried on the wind and the songs of the babbling brook that wound its way through the woodland. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun began its slow ascent, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange, Thistle awoke to a peculiar sound. It was a gentle tinkling, like the laughter of fairies, mingling with the rustle of falling leaves. Intrigued, he set out to find the source of this delightful melody. As he ambled along, the air was filled with the rich scent of pine and the faint sweetness of ripened berries. The forest was alive with color, a tapestry of amber and scarlet leaves underfoot, while the trees stood like silent sentinels, their branches swaying softly in the breeze. Soon Thistle reached a clearing where the ground was bathed in sunlight. There, at the edge of a sparkling pond, he discovered the source of the enchanting sound. It was a gathering of dragonflies, their wings shimmering like jewels in the morning light. They danced above the water in graceful spirals, their movements orchestrated by an invisible conductor. "Ah, Thistle!" called a gentle voice from the pond's edge. It was Willow, a wise old heron whose feathers were a soft blend of silver and blue. Willow was a friend and confidant, and she too was a keeper of the forest's wisdom. "Good morning, Willow," Thistle greeted, his voice as warm as the sunlit air. "The dragonflies are particularly spirited today." "Indeed," Willow replied, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. They celebrate the changing of seasons, for soon the frost will weave its icy lace over the water, and the pond will sleep beneath the winter's blanket. Thistle nodded, understanding the cycles of nature that brought both change and continuity to their world. The balance of the forest depends on each season's gifts, he mused, and we, its caretakers, must ensure it remains undisturbed. As the day unfolded, Thistle and Willow spoke of the forest's history, of the creatures that once roamed its paths, and the wisdom passed down through generations. They remembered how the forest had flourished through storms and droughts, always finding harmony once more. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden gust of wind, carrying with it a flurry of leaves and a distinct chill. It was as if the forest had taken a deep breath, whispering of the coming changes. Thistle's eyes sparkled with understanding. "The wind speaks of winter's approach," he said, "and with it, the need for preparation." And so, Thistle and Willow set about their tasks, spreading word to their forest friends. The squirrels busied themselves gathering acorns, the birds fluffed their feathers against the cold, and the deer sought shelter deeper among the trees. As evening fell, the forest was aglow with the fading light of day, a soft hush settling over the land. Thistle found a comfortable spot beneath an ancient oak, its gnarled branches a testament to the ages it had witnessed. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of earth and the faint tang of wood smoke from a distant fire. With a contented sigh, Thistle closed his eyes, feeling the heartbeat of the forest around him. He knew that the balance would hold, that the wisdom of nature would guide them through the winter's chill and into the warmth of spring once more. And as the stars began to twinkle above, casting their gentle light over the sleeping forest, Thistle drifted into a peaceful slumber, comforted by the knowledge that he was part of a world both fragile and enduring, a world where magic and reality danced hand in hand through the seasons. Story 33. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald hills and shimmering streams, the residents lived simple, harmonious lives. Cobblestone paths wound through fields of lavender and marigold, leading to cozy cottages with ivy-clad walls. The air always carried the scent of wildflowers and wood smoke, making every breath a comforting embrace. In one such cottage, a young girl named Clara lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her gentle spirit and deep understanding of the world's hidden wonders. Clara's days were filled with the joyful duties of village life, yet she often felt a longing for something she couldn't quite name. One misty morning, as the sun reached over the hilltops, Clara found herself exploring her grandmother's attic, a place of whispers and dust motes dancing in the filtered light. Among the forgotten treasures and time-worn trinkets, her gaze fell upon an ordinary-looking teapot, its surface a mosaic of chipped blue and white porcelain. Curiosity twinkling in her eyes, Clara lifted the teapot, its weight solid and reassuring in her hands. As she tipped it gently, expecting the hollow sound of emptiness, a soft golden glow seeped from the spout. Startled, she set it down quickly, watching in awe as the light coalesced into a small, shimmering figure, a teapot spirit named Whimsy. "Greetings, dear Clara," Whimsy chimed, its voice melodic and warm. "I am the keeper of simple secrets and small wonders. You have awakened me, and I am at your service." Clara's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. "What can you do?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Whimsy smiled, a gleam of mischief in its eyes. "I can show you the magic in the mundane and lead you on a journey of discovery, but first you must trust in the enchantment of the everyday." With Whimsy's guidance, Clara embarked on an adventure that began at her doorstep. Each day, she discovered wonders she had once overlooked, the symphony of the morning birds, the dance of light on the stream, and the stories etched into the bark of the old willow tree by the pond. On this journey, Clara was joined by a quartet of delightful companions. First was Tilly, a sprightly squirrel with a penchant for acorns and riddles. Her laughter was a tinkling melody that echoed through the trees. Next was Barnaby, a wise old tortoise who moved slowly but thought deeply, his eyes shimmering with ancient knowledge. Then came Pippa, a mischievous field mouse with a heart as big as her curiosity. And finally Hoot, an owl whose feathered wisdom and gentle hoots offered guidance on starlit nights. Together they ventured beyond the boundaries of Willowbrook, discovering hidden glens and secret grottos, each with its own tale to tell. Clara learned to hear the whispers of the wind and to read the stories written in the clouds. The world seemed to unfurl before her like a tapestry woven with threads of wonder. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in hues of rose and amber, Clara and her friends found themselves at the edge of a mysterious forest glade. At its heart stood an ancient oak, its branches spreading like arms embracing the sky. Beneath its boughs lay a puzzle, a circle of stones, each etched with a unique symbol. "This is the Circle of Echoes," Barnaby rumbled, his voice as deep as the earth itself. "It holds the wisdom of ages, but only those with open hearts can hear its message." Clara knelt beside the stones, her fingers tracing their cool, smooth surfaces. "What must I do?" she asked, feeling the weight of the moment. "Listen," Hoot advised softly, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. "Listen with your heart." Closing her eyes, Clara let the world around her fade into a gentle hum. Gradually she began to hear faint echoes, like the distant call of a forgotten song. As she listened, the echoes grew clearer, weaving a tale of love and unity, of courage and kindness. In that moment, Clara understood that the true magic of the world lay not in grand gestures or mighty spells, but in the everyday connections that bound all living things. It was a lesson of simplicity and grace, taught by the stones, whispered by the breeze, and echoed by her own heart. With newfound wisdom, Clara and her companions returned to Willowbrook, where she shared her adventures and insights with her grandmother and the villagers. Her story sparked a gentle awakening in those who listened, inspiring them to see their world with fresh eyes and open hearts. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Clara grew into a woman of great kindness and wisdom, her life a testament to the magic found in the ordinary. The teapot, with its guardian spirit, remained on her shelf, a cherished reminder of her journey. And so, in the warm glow of the hearth, surrounded by friends and family, Clara would often recount her tale, her voice a soothing melody that lulled listeners into peaceful dreams. For she knew that the secret to a life well lived lay not in seeking greatness, but in embracing the beauty of the simple, wondrous world around her. And thus, as the fire flickered and the stars twinkled overhead, the village of Willowbrook slumbered, cradled in the gentle arms of night, its people dreaming of the magic that lay just beyond their doorstep. Story 34. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, where the lush canopy wove intricate patterns of light and shadow, there existed a hidden realm known only to those who listened closely to the whispers of the wind and the rustling leaves. This was a land where creatures of the natural world lived harmoniously under the wise watch of the venerable oak, an ancient tree whose gnarled branches cradled the secrets of centuries. In this enchanted forest, the creatures were not ordinary. They were guardians of the seasons, each playing a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of their world. The air was filled with a chorus of chirps, croaks, and rustles, creating a symphony that resonated with the heartbeat of the earth. Among these guardians was Fern, a gentle deer with eyes as deep and wise as the forest itself. Fern had a coat that shimmered with the hues of autumn leaves, a testament to her role in guiding the forest through the gilded transition from summer to winter. She was beloved by all for her kindness and the gentle wisdom she shared. One crisp morning, when the mist curled like soft wool around the forest floor, Fern awoke to the vibrant calls of the wind. It carried a message from the distant mountains, a message of change. The seasons were shifting, but something was amiss. The air was heavier, as if the balance of nature was teetering on a precarious edge. With a heart full of purpose, Fern set out to consult with the wise oak. As she trotted through the forest, her hooves whispered across the blanket of fallen leaves, and her presence was acknowledged by the rustle of squirrels gathering acorns and the flutter of birds weaving nests. Upon reaching the ancient oak, Fern bowed her head in respect. The oak's bark was rugged and furrowed, like an old, wise face etched with lines of experience. Its voice was a deep rumble, a sound that resonated from the roots to the very tips of its branches. "Dear Fern, what brings you to the heart of the forest on this fine morning?" Fern explained the unease she felt in the air and the message carried by the wind. The oak listened patiently, its leaves rustling thoughtfully. "Ah, my dear," it said, "the balance of our world indeed faces a challenge. The harmony of seasons has been disturbed by the loss of the north wind's song. Without it, winter may not find its way to us in time." Fern's heart ached at the thought of a forest without the soft blanket of snow or the crisp, clear air of winter. "How can we restore the balance?" she asked. The oak, whose wisdom was as ancient as the stones beneath its roots, advised, "Seek the counsel of the north wind's friend, the snowy owl. She roosts beyond the frosted pines, where the sky meets the earth. She holds the knowledge of the wind's whereabouts." With gratitude, Fern set off on her journey, her hooves light against the earth. The forest had donned its autumn cloak, with leaves of amber and gold swirling in the gentle breeze. The scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves, creating a tapestry of scents that was both invigorating and calming. As the day wore on, Fern reached the edge of the forest, where the towering pines stood sentinel, their boughs heavy with the promise of winter. There in the twilight, she found the snowy owl perched majestically upon a high branch, her feathers as white as freshly fallen snow, eyes gleaming with the wisdom of the ages. "Wise owl," Fern called softly, "I seek your guidance to restore the balance of our forest. The north wind's song is lost, and without it, winter cannot find its way." The snowy owl, with a voice as soft as the whisper of snowflakes, responded, "The north wind has ventured to the frozen peaks, seeking solace as it mourns the loss of its old friend, the mountain echo. To bring back its song, you must remind it of the joy and warmth that friendship brings." Fern nodded, determined to complete her quest. The journey to the frozen peaks was arduous, with the path winding through valleys shrouded in mist and over streams that sang with the melody of flowing water. Yet her spirit was buoyed by the whispers of encouragement carried by the forest breeze. After days of travel, Fern reached the frozen peaks, where the world was draped in a silent white. There she found the north wind, a figure of swirling air and frost, its presence a delicate dance of ice crystals. "North wind," Fern called, her voice gentle yet clear, "I have journeyed from the heart of the forest to remind you of the bonds we share. The forest misses your song, and without it, the seasons falter." The north wind, touched by Fern's sincerity and the warmth in her eyes, swirled closer. As it listened to Fern speak of the friendships and harmony of the forest, its heart began to thaw. The memory of laughter shared with the mountain echo filled the air, and the north wind's song began to stir once more. With a renewed spirit, the north wind swept through the peaks, gathering strength and joy as it descended back towards the forest. As it arrived, it carried with it the first gentle snowflakes of the season, blanketing the earth in a pristine white. The forest awoke to a world transformed, the balance restored. Fern stood beneath the ancient oak, watching as the creatures of the forest celebrated the arrival of winter. The air was crisp and clear, filled with the harmonious chorus of life and balance. "Thank you, dear Fern," the oak rumbled, its leaves shimmering like emeralds dusted with snow. "Your wisdom and kindness have brought harmony back to our world." From that day forward, the story of Fern's journey was passed down through generations, a gentle reminder of the power of friendship and the importance of maintaining balance in the world. And in the heart of the ancient forest, the seasons continued their dance, their rhythm guided by the wisdom and love that dwelled beneath the boughs of the venerable oak. Story 35. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered jewels across a vast, velvet night, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. It was a place where the skies blushed in hues of lavender and fields of glimmering lumiflowers swayed under the gentle touch of cosmic breezes. Luminara was known for its beauty and the peaceful harmony of its inhabitants, who were small, delicate beings called lumens, their skin glowing with the gentle light of their namesake flowers. On this serene world, the lumens lived in tranquil villages nestled between hillsides that seemed to hum with the energy of the universe itself. But in the heart of this peaceful existence, something extraordinary was about to unfold. One quiet evening, as the twin moons of Luminara began their celestial dance across the sky, a curious event disrupted the usual calm. A spaceship, sleek and silver with a luminous trail, descended from the stars. It landed softly in a meadow, its arrival announced by a gentle hum that resonated across the valley. From the ship emerged a tall, azure-skinned being from the distant planet of Zephyra. Her name was Lyra, and her eyes sparkled with the inquisitiveness of 1,000 unasked questions. The Zephyrians were known for their ethereal beauty and wisdom, yet they were often misunderstood, their serene demeanor mistaken for coldness. As Lyra stepped onto the lush emerald grass, she was greeted by a group of curious lumens, their gentle light flickering with both intrigue and caution. Among them was a particularly bright lumen named Solon, his glow a warm, welcoming yellow. Solon, unlike his kin, was always eager to discover the unknown, his heart as open as the vast sky above them. "Greetings, traveler," Solon said, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "Welcome to Luminara. I am Solon. How may we assist you on this starry night?" Lyra, with a graceful nod, replied, "Thank you, Solon. I am Lyra of Zephyra. My ship has encountered a minor malfunction. I seek refuge and perhaps some guidance to repair it." The lumens, though wary, were generous by nature. Solon, intrigued by the visitor from the stars, offered to assist. "We would be honored to help you, Lyra. Our village is not far, and you are welcome to stay with us while we find a way to fix your ship." As they walked together towards the village, Lyra marveled at the luminescent beauty of Luminara, while Solon was captivated by the tales Lyra shared of her home, where skies danced with golden winds, and the air was filled with the music of whispering breezes. However, as the days passed, Lyra found herself struggling to adapt to the lumens' way of life. Their constant light and energy were new to her, sometimes overwhelming her need for silence and solitude. The lumens, in turn, found Lyra's quiet nature perplexing and mistook it for aloofness. One afternoon, a misunderstanding arose. Lyra, seeking solace, had wandered to a quiet grove, unaware that it was a sacred place for the lumens. When she returned, the villagers were unsettled, their lights dimming with concern. Solon, wanting to bridge the gap, approached her. "Lyra, the grove you visited is special to us," Solon explained gently. "We gather there to replenish our light and spirits." Lyra, realizing her mistake, felt a pang of regret. "I am truly sorry, Solon. I meant no disrespect. In my world, solitude is how we find peace." Solon, seeing her sincerity, nodded. "Perhaps we can learn from each other. Our differences need not divide us." As the days turned into weeks, Solon and Lyra spent more time together, sharing stories, laughter, and even moments of silence, finding comfort in each other's presence. Solon introduced Lyra to the joys of their communal gatherings, where laughter echoed like the tinkling of bells, and the night sky was filled with the gentle glow of lumens dancing under the stars. In return, Lyra taught Solon the art of meditation, a Zephyrian practice of finding tranquility through breath and stillness, which the lumens embraced with openness and curiosity. One evening, as they sat on a hill overlooking the village, Lyra spoke softly, her voice carrying the weight of newfound understanding. "Solon, I've come to cherish the light you and your people share. It has warmed parts of my heart I did not know were cold." Solon, glowing brighter with joy, replied, "And I have learned the beauty of quiet reflection from you, Lyra. Together we are brighter than apart." Their friendship blossomed, an unspoken bond that transcended the differences of their worlds. The lumens, seeing the harmony between Solon and Lyra, opened their hearts wider, embracing the Zephyrian as one of their own. At last, the day came when Lyra's ship was repaired, ready to journey back to the stars. As she prepared to leave, the village gathered to bid her farewell, their lights shimmering with gratitude and affection. Solon stepped forward, his glow a gentle promise. "Lyra, may the stars guide you safely. Remember, you always have a home here, among the lumens." Touched, Lyra clasped Solon's hand, the warmth of their connection a comforting glow against the approaching night. "And you, dear Solon, have a friend among the Zephyrians. Our hearts will always be linked." With a final wave, Lyra boarded her ship, the lumens watching as it ascended into the starry expanse. As the vessel disappeared into the cosmos, a trail of light followed, a celestial reminder of the friendship that had bridged worlds. And so, under the eternal dance of the twin moons, the lumens and the Zephyrian learned that true friendship transcends the stars, a gentle light that shines brightest in the hearts that dare to embrace it. Story 36. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, and the air hummed with the songs of unseen creatures, there lay a hidden world known only to those who dared to listen closely to the whispers of the earth. This world was woven into the very fabric of the forest, where every rustle and breeze carried the echoes of past generations. On a particularly mild autumn day, when the air was crisp and carried the scent of fallen leaves, a gentle creature named Fennel, a sprightly fox with fur as russet as the autumn foliage, awoke from her den beneath the roots of a grand oak tree. The oak, ancient and wise, had stood sentinel over the forest for centuries, its branches weaving stories into the sky. Fennel stretched lazily, her eyes reflecting the deep, tranquil blue of the sky above. As she stepped out into the dappled sunlight, Fennel's senses were immediately enveloped by the symphony of the forest. The babbling of a nearby brook sang a melody that harmonized with the gentle rustle of leaves. The earthy scent of damp soil mixed with the sweet aroma of ripe berries, creating a fragrance that was uniquely verdant woods. Fennel was not alone in her hidden world. Her dearest friend, a wise old turtle named Alder, lived by the brook. Alder's shell was a mosaic of greens and browns, and his eyes held the depth of many seasons. He was known throughout the forest as a sage, a keeper of stories and secrets that had been passed down through generations of forest dwellers. On this particular day, Fennel scampered to Alder's side, eager for one of his enchanting tales. As she approached, she noticed the gentle breeze playing with the fallen leaves, swirling them into tiny eddies that danced across the forest floor. Alder, sensing her presence, turned his wise gaze toward her. "Ah, Fennel, my young friend," Alder greeted in his slow, measured voice. "What brings you to my streamside today?" Fennel settled beside him, her paws kneading the soft moss. "Tell me, Alder," she began, her voice as soft as the whispering wind, "about the magic of the seasons. How do they change, and what secrets do they hold?" Alder chuckled, a sound like the gentle clinking of pebbles in the brook. "The seasons, dear Fennel, are the forest's way of teaching us about balance and harmony. Each season brings its own magic, its own lessons." He paused, letting the sound of the brook fill the space between them, before continuing. "In spring, the forest awakens from its slumber, a time of renewal and growth. It's when the trees stretch their limbs to the sun, and life bursts forth in a riot of color and sound. The magic of spring is in its promise, the potential that lies within every seed." Fennel listened intently, her heart dancing with the images Alder's words conjured. She could almost see the vibrant greens and hear the joyous chatter of new life. "In summer," Alder continued, "the forest reaches its peak, a time of abundance and warmth. The days are long and the nights are filled with the chorus of crickets and frogs. Summer's magic is in its generosity, in the way it nurtures and provides for all who dwell here." Fennel nodded, recalling the long, sun-drenched days where she would bask in the warmth and savor the sweetness of wild berries. "Then comes autumn," Alder's voice grew softer, "a season of reflection and preparation. The forest dons a cloak of gold and crimson, and the air carries a chill that reminds us of the cycle's inevitability. Autumn's magic lies in its wisdom, teaching us to gather our strength and to cherish what we have." As Fennel gazed at the vibrant tapestry of leaves around her, she felt a profound sense of gratitude for the lessons the forest offered. "And finally, winter," Alder concluded, "when the world is hushed and the snow blankets the earth. It's a season of rest and introspection, where the forest dreams. Winter's magic is in its quietude, a reminder that even in stillness there is life and hope." Fennel sighed contentedly, feeling the truth of Alder's words settle in her heart. "Thank you, Alder," she said softly. "I see now how each season holds its own magic, its own wisdom." They sat together in companionable silence, the brook's melody weaving their thoughts together. The sun dipped lower, casting a warm, golden light that bathed the forest in a gentle glow. As the shadows lengthened, Fennel knew it was time to return to her den. She bid Alder farewell with a nuzzle, her heart full of the stories that bound them to the forest and to each other. As she padded back through the leaf-strewn paths, Fennel carried with her the wisdom of the seasons, the gentle balance that kept the verdant wood alive. She knew that no matter the challenges that might come, the forest would always provide, its magic a constant guide. And so, beneath the watchful branches of the ancient oak, the hidden world of the verdant wood thrived in harmony, a testament to the enduring power of nature's wisdom. The seasons continued their eternal dance, each step a reminder of the beauty and balance that lay within the heart of the forest. With a heart full of peace and a soul attuned to the rhythms of the earth, Fennel curled up in her den, the gentle lullaby of the forest carrying her into dreams of golden light and whispering leaves. And as the stars twinkled above, the verdant wood cradled its creatures in a blanket of serenity, promising another day of wonder and wisdom. Story 37. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly with the breeze and the moonlight painted silver patterns on the forest floor, there lay the quaint village of Elderglow. Known for its charming cottages with thatched roofs and gardens brimming with luminescent flowers, Elderglow was a place where magic seemed to float in the air like a gentle mist. In this serene village lived a young girl named Lyra. With her flowing auburn hair and eyes like pools of starlight, Lyra was beloved by all for her kind heart and curious spirit. She spent her days exploring the woods, speaking to the birds, and learning the secrets of nature from her grandmother, a wise and gentle herbalist. One evening, as the sun dipped behind the horizon and the sky turned a deep indigo, Lyra noticed something peculiar. The usually vibrant glow of the village's enchanted lanterns began to flicker and fade, casting unusual shadows that danced eerily across the cobblestone streets. The townsfolk gathered in the village square, their faces etched with concern. "Why do the lanterns dim so?" asked Mrs. Thistle, the baker, her voice tinged with worry. Old Master Rowan, the village elder, stroked his long silver beard thoughtfully. "There's a mystery here, indeed. The lanterns have never faltered before, for they are fueled by the magic of the Heartstone. The Heartstone, a precious gem embedded at the base of the ancient oak in the center of Elderglow, was believed to be the source of the village's magical energy. Its soft, pulsing light had nurtured the village for generations. Determined to solve the mystery, Lyra volunteered to investigate. "I'll find out what ails the Heartstone," she declared, her voice steady and reassuring. Armed with a satchel of her grandmother's herbal remedies and a heart full of courage, Lyra set off under the watchful eyes of the villagers. As she walked, the cool night air kissed her cheeks, and the familiar sounds of the forest, crickets chirping, leaves rustling, provided a comforting backdrop. Deeper into the woods, Lyra encountered her first ally, a small, luminescent sprite named Lumina. With wings like shimmering gossamer and a laugh like tinkling bells, Lumina was known for her playful nature and boundless energy. "Lyra, are you off on one of your adventures again?" Lumina giggled, flitting around her head. "Yes, Lumina. The village lanterns are fading, and I must find out why," Lyra explained, smiling at her tiny friend. "I'll come with you. I know these woods like the back of my wings," Lumina offered eagerly. Together they ventured toward the Heartstone. As they approached the ancient oak, Lyra noticed something unusual. The ground beneath the tree seemed disturbed, as if recently dug. Kneeling down, she ran her fingers through the soil, feeling for any clues. "Look here," Lyra pointed out to Lumina. "The roots of the oak seem to be glowing more faintly than usual." Lumina hovered closer, her tiny face scrunched in concentration. "The tree's magic is being drained somehow." Puzzled by this discovery, Lyra and Lumina circled the tree, searching for anything out of the ordinary. It was then that they heard a soft, melancholy sigh carried by the wind. Following the sound, they found a small creature nestled between the roots, a weeping will-o'-wisp. Will-o'-wisps were gentle beings, known to weep only when deeply troubled. This particular wisp had eyes like droplets of dew and a body that shimmered like morning mist. "Oh, dear wisp, why do you cry?" Lyra asked softly, crouching beside it. The wisp looked up, its voice barely above a whisper. "I was trying to mend my broken light, but I've only made things worse. I didn't mean to harm the Heartstone." Understanding dawned on Lyra. "You've accidentally drawn the Heartstone's magic into yourself, haven't you?" The wisp nodded, tears glistening like tiny stars. "I was alone and afraid in the dark. I sought the Heartstone's warmth." Seeing the creature's distress, Lyra's heart ached with compassion. "Fear not, little one, we shall help you." From her satchel, Lyra retrieved a sprig of moonwort, known for its restorative properties. She crushed the leaves gently, releasing a fragrant, silvery mist. Breathe this in, and it will help you return the magic to the Heartstone. As the wisp inhaled the soothing mist, its glow brightened, and the faint light of the Heartstone began to pulse more vigorously. The roots of the ancient oak shimmered with renewed vitality, and a soft hum of magic resonated through the air. Lyra sat back, watching with relief as the wisp's tears turned to sparkling laughter. "Thank you, kind Lyra," it said, its voice now filled with joy. With the Heartstone's magic restored, Lyra and Lumina returned to the village. The lanterns, once dim, now blazed with a warm, comforting light, illuminating the smiles of the grateful villagers. Master Rowan approached Lyra, his eyes twinkling with gratitude. "You've saved us all, dear child. Your kindness and wisdom have brought light back to Elderglow." Lyra blushed under his praise, feeling the warmth of the village's love enveloping her like a soft blanket. "It was the friendship of Lumina and the courage of the wisp that truly saved the day," she said humbly. As the villagers celebrated under the moonlit sky, Lyra felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. The mystery had been solved, not through force or fear, but through understanding and friendship. That night, as the village lay under a blanket of stars, Lyra drifted into a gentle slumber, her dreams filled with the whisper of the woods and the glow of magical lanterns. The heart of Elderglow beat strong and true, a testament to the power of kindness and the light of friendship. And so, in the cozy world of Elderglow, peace reigned once more, cradling the village in its gentle embrace, as the whispering woods sang their timeless lullaby. Story 38. Once upon a time, nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a little girl named Willow. Her home was a cozy treehouse, carefully crafted by her ever-so-loving grandparents amidst the mighty oaks and towering pines. The gentle rustling of leaves and the cheerful songs of birds filled the air, creating a symphony that lulled Willow into a peaceful slumber each night. One evening, as Willow lay snuggled in her bed, a faint glow caught her eye. It emanated from a small wooden box on her nightstand, a treasured gift from her grandfather. Curiosity piqued, she reached out and opened the lid, only to be greeted by a burst of shimmering light. Within the box lay a single acorn, but this was no ordinary acorn. It seemed to radiate a warm, golden aura. As Willow gazed in wonder, a gentle voice whispered in her ear, "This is no mere acorn, my dear. It holds the key to a world beyond your wildest dreams, a hidden realm within the very forest that surrounds you." Willow's heart raced with excitement as she clutched the acorn tightly in her hand. She had always felt a deep connection to the forest, but never imagined it harbored such secrets. Without a moment's hesitation, she slipped out of bed and ventured into the night, the acorn's gentle glow illuminating her path. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the familiar sights and sounds faded away, replaced by an eerie silence. The trees seemed to part before her, revealing a winding trail that beckoned her onwards. Willow followed, her curiosity growing with each step. Suddenly the trees gave way to a vast clearing, and Willow found herself standing before a shimmering pool of water. The surface rippled with an ethereal light, reflecting the stars above in a dazzling display. Drawn by its beauty, she knelt beside the pool and gazed into its depths. In an instant, the world around her shifted, and Willow found herself transported to a realm unlike anything she had ever seen. Towering mushrooms dotted the landscape, their caps glowing with a soft bioluminescent light. Tiny creatures scurried about, their forms shifting and changing with each passing moment. It was a world of magic and wonder, and Willow felt as though she had stepped into the pages of a storybook. As she marveled at her surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear Willow, to the realm of whimsy. We have been expecting you." Before her stood a diminutive figure, no taller than her forearm, with a kindly face and twinkling eyes. "My name is Elderberry," the creature said with a warm smile, "and I am the guardian of this realm." Willow could scarcely believe her eyes, but she felt no fear, only a sense of wonder and excitement. Elderberry explained that the acorn she carried was a sacred artifact, a gateway to the realm of whimsy, and that she had been chosen to embark on a grand adventure. "Long ago," Elderberry began, "a powerful force threatened to disrupt the delicate balance of our realm. In a desperate attempt to restore harmony, the elders of our land scattered the pieces of an ancient talisman across the four corners of whimsy. Only by reuniting these fragments can we hope to overcome the darkness that looms. Willow listened intently, her heart swelling with a newfound sense of purpose. Without hesitation, she vowed to aid Elderberry in this quest, embarking on a journey that would test her courage, her wit, and her unwavering spirit. Thus began Willow's extraordinary adventure through the realm of whimsy. She encountered wondrous creatures, solved perplexing riddles, and navigated treacherous landscapes, all the while guided by the wisdom of Elderberry and the friendships she forged along the way. In the heart of a crystalline forest, Willow discovered the first fragment of the talisman, nestled within the petals of a glowing flower. With each newfound piece, she felt her resolve grow stronger, her determination burning brighter than ever before. Yet the journey was not without its challenges. Willow found herself face to face with the very darkness that threatened to consume whimsy, a sinister force that sought to extinguish the light and wonder of the realm. In these moments of despair, it was the bonds of friendship that sustained her, the unwavering support of her newfound companions giving her the strength to persevere. And so, after countless trials and tribulations, Willow stood victorious, the ancient talisman restored and its power harnessed. With a blinding flash, the darkness was banished, and the realm of whimsy was once again bathed in the warm glow of harmony and joy. As Elderberry and the others celebrated their triumph, Willow felt a profound sense of change within herself. The once timid girl had blossomed into a courageous young woman, her eyes shining with newfound wisdom and confidence. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friends in whimsy, knowing that her time in this enchanted realm had come to an end. But as she stepped back through the shimmering pool and returned to her treehouse, she carried with her the lessons she had learned: the power of friendship, the importance of perseverance, and the knowledge that even the smallest among us can achieve great things. From that day forward, Willow walked with a spring in her step and a twinkle in her eye. The forest that had once been familiar now held a world of secrets and possibilities, and she knew that her journey had only just begun. For in the realm of whimsy, dreams had become reality, and Willow had discovered the true magic that resided not only in the world around her, but within her own heart. Story 39. Title: The Whispering Willow. In a quaint village nestled between the gentle arms of the emerald forest and the serene flow of the silver river, there stood a singular ancient willow tree. Its branches swooped low, caressing the ground as if whispering secrets to the earth. This tree was no ordinary tree, for it was known to the villagers as the Whispering Willow. Legends told of its magical abilities to reveal hidden truths and guide those who dared to listen. The village was a place where time seemed to flow like honey, slow and sweet, with cobblestone paths winding between cottages adorned with blooming flower boxes. Each morning, the air was filled with the aroma of freshly baked bread and the cheerful songs of meadowlarks. Life here was simple and peaceful, yet the allure of the Whispering Willow was an ever-present mystery that invited both curiosity and reverence. Among the villagers was a kind-hearted young girl named Anwen. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the sky after rain, she was a beloved member of the community. Anwen had a special gift. She could sense the emotions of people and creatures around her, often offering comfort with her gentle presence. Despite her warm heart, Anwen harbored a quiet longing for adventure, a desire to uncover the secrets whispered by the willow. One crisp autumn afternoon, when the sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced upon the ground, Anwen decided to visit the willow. As she approached the tree, a soft breeze rustled through the leaves, creating a melody that filled the air with an ethereal hum. Anwen closed her eyes and leaned against the sturdy trunk, feeling the pulse of life beneath the bark. "Why do you whisper, dear willow?" she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper itself. To her surprise, the rustling leaves seemed to respond, forming words that resonated deep within her heart. "Seek the hidden, find the truth," they seemed to say, urging her to embark on a journey beyond the familiar confines of her village. Curiosity piqued, and heart fluttering with excitement, Anwen resolved to follow the willow's cryptic advice. she gathered a small satchel, filling it with provisions, a loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of elderberry tea, brewed by her grandmother. As twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Anwen set off into the depths of the emerald forest. The forest was a place of enchantment, where light filtered through the canopy in a kaleidoscope of colors, and the air was rich with the scent of pine and earth. Every step Anwen took was accompanied by the symphony of nature, the gentle babble of a nearby brook, the rustle of leaves as squirrels darted from branch to branch, and the distant call of an owl preparing for its nocturnal vigil. As night embraced the forest, Anwen found herself at the edge of a clearing, bathed in moonlight. In its center stood a curious sight, a circle of mushrooms, glowing faintly with an inner light. It was said that such rings marked the entrance to hidden realms, places where the boundary between the ordinary and the magical blurred. With a heart full of wonder and trepidation, Anwen stepped into the circle. The air shimmered around her, and she felt a gentle tug at her very being, pulling her forward. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in a world unlike any she had ever known. The landscape was a tapestry of vibrant colors and fantastical shapes, where flowers sang and trees whispered in languages older than time. The sky shimmered with hues of sapphire and emerald, and rivers of stardust wove their way through valleys of crystalline grass. Anwen felt a sense of awe and belonging, as if this place had been waiting for her arrival. As she wandered through this wondrous realm, she encountered creatures both familiar and strange. A fox with fur like spun gold and eyes that sparkled with mischief trotted alongside her, offering companionship and guidance. Birds with feathers of flame and frost circled above, their songs weaving a melody of hope and mystery. Anwen soon realized that this hidden world was not without its challenges. The path was often obscured by illusions, and shadows danced at the edge of her vision, whispering doubts that sought to lead her astray. Yet with each step her resolve grew stronger, guided by the warmth of the willow's wisdom and the friendship of the creatures she met. In the heart of this magical realm lay a secret, a truth that had been hidden for generations. It was said that a crystal of pure light, known as the heart of the forest, lay buried beneath the roots of the oldest tree. This crystal held the power to heal and renew, to bring balance and harmony to the world. Anwen's journey took her to the base of a towering oak, its branches stretching toward the heavens in a majestic embrace. As she knelt to touch the earth, she felt a surge of energy, a connection to the very soul of the forest. Guided by intuition and the whispers of the willow, she began to dig, her hands moving with purpose and grace. Time seemed to stand still as Anwen unearthed the heart of the forest. It was a gem of unparalleled beauty, radiating light that danced like fireflies in the night. Holding it in her hands, she felt a profound sense of peace, a harmony that resonated through her entire being. With the crystal in her possession, Anwen knew that her journey was not yet complete. She had to return to her world, to share the gift of the heart and the wisdom she had gained. Her new friends, the golden fox and the fiery birds, accompanied her to the edge of the hidden realm, bidding her farewell with a promise that their paths would cross again. As Anwen stepped back through the shimmering air, she found herself once more in the clearing beneath the moonlit sky. The forest was quiet, save for the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of the owl. The heart of the forest glowed softly in her hand, a beacon of hope that illuminated her path. Upon her return to the village, Anwen shared her tale and the gift of the heart with her friends and family. The crystal's light brought warmth and renewal, healing old wounds and fostering a spirit of unity and understanding among the villagers. In the days that followed, Anwen often visited the whispering willow, sitting beneath its branches as the leaves sang their gentle lullaby. She knew that her journey had changed her, deepening her connection to the world and the magic that lay hidden within it. And so, in the quiet village by the emerald forest and the silver river, the legend of the whispering willow grew, inspiring generations to listen to the whispers of nature and seek the hidden truths that lay within their hearts. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Anwen's story became a cherished tale, a reminder of the power of friendship, courage, and the magic that lies within us all. and whenever the wind rustled through the leaves of the ancient willow, the villagers would pause and listen, for they knew that the whispers held the promise of new adventures and the enduring wisdom of the forest. Story 40. In a quaint village nestled between lush green hills and a shimmering, winding river, there stood a small, ivy-covered cottage. This cottage belonged to a young girl named Clara, who lived with her grandmother. Clara was a curious soul, always eager to uncover the mysteries that the world held. Her days were spent exploring the vibrant fields and whispering woods that surrounded her home, and her nights were filled with dreams of wondrous adventures. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the cool breeze, Clara set off towards the forest with a woven basket in hand. She was on a quest to find the juiciest red berries for her grandmother's signature pie. The forest was alive with the soft rustling of leaves and the gentle chirping of birds, creating a symphony of nature's own making. As Clara wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled between the roots of an ancient oak tree, was a small, wooden box. The box was intricately carved with swirling patterns and symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Compelled by curiosity, Clara gently lifted the lid. Inside, she discovered a delicate glass orb that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. The moment Clara touched the orb, a warm sensation spread through her fingertips, and a soft voice whispered in her mind, "I am the keeper of secrets. I hold the knowledge of the world within me." Astonished yet intrigued, Clara understood that this magical orb was not an ordinary object. It was a guide, a companion on a journey she had yet to embark upon. Clara shared her discovery with her grandmother, who listened with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear Clara," she said, her eyes twinkling like stars, "it seems the forest has chosen you for a special adventure. But remember, true magic lies not in the orb itself, but in the journey it leads you on." With her grandmother's blessing, Clara set off on a journey that would take her beyond the familiar woods and into lands she had only dreamed of. The orb, cradled gently in her hands, guided her path, casting a soft glow that illuminated the way. As Clara traveled, she met a host of kind-hearted companions. There was Finn, the cheerful squirrel, whose bushy tail flicked with excitement as he hopped along beside her, sharing stories of the forest's secrets. "You'll need a keen eye and a nimble spirit," Finn chattered, "for the world is full of wonders waiting to be found." Then there was Luna, a wise old owl who perched on Clara's shoulder. With her feathers as soft as moonlight, Luna offered sage advice. "Remember, dear Clara," Luna hooted softly, "wisdom is the greatest treasure you can acquire. It will guide you through the darkest of nights and the most puzzling of paths." Together, they journeyed through enchanted valleys and across sparkling streams. The orb whispered stories of ancient times and forgotten lands, filling Clara's heart with awe and wonder. Each step brought her closer to understanding the world's secrets and her own hidden potential. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and gold, Clara and her companions reached the foot of a towering mountain. This was the final destination of their journey, the place where the orb's true purpose would be revealed. The path up the mountain was steep and winding, but Clara's resolve was unwavering. With each step, she felt the orb's warmth growing stronger, as if encouraging her onward. Her friends Finn and Luna offered their unwavering support, reminding her that she was never alone on this journey. At the mountain's summit, Clara found a serene, hidden grove. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its silver leaves shimmering like stardust. This was the tree of knowledge, the source of the orb's power. As Clara approached, the orb pulsed with light and floated gently from her hands to the tree. In that moment, a soft breeze rustled the leaves, and Clara felt a profound sense of understanding wash over her. The tree spoke in a voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. "You have journeyed far and learned well, dear child. True wisdom is not in knowing everything, but in cherishing the journey and the companions who walk beside you." With these words, the orb returned to Clara, its glow now a comforting presence in her heart. She realized that the journey had changed her, not through grandiose magic, but through the friendships forged and the wisdom gained. With a grateful heart and a newfound sense of purpose, Clara and her companions began their journey home. The path back was familiar, yet filled with new insights. each step a reminder of the wondrous adventure they had shared. As they returned to the little cottage, Clara's grandmother greeted them with open arms and a warm smile. The aroma of freshly baked pie filled the air, a comforting reminder of home. Clara knew that although her journey had ended, the magic of discovery would always be with her. And so, with the orb tucked safely away, Clara drifted into a peaceful slumber that night, her dreams filled with the whispers of the forest and the promise of new adventures to come. For she understood that the world was a tapestry of secrets waiting to be unraveled, and she was ready to embrace them with an open heart. Story 41. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and moss, there existed a world unseen by most human eyes. This was a place where the whisper of leaves held secrets, and the creak of ancient trees marked the passage of time as surely as the sun's journey across the sky. On the cusp of autumn, as the canopy above transformed into a brilliant mosaic of amber and gold, the creatures of the forest prepared for the change of seasons, a time when the boundaries between the natural and the magical grew thin. Among these creatures was a wise old turtle named Tilden, whose shell was etched with the patterns of the forest, each groove telling a tale of seasons past. Tilden was the keeper of stories, a gentle guardian of the forest's ancient wisdom. As he ambled slowly across the sun-dappled forest floor, his movements were accompanied by the soft rustle of fallen leaves, a sound as comforting as a lullaby. His destination was a small clearing, a sacred place where the forest held council. Gathered in the clearing were creatures of all kinds, nimble squirrels with fur as soft as velvet, birds whose feathers shimmered like jewels in the dappled sunlight, and deer whose gentle eyes reflected the serenity of the forest. They had come to hear Tilden's tales, to draw strength and inspiration from the stories of balance and harmony. As Tilden settled into a patch of warm sunlight, the creatures quieted, their eyes fixed upon him with anticipation. "The time of change is upon us," Tilden began, his voice as smooth as the trickle of a nearby brook. "And with it comes the dance of balance, a dance we must all partake in to ensure the harmony of our home." The creatures listened intently as Tilden spoke of the magical phenomena that graced the forest with each season. He told of the spring songbirds whose melodies awakened the sleeping earth, coaxing flowers from their buds and leaves from their branches. He described the summer breezes, gentle whispers that carried the scent of honeysuckle and the promise of warmth. And then he spoke of the autumnal glow, the golden light that bathed the forest, infusing the world with a sense of peace and preparation for the coming rest of winter. "But there is one more magic," Tilden continued, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages, "a magic tied to the very breath of the forest, the balance of the seasons. It is a dance of giving and receiving, of life and rest, and it is up to us to maintain this delicate equilibrium." The creatures nodded, understanding the weight of their responsibilities. They knew that every action they took, no matter how small, played a part in the grand tapestry of life. The squirrels would ensure the seeds they buried would sprout into new growth, the birds would carry messages of change across the skies, and the deer would tread softly, nurturing the earth with their gentle presence. "Let me share with you a tale from long ago," Tilden offered, sensing the readiness in the air. A tale of a young fox named Finn, who learned the importance of balance through an unexpected friendship. The creatures settled in, their breaths mingling with the cool breeze that danced through the clearing, carrying the scent of rich earth and the promise of stories. Finn was a curious fox, with fur the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled with mischief and wonder. He lived near the edge of the forest, where the trees thinned and gave way to meadows kissed by the sun. Finn loved to explore, his agile paws leading him to secret nooks and hidden glens. But one autumn, as the leaves began to turn, he stumbled upon something extraordinary. It was a small pond, tucked away behind a curtain of willows. The water was as clear as a mirror, reflecting the vibrant tapestry of the sky and the brilliant colors of the forest. Beside the pond stood an elegant heron named Hazel, her feathers a soft blue-gray, and her eyes as deep and wise as the pond itself. "Greetings, young fox," Hazel spoke, her voice a melody that harmonized with the gentle ripple of the water. What brings you to this tranquil place? Finn, curious and unafraid, approached. I was drawn by the beauty of this pond, he admitted, his eyes flicking from the heron's graceful form to the shimmering water. I have never seen anything quite like it. Hazel smiled, her beak curving gently. This pond is a gift of the seasons, a reflection of the balance we must cherish. It teaches us that all things are connected, that each season brings its own gifts and responsibilities. Finn listened, intrigued by the heron's words. What do you mean? He asked, eager to learn. Watch, Hazel instructed softly, gesturing with her wing. Observe how the trees release their leaves, how the water mirrors the sky, how the wind carries whispers of change. Each element plays its part in the cycle of life. The falling leaves enrich the soil, the pond nourishes the creatures, and the wind prepares us for what is to come. Finn watched, his heart filling with a newfound understanding. The forest was a living, breathing entity, its rhythm dictated by the ebb and flow of the seasons. He realized that he, too, was a part of this cycle, connected to every leaf, every drop of water, every breath of wind. And so, under Hazel's gentle guidance, Finn learned the importance of balance. He learned to tread lightly, to listen to the whispers of the forest, and to respect the delicate harmony that sustained all life. As Tilden finished his tale, he looked around at the gathered creatures, their eyes bright with understanding and purpose. Remember, he concluded softly, each of us has a role to play in maintaining the balance. Together, we are stronger. Together, we can ensure the forest thrives, not just for ourselves, but for all who come after. The creatures nodded, their resolve as firm as the ancient trees that sheltered them. They understood that the magic of the seasons was a gift, one that required care and wisdom to preserve. With a gentle rustle of leaves and a chorus of soft sounds, the council dispersed, each creature carrying with it the lessons of the forest. Tilden watched them go, his heart swelling with pride and hope, for he knew that the wisdom of the forest was in good hands. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land, the ancient forest sighed with contentment, cradled in the arms of harmony and balance. The stories of old continued to echo through the trees, weaving a tapestry of life that would endure for generations to come. Story 42. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a young dreamer named Oliver. Oliver had a curious heart and a mind full of wonder. Every night, as the stars twinkled like tiny lanterns in the sky, he would gaze out of his window, imagining the world beyond the familiar fields and forests of home. One crisp autumn morning, with the scent of fallen leaves perfume the air, Oliver decided it was time for an adventure. He packed a small satchel with a loaf of bread, a flask of sweet elderberry tea, and his trusty pocket map, which had more doodles than directions. With a wave to his family, he set off toward the Whispering Woods, a mystical forest rumored to harbor secrets as old as time itself. The Whispering Woods were unlike any place Oliver had ever seen. As he stepped beneath the canopy of towering trees, dappled sunlight danced across the forest floor. The leaves rustled softly, as if sharing secrets with the breeze. Oliver felt a tingling excitement in his chest, a promise of discovery in the air. The deeper he ventured, the more enchanting the scenery became. Mossy stones lined a babbling brook, which sang a melody of its own, harmonizing with the soft chirps of unseen birds. The air was thick with the sweet fragrance of wild honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with ferns that tickled Oliver's ankles as he passed. After walking for what felt like hours, Oliver came across a glade bathed in golden light, where sat a creature unlike any he'd ever imagined. It was a periwinkle pixie, small and delicate, with wings that shimmered like iridescent moonlight. The pixie was perched atop a mushroom, nibbling on a honeysuckle blossom. "Hello there," Oliver greeted warmly, his voice gentle against the whispering wind. The pixie looked up, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Hello, traveler," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "What brings you to our enchanted realm?" "I'm seeking adventure and hoping to uncover the secrets of the Whispering Woods," Oliver replied, his heart swelling with anticipation. The pixie fluttered her wings, sending a cascade of glittering dust into the air. "You must be brave and kind-hearted to venture here. Perhaps I can help you on your quest." Oliver smiled, feeling a warmth spread through him. I would be grateful for any guidance. With that, the periwinkle pixie led Oliver deeper into the woods, where the trees grew taller and the air hummed with magic. Along the way, they encountered a troop of frolicsome fireflies, their tiny lights flickering in a joyous dance. Oliver clapped his hands in delight, the childlike wonder lighting up his face. As the forest path twisted and turned, they arrived at a clearing where a gentle challenge awaited. A brook lay before them, its waters flowing swift and silver under the dappled light. A series of stepping stones provided a path across, but they were scattered in a sequence that required balance and courage. "Do not worry," the pixie encouraged, hovering at Oliver's shoulder. "Trust in your steps, and the stones will guide you." Taking a deep breath, Oliver began his crossing. With each step, he felt more confident, his sense of balance sharpening with every leap from stone to stone. The brook gurgled below, a comforting reminder of nature's rhythm, until at last he reached the other side. "You did it!" The pixie cheered, her wings fluttering in applause. Oliver beamed with pride. "Thank you for your guidance and reassurance." Beyond the brook, the forest opened up to reveal a meadow unlike any other. The grass was a vibrant emerald, dotted with flowers in every hue imaginable. In the center stood a magnificent ancient tree, its branches stretching toward the sky like welcoming arms. "The heart tree," the pixie whispered reverently. "It holds the wisdom of the forest." Oliver approached the tree, placing his hand on its textured bark. He felt a gentle pulse, as if the tree held the heartbeat of the woods themselves. In that moment, he realized the true magic of the Whispering Woods. It was a place of connection, where courage, curiosity, and friendship intertwined to create something truly wondrous. With newfound understanding, Oliver thanked the periwinkle pixie for her companionship and wisdom. "I'll carry this day with me always," he promised, feeling a deep sense of peace. The pixie smiled, her wings aglow with a soft luminescence. "And the Whispering Woods will always remember you, brave traveler." As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Oliver made his way back to Willowbrook, his heart full of stories and secrets. He knew that while his adventure had come to an end, the spirit of exploration and the courage it fostered would stay with him forever. And so, as the stars twinkled once more above Willowbrook, Oliver lay in his bed, feeling the gentle pull of sleep. He closed his eyes, a smile on his lips, knowing that the world was a wondrous place, ready to reveal its magic to those with the heart to seek it. And as he drifted into dreams, the whisper of the woods echoed softly in his mind, a lullaby of courage, friendship, and endless possibility. Story 43. In a quaint little village, nestled between rolling emerald hills and a glistening sapphire lake, there lived a young woman named Malis. Her home was a modest stone cottage surrounded by lush gardens that whispered secrets of the earth to those who cared to listen. Malis had always been known for her gentle heart and wondrous curiosity about the world around her. Yet beneath her serene exterior, she harbored a quiet fear of change. For as long as she could remember, Malis had lived a life of comforting routines. Every morning, she would rise with the sun, its golden light spilling over the horizon like melted butter. She would meander through her garden, tending to the flowers that bloomed like brilliant jewels in the morning dew. Her afternoons were filled with weaving intricate tapestries that mirrored the vibrant hues of the landscape. But as time passed, a restlessness began to stir within her, like a soft breeze ruffling the pages of a forgotten book. One spring evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, Malis sat by the edge of the lake, her reflection rippling gently on the surface. Lost in thought, she noticed a peculiar shimmer beneath the water. Curiosity piqued, she leaned closer and saw a tiny enchanted fish with scales that sparkled like scattered stardust. The fish gazed up at her with wise, knowing eyes and spoke in a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "Dear Malis," the fish began, "you have grown weary of the sameness, yet you fear the unknown. Change, like a river, flows through all things. To embrace it is to discover the hidden wonders within yourself." Startled yet intrigued, Malis pondered the fish's words. She thanked the creature, her voice barely above a whisper, and returned to her cottage with a heart both heavy and hopeful. The following morning, Malis woke to find her garden transformed. The flowers had blossomed into an array of colors she had never seen before, each petal shimmering with an ethereal glow. The air was filled with the gentle hum of bees and the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle, wrapping her in a comforting embrace. It was as if the garden itself had come alive, responding to the shifting tides within her soul. Encouraged by this magical transformation, Malus decided to seek guidance from the village elder, an old woman named Seraphine. Seraphine's cottage sat at the edge of the village, surrounded by ancient oak trees that whispered tales of old. Her eyes, though clouded with age, sparkled with the wisdom of countless lifetimes. As Malus shared her encounter with the enchanted fish and the subsequent changes in her garden, Seraphine listened with a gentle smile. "The magic is not in the garden alone, dear Malus, but within you," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "Transformation is a journey, and each step you take will uncover new facets of who you are." Inspired by Seraphine's words, Malus began to embrace the small changes that flowed into her life. She ventured beyond the familiar paths of her village, exploring the sun-dappled forests and the whispering meadows. Along her journeys, she met new friends who mirrored the wisdom of the enchanted fish, a jovial squirrel who shared the art of finding joy in the simplest of moments, and a kindly fox who taught her the beauty of quiet reflection beneath the stars. Each encounter enriched Malus, weaving new threads into the tapestry of her being. She learned to trust the gentle nudges of her heart, allowing them to guide her toward the unknown with grace and courage. Her fear of change gradually dissolved, replaced by a deep-seated sense of wonder and appreciation for the beauty of life's ever-turning wheel. One serene autumn evening, as the world was draped in hues of amber and gold, Malus returned to the lake. The enchanted fish was waiting, its scales shimmering more brilliantly than before. It swam circles of delight upon seeing her, and Malus felt a kinship with the creature, as if they shared an unspoken bond. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice carrying the weight of her gratitude. "I have learned that change is not to be feared but embraced, for it is the path to discovering the magic within." The fish smiled, its eyes twinkling with approval. "You have found your own rhythm in the dance of life, dear Malus. Remember, transformation is not a destination, but a journey of endless discovery." With a final flick of its tail, the fish disappeared into the depths of the lake, leaving Malus alone beneath the moonlit sky. She lingered there, feeling the cool breeze caress her skin, the scent of pine and earth filling her senses. As Malus made her way back to her cottage, the world around her seemed to hum with a harmonious melody. The stars twinkled like tiny lanterns in the vast night sky, guiding her home. She knew that her journey was far from over, but with each step, she felt more at peace, more complete. And so, in the heart of the village, cradled by the hills and the lake, Malus continued to grow, embracing the gentle flow of change and the wondrous possibilities it brought. Her story, like the gentle rustle of leaves in the wind, became a whisper of hope and transformation for all who would listen. A reminder that within each of us lies the power to uncover our own magical potential. Story 44. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where the golden leaves whispered secrets to the wind, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. She was known for her tender heart and the way her laughter could light up even the gloomiest of days. Yet, despite her outward cheer, Lyra felt a restlessness within, a yearning that she couldn't quite understand. Lyra lived in a cozy cottage that overlooked the tranquil sapphire lake, where the water shimmered like 1,000 tiny stars under the moonlight. Her days were filled with tending to her garden, where vibrant blossoms of every hue flourished under her care, and sharing stories with the village children, whose eyes danced with wonder at her tales. But as the seasons shifted and the crisp air of autumn whispered change, Lyra found herself struggling with a sense of longing for something more. She felt as though she were standing at the edge of a great forest, unable to step forward into the unknown. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Lyra wandered into the whispering woods. The trees stood tall and majestic, their leaves rustling gently, as if encouraging her to listen closely. It was there, beneath the boughs of an ancient oak, that she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a tiny, sparkling brook that she had never noticed before. The brook sang a melody as it wove through the forest, its waters glittering with an ethereal light. Drawn by its beauty, Lyra knelt beside it, her reflection shimmering on the surface. As she gazed into the water, she saw not just her own face, but visions of her dreams and fears swirling together in the depths. Just then, a soft voice spoke beside her. "Water reflects what is inside, dear heart," it said with warmth. Lyra turned to see a small, luminous creature perched upon a moss-covered rock. It was a Beldara, a creature of the woods, known for their wisdom and gentle nature. Its eyes glowed with kindness, and its wings shimmered like the brook itself. Lyra smiled, feeling a sense of comfort in the Beldara's presence. "I feel like I'm caught between who I am and who I want to become," she confessed softly. The Beldara nodded, understanding. Change can be daunting, yet it is as natural as the seasons. Sometimes we must let go of what we know to discover our true selves. Inspired by the Beldara's words, Lyra visited the brook each evening, guided by its reflective waters and the gentle companionship of her new friend. She began to explore the forest, learning from its secrets and listening to the stories carried by the wind. As days turned into weeks, Lyra noticed a change within herself. The restlessness that had once gripped her heart began to fade, replaced by a quiet confidence. She found joy in the simple wonders of the world, a butterfly alighting on her finger, the laughter of children echoing through the trees, the warmth of the sun upon her face. One day, as she sat by the brook, the Beldara appeared once more. "You have grown, dear heart," it said, its eyes twinkling with pride. "What have you learned?" Lyra thought for a moment, her eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the brook. "I've learned that change is not something to fear, but to embrace. It's a journey, and each step reveals a part of who I am meant to be." The Beldara nodded, its wings fluttering softly. "Indeed, you are like the brook, ever flowing and ever changing, yet always true to your nature." With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra thanked the Beldara for its guidance and wisdom. She knew that her journey was far from over, but she felt ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. As the sun set, casting a golden glow over the forest, Lyra made her way back to her cottage, her heart light and her spirit renewed. The Whispering Woods, with its secrets and magic, had shown her the beauty of transformation and the strength that lay within. And so, in the quiet of the village, where the night was filled with the gentle lullaby of the wind and the twinkling of stars, Lyra found peace. She knew that change was not an end, but a beginning, a magical transformation that mirrored the growth within her soul. In the days that followed, Lyra's newfound wisdom spread throughout the village. She shared her experiences with her friends and neighbors, who found comfort and inspiration in her journey. Her garden bloomed more vibrantly than ever, its blossoms a testament to the beauty of embracing change. The children, too, gathered eagerly around Lyra, their eyes wide with wonder as she wove tales of her adventures in the Whispering Woods. They learned of the Beldara and the magic of the brook, and in their hearts they carried the lesson that change was nothing to fear. As the seasons turned, Lyra continued to visit the brook, her heart ever open to the whispers of the forest and the wisdom it held. She knew that the journey of self-discovery was a lifelong adventure, filled with both challenges and joys. Through her experiences, Lyra learned to trust in herself and the path she walked. She discovered that while change could be unsettling, it was also a source of strength and beauty. It was a reminder that life was a tapestry, woven with the threads of both the known and the unknown. In the quiet of the night, as she sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage, Lyra reflected on the journey that had brought her to this moment. The fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow that wrapped around her like a comforting embrace. As she closed her eyes, she felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was exactly where she was meant to be. The magic of the Whispering Woods had shown her the way, and in her heart she carried the light of transformation and the promise of new beginnings. And so, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Lyra drifted into a gentle sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the forest and the beauty of personal discovery. For in the heart of the Whispering Woods, she had found not only herself, but the magic that lay within. Story 45. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and babbling brooks, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a curious soul, her eyes sparkling with wonder at the world around her. Little did she know, an extraordinary adventure awaited her, one that would change her life forever. On her 8th birthday, Willow received a peculiar gift from her eccentric great-aunt Maple, a tarnished bronze key with intricate etchings along its shaft. This key, Aunt Maple had whispered, her voice hushed with mystery, will unlock a hidden world beyond your wildest dreams. But beware, child, for with great wonder comes great responsibility. Willow clutched the key tightly, her mind racing with possibilities. That night, as she drifted off to sleep, she dreamed of secret doorways and enchanted realms, her imagination running wild. The following morning, Willow woke with a renewed sense of purpose. She knew she had to unravel the mystery of the key, no matter what it took. With a determined gleam in her eye, she ventured out into the forest that bordered her village, the key held firmly in her grasp. As she wandered deeper into the verdant expanse, the trees seemed to stretch higher, their branches intertwining like intricate lace. The air was thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle rustling of leaves whispered secrets long forgotten. Willow pressed on, her feet following an invisible path until she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a massive oak tree with a hollow trunk, its gnarled bark twisted into an intricate pattern. Without hesitation, she inserted the key into a tiny keyhole nestled among the knots, and to her amazement, the tree began to tremble. A faint creaking sound echoed through the forest as the trunk slowly split open, revealing a hidden passageway bathed in a warm, golden light. Willow's heart raced with anticipation as she stepped through the threshold, the key still clutched in her hand. Instantly, she found herself transported to a realm like no other. A lush, vibrant world where towering mushrooms dotted the landscape and crystalline streams flowed with iridescent waters. Willow gasped in awe, her eyes wide with wonder as she took in the breathtaking scenery. As she explored this enchanted realm, she encountered a myriad of whimsical creatures. Friendly fairies with gossamer wings, mischievous gnomes who played delightful pranks, and wise old treants who shared ancient tales of days long past. One day, as Willow sat by a shimmering pool, she met a young fawn named Thistle. With his twinkling eyes and playful demeanor, he quickly became her closest friend, and together they embarked on countless adventures, exploring every nook and cranny of this magical world. However, their idyllic existence was soon disrupted by a sinister force that threatened to uproot the delicate balance of nature. A malevolent sorcerer, driven by greed and a lust for power, sought to harness the realm's magic for his own nefarious purposes. Willow and Thistle, joined by a motley crew of brave companions, a wise old owl, a loyal badger, and a feisty pixie, banded together to thwart the sorcerer's schemes. Their journey was fraught with peril, but their unwavering friendship and determination saw them through even the darkest of trials. Along the way, Willow discovered her own innate magical abilities, a gift bestowed upon her by the realm itself. With Thistle's guidance, she learned to harness the power of nature, wielding it as a force for good against the sorcerer's dark magic. In a climactic confrontation, Willow and her friends faced the sorcerer head-on, their combined might proving too powerful for his twisted spells. As the battle raged, Willow realized that true strength lies not in brute force, but in the bonds of friendship and the resilience of the natural world. With a final, defiant act, she channeled the very essence of the realm, unleashing a radiant burst of energy that banished the sorcerer and restored harmony to the enchanted world. In the aftermath, Willow stood tall, her spirit forever changed by the extraordinary journey she had undertaken. She had learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the importance of protecting the delicate balance of nature. As she bid farewell to her dear friends, Thistle presented her with a parting gift, a glowing acorn that contained the essence of their magical realm. "Plant this in your world," he said, his voice filled with hope, "and let the magic of our friendship blossom forevermore." With a heavy heart, Willow stepped back through the hollow tree, returning to the familiar surroundings of her village. But she carried within her the memories and lessons of her wondrous adventure, a testament to the transformative power of friendship and the resilience of the human spirit. True to Thistle's words, Willow planted the glowing acorn in a secluded glade near her home. Over time, a magnificent tree sprouted from the fertile soil, its branches adorned with shimmering leaves and luminous blossoms. This tree became a beacon of hope and wonder, a living reminder of the magic that dwells within and the bonds that transcend boundaries. From that day forth, Willow dedicated her life to protecting the natural world and sharing her extraordinary tale, inspiring others to embrace the magic that surrounds us all. And whenever she gazed upon the radiant tree, she was reminded of the incredible journey that had changed her forever, and the unwavering power of friendship that had guided her every step of the way. 46. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush, rolling hills and a meandering, whispering river, there lived a young girl named Clara. Willowbrook was a place where the sky always seemed to wear a gentle shade of blue, and the air was filled with the scent of blooming wildflowers. The villagers were friendly and warm, often seen exchanging smiles and stories under the old oak tree in the village square. Clara was a curious soul, with eyes the color of honey and a heart as big as the vast meadow she loved to explore. Her days were spent in joyful wanderings, collecting pebbles from the riverbank and listening to the rustling leaves, as if they were secrets shared just for her. She lived with her grandmother, a wise old woman who always seemed to know just what to say to make the world feel safe and sound. One chilly autumn afternoon, as Clara roamed the edge of the forest that bordered the village, she stumbled upon something unusual. There, partially hidden beneath a heap of golden leaves, lay a peculiar, ornate key. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, with intricate patterns swirling across its surface that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Clara picked up the key, turning it over in her hands, feeling a strange warmth radiate from its metal. A soft whisper, almost like the rustling of leaves, seemed to echo from within the key, promising secrets untold. Her heart fluttered with excitement and curiosity. Eager to discover its purpose, Clara hurried back to her grandmother's cottage. The cozy warmth of the fireplace welcomed her as she entered, the flames dancing merrily and casting a soft glow across the room. Her grandmother, seated in her favorite rocking chair, greeted her with a smile. "What have you found there, my dear?" Her grandmother asked, peering over her spectacles. "A key," Clara replied, her voice tinged with wonder. "I found it in the forest, and it feels special." Her grandmother leaned forward, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of many years. "Ah, such things often find their way to those with open hearts. Perhaps it will lead you on a journey." And so Clara's journey began. The next morning, with the key tucked safely into her pocket, she ventured back to the forest, her heart filled with anticipation. She wandered deeper than she ever had before, the trees whispering secrets only she could hear. The forest seemed alive with a gentle magic, guiding her steps along a path she hadn't noticed until now. As she walked, Clara met a pair of unlikely companions. First was Whiskers, a wise and whimsical cat with fur as soft as the clouds. Whiskers had an uncanny ability to perceive things unseen, and often spoke in riddles that made Clara think deeply. Then there was Pip, a sprightly squirrel with a quick wit and an insatiable curiosity that rivaled Clara's own. Together they formed a merry band, each lending their unique talents to the unfolding adventure. Their path led them to a clearing where stood an ancient, gnarled tree, its branches reaching up like arms embracing the sky. At the base of the tree was a small, intricately designed door. Clara felt a flutter of recognition. The patterns on the door mirrored those on her key. With a gentle hand, she fitted the key into the lock. As it turned, the door swung open with a soft creak, revealing a dimly lit passageway. The air inside was cool and carried the scent of damp earth and a hint of something sweet, like honeysuckle on a summer breeze. Clara, Whiskers, and Pip ventured into the passage, their footsteps echoing softly against the stone walls. They soon found themselves in a cavernous room filled with shelves upon shelves of dusty tomes and scrolls. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, upon which rested an ancient book, its pages aglow with a gentle golden light. As Clara approached, the book opened on its own, revealing words that shimmered like stars. To unlock the magic within, One must possess the wisdom of the heart, the inscription read. The challenge lay before them. It was not one of strength or force, but of understanding and compassion. Clara realized that the key to unlocking the magic was not the ornate metal she had found, but the kindness and empathy she carried within her. With Whisker's guidance and Pip's encouragement, Clara thought deeply about the true meaning of wisdom. She remembered the lessons her grandmother had taught her about listening to others, about seeing the world through their eyes, and about the power of kindness to transform even the darkest of days. As these thoughts filled her heart, the golden light from the book enveloped Clara and her friends in a warm embrace. The air shimmered with the gentle magic that seemed to sing a melody only they could hear. When the light faded, the room had transformed, revealing a lush, hidden garden filled with flowers of every hue, their petals brushing against Clara's cheeks like a tender caress. This secret garden was a place of peace and beauty, a reward for those who journeyed with open hearts and minds. It was a sanctuary where Clara, Whiskers, and Pip could return whenever they needed solace or inspiration. With the journey behind them, Clara and her companions made their way back to Willowbrook, their hearts filled with the gentle magic of newfound wisdom and friendship. They understood now that the true enchantment lay not in the key or the hidden garden, but in the journey itself and the bonds they had forged along the way. Back in the warmth of her grandmother's cottage, with the fire crackling softly and the scent of freshly baked bread filling the air, Clara shared her adventure. Her grandmother listened with a smile, her eyes glistening with pride and joy. As Clara snuggled into bed that night, the key resting under her pillow, she felt a deep sense of contentment. She knew that wherever her adventures might lead, she would carry with her the magic of wisdom and friendship, lighting her path in the darkest of times. And so, under the gentle glow of moonlight spilling through her window, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the warm, comforting embrace of the world she had come to know and love. Story 47. In the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the streams sang gentle lullabies, there was a small, hidden world that very few had ever seen. This world lay nestled within the folds of the forest, shielded by a thick canopy of emerald leaves and guarded by a chorus of chirping crickets and rustling leaves. It was a realm where magic breathed in every flower and danced on every breeze, a place known to its inhabitants as the Val of Luminara. Among these inhabitants was a gentle creature named Finn, a small, tawny-furred fox with eyes as bright as polished amber. Finn was known throughout the Vale for his kind heart and his insatiable curiosity. Every morning, as the first light of dawn bathed the forest in a golden glow, Finn would embark on his daily explorations, eager to discover the hidden wonders of his world. One particular morning, as the sun cast its first rays across the dew-kissed leaves, Finn sensed something different in the air. There was a soft, shimmering light filtering through the trees, unlike anything he had seen before. Driven by a mixture of intrigue and adventure, Finn padded silently through the underbrush, following the path of twinkling light that beckoned him deeper into the forest. The light led Finn to a secluded glade, where the trees parted to reveal a small, crystal-clear pond. The surface of the water mirrored the sky, capturing the hues of dawn in its tranquil embrace. But what caught Finn's attention was not the pond itself, but a peculiar object resting on its edge. It was a small, ornate box, intricately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the sunlight. Finn approached the box with cautious curiosity. As he nudged it open with his snout, a soft, radiant light spilled out, enveloping him in a gentle glow. Inside the box lay a single delicate feather, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. It was a feather unlike any Finn had ever seen, a feather imbued with magic. As Finn gazed at the feather, he felt a warm, comforting sensation wash over him, as if the feather were whispering secrets of the forest and the world beyond. He realized this was no ordinary feather. It was a key to a hidden world that lay beyond the boundaries of what he knew. Drawn by the feather's mysterious allure, Finn gently took it in his mouth and began his journey beyond the familiar paths of the Vale. The feather seemed to guide him, its magic weaving a path through the forest, leading him to places he had never dared to explore. As he ventured deeper into the forest, Finn discovered a world teeming with life and wonder. He encountered flowers that sang soft melodies, trees that whispered ancient stories, and streams that sparkled with laughter. With each step, the feather seemed to unlock new secrets, revealing a hidden world within the natural environment that was as enchanting as it was mysterious. One day, as Finn followed a gentle stream that wound its way through the forest, he met a peculiar creature perched on a moss-covered rock. It was a small, ethereal being with gossamer wings and a mischievous twinkle in her eyes. Her name was Lyra, and she was a sprite, a guardian of the hidden world that Finn had stumbled upon. Lyra was as curious about Finn as he was about her, and soon a friendship blossomed between them, defying the expectations of their kind. While foxes and sprites lived in harmony, they rarely interacted so closely. Yet Finn and Lyra found in each other a kindred spirit, both eager to learn and explore the wonders of their world. Together, Finn and Lyra embarked on many adventures, guided by the magic of the feather. They discovered secret groves where the trees bloomed with luminescent flowers, caverns that echoed with the songs of ancient beings, and meadows where the stars seemed to touch the earth. With each new discovery, their friendship grew stronger, rooted in trust and shared wonder. One evening, as they sat beneath a starlit sky, Lyra turned to Finn, her eyes reflecting the twinkling lights above. "Finn," she said softly, "this feather of yours, it holds great power. But with power comes responsibility. We must use it wisely to protect our world and those we love." Finn nodded, understanding the weight of her words. He realized that the feather was more than just a key to adventure. It was a symbol of the bond between him and Lyra, and a reminder of the beauty and fragility of their world. But as their adventures continued, so did the challenges. One day, as they explored a dense, shadowy part of the forest, they stumbled upon a mysterious mist that seemed to drain the color and life from everything it touched. The once vibrant greens of the forest turned to dull grays, and the cheerful songs of the birds fell silent. Concerned, Finn and Lyra knew they had to act quickly to save their beloved vale. With the feather's magic, they traced the source of the mist to a hidden cavern deep within the forest, where they discovered a creature in distress, a great ancient owl named Alder, whose sadness had manifested as the mist that now threatened their world. Alder, once a guardian of the forest, had lost his ability to fly and see the beauty of his surroundings. His heart, heavy with sorrow, had unwittingly cast the mist upon the vale. Finn and Lyra approached him gently, their hearts filled with compassion and understanding. "Dear Alder," Lyra spoke softly, her voice like a soothing melody, "we wish to help you. Please, tell us your story." With a voice like rustling leaves, Alder recounted how he had once soared through the skies, watching over the forest, until a great storm had stolen his sight and his ability to fly. Since then, he had withdrawn into the cavern, his sorrow growing into the mist that now threatened the vale. Finn and Lyra listened intently, their hearts aching for the old owl. Determined to help, they devised a plan to restore Alder's sight and spirit. With the feather's magic and the power of their friendship, they gathered the most vibrant flowers of the forest, weaving them into a garland of colors and life. As they draped the garland around Alder, the feather shimmered brightly, infusing the flowers with its magic. Slowly, the colors began to seep back into the forest, and the mist started to lift. Alder's eyes, once clouded with sorrow, now sparkled with clarity and gratitude. With a gentle rustling of his wings, Alder took flight once more, his heart soaring as he embraced the beauty of the world around him. The mist vanished entirely, leaving the forest more vibrant and alive than ever before. Finn and Lyra watched in awe as Alder soared through the sky, his joy echoing in the wind. They realized that their journey had been about more than just adventure. It had been about healing, understanding, and the power of friendship. With Alder's return to the skies, the Vale of Luminara flourished, its hidden world revealed in all its splendor. Finn and Lyra continued their adventures, guided by the magic of the feather and the bond they shared. As the sun set on their latest adventure, casting a warm glow over the forest, Finn and Lyra sat together beneath a canopy of stars. The feather lay between them, a symbol of the journey they had undertaken and the friendship that had transformed them both. "We did it, Finn," Lyra whispered, her voice filled with contentment. "We saved our world, and in doing so, we found something truly magical." Finn nodded, his heart full of gratitude and peace. He knew that their journey was just beginning, and that as long as they faced it together, there was nothing they couldn't overcome. And so in the heart of the ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the stars sang lullabies of their own, Finn and Lyra continued their journey, their friendship a beacon of light in the hidden world they called home. As the night deepened, the forest wrapped them in its gentle embrace, a promise that as long as there were stars in the sky and magic in their hearts, their story would never end. Story 48. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a silver-threaded river, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Her home was a cozy cottage with a bright red door, covered in ivy with a thatched roof that seemed to hum with stories of old. Lyra was known for her kind heart and her curious spirit, always wandering the woods and the meadows with her faithful companion, a plump tabby cat named Whiskers. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lyra decided to explore a part of the forest she had never visited before. Whiskers trotted beside her, his tail flicking with excitement. They wandered deeper than usual, the sunlight filtering through the canopy in soft, dappled patterns. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of wildflowers, creating a symphony of nature's fragrances. As they walked, Lyra stumbled upon an old, worn path covered with vines and fallen leaves. At the end of the path stood a grand, ancient oak tree, its branches stretching wide and proud. Beneath the tree, half buried in the carpet of leaves, was a peculiar-looking box. It was small and made of polished mahogany, with intricate carvings of stars and moons on its surface. Curious as ever, Lyra gently brushed away the leaves and lifted the box into her hands. It felt warm and seemed to hum softly, a soothing melody only she could hear. Lyra carefully opened the box, and to her amazement, inside was a shimmering key, unlike any she had ever seen. It glowed with a soft, golden light, and as she held it, a sense of calm and wonder washed over her. Whiskers meowed in approval, his eyes wide with intrigue. Feeling a gentle tug in her heart, Lyra sensed that this key was the beginning of a journey, one that promised adventure and discovery. She decided to visit old Granny Willow, the village's wise elder, known for her tales of magic and mystery. Granny Willow lived in a small cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden brimming with herbs and colorful flowers. As Lyra entered the garden, she was greeted by the sweet smell of lavender and the warm, welcoming sight of Granny Willow tending to her plants. The elderly woman looked up, her eyes twinkling like the stars carved on the box. "Ah, Lyra, my dear," she said in her gentle, sing-song voice. "What brings you here today?" Lyra showed Granny Willow the box and the glowing key, recounting her discovery beneath the ancient oak. Granny Willow nodded thoughtfully, her fingers tracing the carvings on the box. "This, my dear, is a key to the Heartwood, a magical realm where the wisdom of nature is kept hidden," she explained. "Few are chosen to enter, and those who do must have a pure heart and a curious mind." Intrigued and eager to learn more, Lyra listened as Granny Willow instructed her on how to use the key. "The Heartwood is a place of wonder and learning," Granny Willow continued. "But remember, the greatest challenges there are faced not with strength, but with understanding and kindness." With Whiskers perched on her shoulder, Lyra followed Granny Willow's directions and found herself back at the ancient oak. Holding the key close to her heart, she whispered the words Granny Willow had taught her. The key responded, glowing brighter, and suddenly, the air shimmered around the tree, revealing a hidden door in its trunk. With a deep breath and a heart full of wonder, Lyra stepped through the door, Whiskers padding silently beside her. They found themselves in the Heartwood, a realm vibrant with life and color. Trees taller than any in her village towered above, their leaves whispering secrets in the wind. Flowers bloomed in hues Lyra had never imagined, and the air was filled with the cheerful songs of hidden birds. As they wandered through this enchanted forest, Lyra and Whiskers met a variety of creatures, each unique and full of character. There was Tilly, the chatty squirrel who was always sharing the latest news from the treetops, and Bert, the gentle bear with a heart as big as his paws, who loved to tell stories of the old days. The Heartwood was a place of beauty, but it also held challenges. Lila soon discovered that the vibrant colors of the flowers began to fade, a sign that something was amiss. She learned from Tilly that the Heartwood's source of life, the crystal spring, was losing its glow. Without its light, the Heartwood would wither away. Determined to help, Lila set out to find the crystal spring. With Tilly and Bert guiding her, she ventured deeper into the Heartwood, facing puzzles and riddles that required not force, but thoughtfulness and empathy. Each step brought her closer to understanding the intricate balance of this magical realm. Finally, they reached the crystal spring, a pool of clear water that shimmered like 1,000 diamonds. But the glow was dim, and the water's surface was troubled. Lila knelt beside the spring, closing her eyes and listening to its quiet murmur. She realized that the spring was speaking to her, sharing its pain and longing for harmony. With a gentle heart and a mind open to understanding, Lila whispered words of comfort and hope, promising to protect the Heartwood and nurture its balance. As she spoke, the crystal spring responded, its glow growing brighter, the water calming into a serene mirror. The Heartwood began to bloom anew, colors returning to the flowers, the trees standing tall and proud once more. Lila's heart swelled with joy, knowing she had made a difference through kindness and wisdom. As the sun set on the Heartwood, casting a warm, golden light over the forest, Lila and Whiskers returned to the ancient oak. They stepped back through the door, finding themselves once again in their own world. The box and key resting quietly in Lila's hands. Her journey to the Heartwood had changed her, deepening her understanding of the world and the gentle power of empathy. With a grateful heart, Lila returned the box to its place beneath the oak, knowing that its magic would be there for another curious soul one day. As she and Whiskers made their way home, the stars began to twinkle in the sky, echoing the patterns on the box. Lila felt a comforting peace settle over her, the kind that comes from knowing she was part of something greater, something magical. Back in her cozy cottage, with the fire crackling warmly, Lila snuggled up with Whiskers, her heart full of the wonders she had witnessed. And as she drifted into a gentle sleep, she dreamed of the Heartwood, where the trees whispered stories and the crystal spring glowed with the light of 1,000 stars, a reminder of the magic that lay in the heart of nature and the power of a kind and curious heart. Story 49. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, there lay a secret that only the whispering winds and the babbling brooks knew. It was a place where time seemed to stand still, a place where the morning dew glistened like diamonds and the evenings were painted with hues of gold and lavender. Willowbrook was renowned for its lush greenery and the enchanting melodies of its songbirds. Yet, what made it truly special was an ancient oak tree that stood majestically at the heart of the village. Its branches stretched wide as if embracing the sky, and its leaves rustled with secrets untold. This was no ordinary tree. For generations, the villagers believed it to be the guardian of their home, imbued with magic as old as the mountains themselves. It was said that beneath its sprawling roots lay a hidden world, a realm untouched by time and filled with wonders beyond imagination. Few dared to venture near, for the tree was revered and respected, a symbol of life and continuity. In this village lived a young girl named Fiona. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like the morning sun on a dewdrop, she was a curious soul, always eager to learn and explore. Fiona had a heart as big as the sky and a mind as sharp as the fresh mountain air. Her days were spent wandering through the meadows, collecting wildflowers, and listening to the stories of the old folk who spoke of the tree's mysteries. Fiona's best friend was a gentle boy named Oliver. His laughter was like a bubbling brook, and his kindness knew no bounds. Together, they shared a bond that was unbreakable, a friendship forged in the innocent fires of childhood. They would often sit beneath the great oak, whispering their dreams and hopes to the wind, believing that somehow the tree would carry their wishes to the stars. One serene afternoon, as the sun cast a warm glow over the village, Fiona and Oliver found themselves drawn to the oak tree. There was a sense of anticipation in the air, as if something extraordinary was about to happen. As they approached, they noticed a peculiar shimmer around the tree's base, a soft, inviting glow that beckoned them closer. "Do you see that, Oliver?" Fiona asked, her voice a mixture of awe and excitement. Oliver nodded, his eyes wide with wonder. "It's beautiful. I've never seen anything like it." The shimmer seemed to pulse with an energy of its own, and as they reached out tentatively, a gentle breeze enveloped them, carrying with it the scent of lavender and honey. In that moment, the world around them began to change. The colors became more vibrant, the air felt lighter, and the sounds of the village faded into a distant hum. Without a word, they stepped forward, hand in hand, into the embrace of the oak's glow. As they crossed the threshold, they found themselves in a place unlike any they had ever seen, a hidden world within the heart of nature itself. The landscape was a tapestry of verdant hills and sparkling streams, where flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, and the sky was a canvas of swirling pastels. Creatures of all kinds roamed freely, gentle deer with antlers of crystal, birds with plumage that shimmered like rainbows, and butterflies whose wings bore the patterns of the stars. It was a realm where magic was woven into the very fabric of existence, and the air hummed with a melody that resonated in their hearts. Fiona and Oliver wandered through this enchanted land, their senses alive with wonder. They marveled at the beauty around them, each step revealing new wonders and delights. And as they journeyed, they realized that the magic of this place was not just in its sights and sounds, but in the way it made them feel, connected, alive, and full of possibility. As they explored, they came upon a small, shimmering pond, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror. In its depths, they could see a radiant stone, glowing with a soft, ethereal light. Drawn to it, they knelt by the water's edge, captivated by its gentle glow. "Do you think it's important?" Oliver asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Fiona nodded, entranced. "I think it's part of this place's magic." Without hesitation, she reached into the pond, her fingers closing around the stone. As she lifted it out of the water, the world around them seemed to hold its breath. The stone was warm in her hand, and as she cradled it, a sense of peace and joy washed over her. At that moment, a figure emerged from the trees, an old woman with hair like silver moonlight and eyes that sparkled with wisdom. She wore a cloak woven from the threads of the night sky, and her presence was both comforting and awe-inspiring. "Welcome, young ones," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "You have found the Heartstone, a gift of this land and a key to its secrets." Fiona and Oliver listened, their hearts open to the magic of her words. "The Heartstone holds the essence of this world," the old woman continued. "It is a symbol of balance and harmony, a reminder that we are all connected, nature, magic, and the spirit of life." The children nodded, understanding that they had stumbled upon something far greater than they had imagined. "But the Heartstone is not just a treasure to be admired," the woman said, her gaze steady and kind. "It is a beacon of hope and a call to action. It seeks those who will protect this land and its wonders, those who will cherish the bonds of friendship and the wisdom of nature." Fiona and Oliver exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with determination and a sense of purpose. "We will protect it," Fiona promised, her voice strong and sure. "Together," Oliver added, his hand clasping hers. The old woman smiled, her face radiating warmth and gratitude. "Then you are the guardians of this realm, and with your friendship you will keep its magic alive." And so, Fiona and Oliver became the stewards of the hidden world, their hearts intertwined with the magic of the Heartstone. They returned to Willowbrook, carrying the lessons of their journey, a deeper understanding of their bond, a greater appreciation for the wonders of nature, and a commitment to preserving the harmony of their world. The oak tree stood as a silent witness to their vows, its roots entwined with the land and its branches reaching for the stars. And as the seasons turned and the years passed, Fiona and Oliver grew, their friendship a testament to the power of love and the magic of the world they had discovered. In the quiet evenings, when the village was bathed in the soft glow of twilight, they would sit beneath the great oak, sharing their dreams and hopes with the wind, knowing that the tree would carry their wishes to the stars. And in the heart of the hidden world, the Heartstone continued to glow, a beacon of light and love in an enchanted land. The story of Fiona and Oliver, the guardians of the Heartstone, became a cherished tale in Willowbrook, passed down through generations as a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and the enduring power of friendship. And as long as the oak tree stood, its roots deep in the earth and its branches reaching for the sky, the hidden world would remain, a place of wonder and beauty, forever protected by the bonds of love and the spirit of adventure. Story 50. Title: The Lantern of Lyora's Grove. In the heart of a vast, whispering forest, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels and the air was always tinged with the scent of pine and earth, there was a hidden grove known only to a few. This was Lyora's Grove, a place where the sunlight danced through the canopy in golden ribbons and the ground was carpeted with soft, velvety moss. The grove was said to be a realm of magic, a sanctuary for creatures of all kinds, and a haven for weary travelers seeking solace. At the center of this mystical grove stood a lantern, unlike any other. Its frame was wrought from silver and gold, intertwined with tendrils of ivy that seemed to be alive. Its glass panels were etched with runes that glimmered faintly even in the darkness. This was the Lantern of Lyra, bestowed with an ancient magic that could illuminate not just the path ahead, but also the path within one's heart. The legend of the lantern was shared in hushed whispers among the forest folk. It was said that the lantern would light up only for those who truly needed it, revealing truths hidden in shadows and guiding them through the labyrinth of their own fears and desires. Many had sought it, but few had found it, for the lantern chose its seekers, not the other way around. One such seeker was a young girl named Aveline, whose curiosity and kindness were as boundless as the forest itself. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed mornings, Aveline was beloved by the forest creatures. She often spent her days exploring the woods, her heart open to the wonders around her. Aveline's journey began on a crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the rustling of leaves and the songs of distant birds. She had heard tales of the lantern from her grandmother, who spoke of it with a mix of reverence and mystery. Aveline's heart beat with a gentle longing to find the lantern, not for herself, but to understand the magic that connected all living things. As she walked deeper into the forest, the familiar paths gave way to new trails, winding and enigmatic. The trees here were older, their bark thick and gnarled, as if they held secrets of centuries past. Aveline felt both a sense of excitement and a twinge of trepidation as she ventured further into the unknown. The daylight began to fade, and a silvery twilight enveloped the forest. Aveline paused to rest by a babbling brook, its waters singing a soothing lullaby. She closed her eyes for a moment, letting the gentle sounds wash over her, when suddenly she heard a soft, tinkling laugh. Her eyes snapped open, and there, perched on a stone, was a tiny creature with wings that shimmered like moonlight. "Hello, Aveline," the creature said, its voice like the rustle of leaves. "I am Lumina, a guardian of Lyora's Grove. I've been watching you." Aveline blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lumina nodded, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Of course. The forest knows those who walk with kindness and wonder. I see you've come seeking the lantern." Aveline nodded eagerly. "Yes, but not for myself. I wish to understand its magic, to see the world as it truly is." Lumina fluttered closer, her wings creating a gentle breeze. "The lantern reveals what lies within. To find it, you must first look into your own heart. Are you ready for such a journey?" Aveline took a deep breath, her resolve steady. "I am ready." With a smile that was both warm and enigmatic, Lumina gestured for Aveline to follow. They walked through the forest, the trees parting as if to welcome them. As they walked, Lumina shared stories of the grove, tales of friendship and wisdom, of creatures who had found their way through the light of the lantern. They soon arrived at a clearing where the air felt different, charged with a subtle energy. In the center of the clearing stood the lantern, its glow pulsating gently like a heartbeat. Aveline approached, her steps slow and reverent. "Place your hand upon it," Lumina instructed softly. Aveline reached out, her fingertips brushing the cool metal. As she did, a warmth spread through her, a sensation of being both grounded and uplifted. The runes on the lantern began to shimmer, casting a soft light that enveloped the grove. In that light, Aveline saw visions of her life, moments of joy and sorrow, of love and loss. She saw her grandmother's gentle smile, the laughter of her friends, the quiet moments of reflection by the brook. But she also saw the fears she had hidden away, the doubts that lingered in the corners of her mind. The lantern's light grew brighter, and Aveline felt a profound sense of understanding. She realized that her journey was not just about finding the lantern, but about discovering herself, embracing both her strengths and her vulnerabilities. As the light faded, Aveline felt a peace settle within her, a quiet assurance that she was on the right path. She turned to Lumina, gratitude shining in her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered. Lumina bowed her head, her wings shimmering in the fading light. "The lantern's magic is now part of you. Remember, it is in the darkness that we find the light within ourselves." With those words, Lumina disappeared into the night, leaving Aveline standing in the clearing, the warmth of the lantern still in her heart. She knew that her journey was far from over, but she also knew that she was not alone. The forest was her friend, and the light of the lantern would guide her, always. As Aveline made her way back home, the stars above twinkled like 1,000 guiding lanterns, each one a reminder of the magic that existed in the world and within herself. And as she walked with a newfound sense of purpose, the forest whispered its secrets to her, a gentle lullaby that promised peace and understanding. And so, in the heart of Lyora's grove, where the magic of the lantern shone brightly, Aveline's journey had only just begun, a journey of discovery, of friendship, and of a light that would never fade. The following days found Aveline with a renewed spirit, her heart tuned to the subtle symphony of the forest. She spent her mornings walking along the winding paths, her senses alive to the beauty around her, the dew-kissed petals of wildflowers, the cheerful chatter of squirrels, the gentle hum of bees dancing from bloom to bloom. News of her encounter with the lantern spread slowly through the forest folk, whispered among the leaves and carried by the wind. Creatures of all sizes, from the tiniest of ants to the stateliest of deer, would greet her with nods of respect and affection. The forest seemed to embrace her more warmly than ever before, and Aveline felt a deep connection to every living thing within its bounds. One day, as the sun cast its golden glow over the canopy, Aveline met a friend she hadn't seen in some time, a young fox named Finn, whose fur was as fiery as the setting sun. Finn was known for his adventurous spirit and keen intelligence, always eager to explore new places and solve any puzzle that crossed his path. "Aveline," Finn called out, bounding over with a playful wag of his tail. "I've heard about your journey to the lantern. How incredible!" Aveline smiled, crouching down to ruffle Finn's ears affectionately. "It was a truly magical experience, Finn. The lantern showed me so much about myself and the world." Finn's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "I wish I could have seen it. Imagine the stories we could tell." Aveline laughed softly, nodding. "Perhaps one day you will, Finn. The forest holds many wonders for those who seek them." As they chatted, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it a soft, melancholic melody. Aveline paused, her head tilting slightly as she listened more intently. It was a song she had never heard before, yet it resonated with a strange familiarity, as if it had always been there, waiting to be discovered. "Do you hear that?" she asked Finn, her voice barely above a whisper. Finn's ears perked up, and he nodded slowly. "I do. It's beautiful and haunting. Where do you think it's coming from?" Determined to uncover the source of the melody, Aveline and Finn set off through the forest, guided by the ethereal song. As they journeyed deeper into the woods, the trees grew denser, their branches weaving together to form a lush, emerald tapestry. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the scent of damp earth and blooming flowers. The melody led them to a secluded glen, bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center of the glen stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching skyward like arms in prayer. Beneath the tree sat a figure, cloaked in shadows and mystery. The figure played a delicate harp, its strings woven from silver moonbeams, and the melody flowed like a river of stars. As Aveline and Finn approached, the figure looked up, revealing a face both wise and kind, with eyes that gleamed like polished agate. The figure was an elf, one of the forest's oldest and most revered inhabitants, known for their wisdom and connection to nature. "Greetings, travelers," the elf said, their voices gentle as the song they played. "I am Elandor, keeper of this glen. What brings you to my sanctuary? Aveline bowed respectfully, her heart full of admiration. We were drawn here by your beautiful music, Elendor. It touched our hearts and guided us to you. Elendor smiled, their eyes twinkling with warmth. Music has a way of bridging worlds, of speaking to the soul in ways words cannot. I am glad it has brought you here. Finn, ever curious, stepped forward. We've been exploring the forest, following the magic of the lantern. Aveline has seen its light, and we're eager to learn more about the wonders of this place. Elendor nodded, their expression thoughtful. The lantern is a beacon of truth and illumination, a guide for those who seek to understand themselves and the world. Its light is a gift, but it is also a responsibility. Those who carry its magic must do so with compassion and wisdom. Aveline listened intently, her mind turning over Elandor's words. I promise to honor the lantern's magic, Elendor. I seek to use it to bring harmony and understanding to help others find their own light. The elf's gaze softened, and they nodded approvingly. Your heart is pure, Aveline. I sense great potential within you. The forest is in need of such light, for there are shadows that linger, shadows that seek to divide and darken. Aveline's heart tightened at the thought of such shadows, and she vowed silently to do what she could to preserve the peace and beauty of the forest. Elendor gestured to the harp, its strings shimmering in the sunlight. This harp is a vessel of ancient magic, a source of melodies that can heal and unite. Would you like to learn its songs, Aveline? They may aid you in your journey. Aveline's eyes widened with wonder and gratitude. I would be honored, Elendor. Please teach me. With a nod, Elendor began to teach Aveline the songs of the harp, each note carrying a story, a lesson, a piece of the forest's soul. Aveline listened and learned, her fingers dancing over the strings as she absorbed the music's magic. As the days passed, Aveline visited Elendor often, deepening her understanding of the harp's melodies and the wisdom they contained. She played for the forest creatures, her music weaving a tapestry of harmony and joy that resonated through the trees. Finn, ever by her side, marveled at the beauty they created together. Your music is a gift, Aveline. It brings light to the darkest corners and joy to the heart. Aveline smiled, her heart full of gratitude for the friendship and guidance she had found. It is the forest's gift, Finn. I am merely a vessel for its magic. Through their shared journey, Aveline and Finn learned that the true magic of the forest lay not only in the lantern or the harp, but in the connections they forged, the friendships they nurtured, and the love they shared. And so, the forest flourished, bathed in the light of understanding and the gentle melodies of Aveline's harp. The shadows receded, replaced by a vibrant tapestry of life and harmony, a testament to the power of kindness and the enduring magic of Leora's Grove. As the seasons turned, and the forest donned its winter cloak, the air crisp and filled with the scent of pine, Aveline's bond with the forest grew ever deeper. Her music had become an integral part of the forest's rhythm, a melody that wove its way through the trees, binding creatures and spirits alike in a dance of unity and peace. One chilly morning, as frost sparkled like diamonds on the ground, Aveline found herself drawn to the edge of the forest, where the trees gave way to rolling hills and the sky stretched unbroken to the horizon. She had a feeling that something awaited her there, a new chapter in her journey yet to be discovered. As she walked, the crisp air filled her lungs, invigorating and clear. Her breath formed small clouds that drifted away, disappearing into the morning light. The world was silent, save for the gentle crunch of snow beneath her feet and the occasional call of a distant bird. She reached the top of a hill, where the land fell away in gentle slopes, revealing a vista of breathtaking beauty. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that painted the world in shades of gold and silver. In the distance, a river wound its way through the landscape, its surface shimmering like liquid crystal. Aveline stood in awe, her heart swelling with the majesty of the scene before her. It was a reminder of the vastness of the world and the infinite possibilities that lay ahead. Her thoughts turned to the lantern and the harp, the symbols of her journey and the gifts she had received. As she contemplated these things, she noticed a figure approaching from the distance, moving with a grace that seemed almost ethereal. As the figure drew nearer, Aveline's heart skipped a beat, for she recognized the familiar form of Lumina, the the guardian of Leora's grove. "Lumina," Aveline called out, her voice carrying on the crisp air. The fairy reached her, her wings glimmering with a light that seemed to dance with every movement. "Aveline, it is good to see you," Lumina said, her smile warm and welcoming. Aveline returned the smile, her heart light. "It's wonderful to see you too, Lumina. The forest has been so alive with the magic of the lantern and the music of the harp." Lumina nodded, her expression serene. "The forest thrives because of the light and harmony you bring, Aveline. You have become a beacon for those who seek their own path." Aveline felt a warmth blossom in her chest, a deep sense of fulfillment and purpose. "Thank you, Lumina. The journey has taught me so much about myself and the world, but I feel there is still more to discover." Lumina's eyes twinkled with understanding. "The journey of discovery never truly ends, dear Aveline. There are always new wonders to explore and new stories to tell. The magic within you will continue to grow, guiding you and those around you." Aveline nodded, her resolve strengthened by Lumina's words. "I will continue to follow the light of the lantern, to share the music of the harp, and to nurture the connections that bring us all together." As they stood together on the hill, the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink. Aveline felt a sense of peace settle over her, a gentle assurance that she was exactly where she was meant to be. And so, beneath the vast, starlit sky, Aveline's journey continued, a journey of light and music, of wisdom and friendship. The forest watched over her, its ancient heart beating in time with her own, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of a kind and open heart. In the heart of the forest, where the lantern of Leora still shone with its gentle light, Aveline's story unfolded, a story of courage and compassion, of discovery and transformation, a story that would be whispered among the trees for generations to come, a gentle reminder that the true magic of the world lay within each of us, waiting to be discovered. Story 51. In a secluded village nestled at the edge of a vast, whispering forest, the sun set behind rolling hills, casting a warm golden glow over the quaint cottages that dotted the landscape. Here life was simple and content, a tapestry woven with the gentle rhythms of nature. Among the villagers was a young girl named Marin, whose curious eyes sparkled with the wonder of 1,000 stories yet untold. Marin lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her vast knowledge of herbs and the ancient tales she told by the fireside. Their cottage, surrounded by a garden of fragrant lavender and vibrant marigolds, was a haven of warmth and love. Each evening, after the sun dipped below the horizon and shadows stretched lazily across the land, Marin and her grandmother would sit by the hearth, the crackling fire casting dancing shadows on the walls. On one such evening, as the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, Marin's grandmother brought out an old leather-bound book. Its cover was worn with age, and its pages were yellowed, but the stories within shimmered with life. Marin snuggled closer to her grandmother, her eyes wide with anticipation. "Tonight," her grandmother began, her voice a soothing melody, "I will tell you the tale of the whispering wood and the magic that sleeps within." Marin listened intently as her grandmother spoke of a hidden world within the forest, a place where time flowed differently and the trees held secrets older than the earth itself. It was said that deep within the heart of the forest lay a magical object, a crystal of purest blue that had the power to reveal one's true self. Many had sought it, but few had returned, for the forest was a place of trials and transformation. Intrigued by the tale, Marin's dreams that night were filled with images of towering trees and shimmering crystals. When she awoke the next morning, the story lingered in her mind like the sweet scent of morning dew. She felt a pull, a gentle nudge, urging her to seek out the forest's mysteries for herself. After breakfast, Marin approached her grandmother, her heart a flutter of excitement and trepidation. "Grandmother," she began hesitantly, "do you think I could find the crystal in the whispering wood?" Her grandmother regarded her with a gentle smile, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light. "If that is where your heart leads you, child, then you must follow. But remember, the forest is not just a place of magic. It is a place of learning. It will test you, but it will also teach you." Determined, Marin packed a small satchel with provisions, including a loaf of fresh bread, a small flask of water, and a sprig of lavender from their garden. As she stood at the edge of the forest, the trees loomed like ancient sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets on the breeze. With a deep breath, Marin stepped into the forest, the world around her shifting to a symphony of bird calls and rustling leaves. The path beneath her feet was soft, carpeted with moss and fallen leaves, and as she walked, the air grew cooler, the light filtering through the canopy in dappled patterns. Hours passed, and as the sun climbed higher in the sky, Marin found herself in a clearing where a gentle stream babbled over smooth stones. She paused to rest, dipping her fingers into the cool water and watching as tiny fish darted beneath the surface. It was here in this tranquil spot that Marin first encountered a creature unlike any she had ever seen. A small, luminescent fox, its fur shimmering with hues of blue and silver, emerged from the underbrush. Its eyes, a deep, knowing amber, met hers with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Hello," Marin greeted softly, her voice barely above a whisper, not wanting to startle the creature. To her amazement, the fox inclined its head, as if acknowledging her presence. It trotted closer, its movements graceful and fluid, and sat beside her, its gaze fixed on the stream. "I am Marin," she said, feeling a strange sense of kinship with the fox. The fox blinked slowly, and Marin felt a warmth spread through her, as if the creature were speaking to her without words. She had heard tales of the forest's guardians, creatures that protected the secrets within, and she wondered if this fox was one such guardian. As the day wore on, Marin and the fox traveled together, the path leading them deeper into the forest. The air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the distant call of a cuckoo. Marin felt a sense of peace, as if the forest had embraced her, weaving her into its ancient tapestry. As dusk began to settle, they arrived at a grove where the trees circled around a small pool of water, its surface reflecting the colors of the setting sun. In the center of the pool, resting on a bed of moss, lay the crystal of purest blue. It glowed softly, casting a gentle light that illuminated the grove. Marin approached the pool, her heart pounding with anticipation and awe. The crystal seemed to hum with energy, a gentle thrumming that resonated within her. She reached out, her fingers brushing the cool surface, and as she did, a vision unfolded before her eyes. She saw herself, not as she was, but as she could be, brave, wise, and kind. She saw her life stretched out before her, a tapestry of choices and possibilities. The vision filled her with a sense of purpose and understanding, a clarity she had never known. As the vision faded, Marin felt a warmth in her heart, a connection to the forest and the world around her. She understood now that the journey was not just about finding the crystal, but about discovering herself. The fox, still by her side, nuzzled her hand gently, as if to say, "Well done." Marin smiled, her heart light with gratitude and newfound wisdom. "Thank you," she whispered, both to the fox and the forest itself. With the crystal's gift of understanding, Marin began the journey home, the fox accompanying her until the edge of the forest. As they parted ways, Marin felt a pang of sadness, but also a deep sense of joy. She knew she would carry the forest's magic within her always. When she returned to the village, her grandmother welcomed her with open arms, her eyes filled with pride and love. That evening, as they sat by the fire, Marin shared her adventure, her words weaving a tale of discovery and transformation. "And so," her grandmother said softly, "the forest has taught you well. Remember, my dear Marin, the magic of the world is not just in the places we visit, but within ourselves." Marin nodded, her heart full of warmth and contentment. She knew now that the journey had changed her, revealing the strength and wisdom she had possessed all along. As the fire crackled and the night deepened, Marin drifted to sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle whispers of the forest, a promise of adventures yet to come. And in the quiet of the night, the world felt at peace, cradled by the magic of stories and the simple beauty of life. Story 52. In the heart of the gentle cosmos, where stars whispered ancient secrets to one another, there existed a small, uncharted planet known as Luminara. It was a place of shimmering blue forests and valleys that sang with the wind. The air was sweet with the scent of glowing nectar blooms, and the skies were a tapestry of swirling purples and golds, painted anew with each dawn and dusk. On this planet lived a creature named Faeloria, a Luminaran, with skin that glimmered like the night sky, and eyes large and silver, reflecting the universe. Thalor was a being of light and tranquility, known for weaving tapestries of luminescent threads that told stories of the cosmos. Yet, despite the beauty that surrounded him, Thalor felt a quiet longing, a wish to know what lay beyond the familiar glow of his world. One day, as the twin moons of Luminara aligned, casting an ethereal glow over the landscape, a ship descended from the heavens. It was a sleek vessel, silver and silent, from a distant world called Terra. From it emerged a Terran named Asha, a traveler with hair the color of autumn leaves and a heart full of wonder. Asha had journeyed far, driven by a desire to map the stars and the stories they held. When Thalor first saw Asha, he was startled by her appearance, so unlike any creature he had ever known. Asha, too, found herself taken aback by Thalor's ethereal presence. His form so light, it seemed to dance with the air itself. There was an immediate misunderstanding. Thalor's luminescent form had mistaken Asha's shadows for hostility, while Asha had misinterpreted Thalor's flickering light as a sign of aggression. Their initial meeting was marked by cautious curiosity, both speaking in gestures more than words, trying to bridge the gap between their worlds. Thalor, with a gentle nod, invited Asha to follow him into the heart of the blue forest, where the nectar blooms glowed softly in the twilight. As they walked, Asha marveled at the beauty around her, her apprehensions melting away with each step. She reached out to touch the delicate petals of a bloom, only to find its glow intensifying at her touch. Thalor watched with delight, understanding that Asha's presence was not a threat, but a new light among the stars. Their days together grew into a rhythm, each learning from the other. Thalor showed Asha the art of weaving stories into tapestries, his hands moving gracefully through strands of light. Asha, in turn, shared tales of her home planet, of vast oceans and towering mountains, her voice a warm melody that filled the forest. One evening, as they sat by a small crackling fire beneath the open sky, a storm began to stir. The winds howled, and the stars hid behind angry clouds. Asha, unaccustomed to such sudden tempests on Luminara, felt a pang of fear. Thalor sensed her unease and wrapped a comforting glow around her, his light a gentle shield against the storm's fury. In the heart of the storm, they found a cave, its entrance hidden by cascading vines that shimmered with the rain. Inside, the air was cool and damp, echoing with the soft drip of water from the ceiling. They huddled close, listening to the rain's lullaby, sharing stories to pass the time. In that quiet, shared space, Asha spoke of her journey, a quest not only to map stars, but to find where she truly belonged in the vastness of the universe. Thalor, understanding her longing, shared his own dreams of the world beyond Luminara. It was in this moment of vulnerability that a new bond was forged, one of mutual understanding and unspoken friendship. The storm passed, leaving behind a world refreshed and sparkling with dew. As they emerged from the cave, a rainbow arced across the sky, its colors vivid against the azure backdrop. Thalor and Asha stood side by side, their differences now a bridge rather than a barrier. The days that followed were filled with laughter and discovery. Thalor showed Asha how to listen to the songs of the wind, while Asha taught Thalor the art of sketching constellations, their hands moving in harmony across the canvas of the night. As Asha prepared to leave, her heart heavy with the thought of parting, Thalor gifted her a tapestry woven with strands of his own light. It was a map of the stars, a reminder that no matter the distance, they were always under the same sky. Asha promised to return, her ship carrying her into the vast unknown, her heart warmed by the friendship she had found. And Thalor, standing on the glowing shores of Luminara, watched the sky, his spirit lifted by the promise of new adventures and the enduring bond of friendship. Thus, in the heart of the cosmos, under the watchful eyes of stars and moons, two unlikely companions discovered that true friendship transcends worlds, born from understanding, nurtured by kindness, and boundless as the universe itself. Story 53. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between the soft, rolling hills and the gentle babbling of the moonlit brook, lay the quaint village of Willowmere. It was a place where the sun seemed to linger a little longer, casting a warm, golden glow over the cobblestone paths and the thatched roof cottages. The air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle and the distant melody of the woodland birds. Willowmere was known for its tranquil charm and the kindness of its inhabitants. However, recently, a peculiar series of events had stirred the villagers from their peaceful routine. Each morning, as the first rays of dawn brushed the treetops, the villagers awoke to find their well-tended gardens rearranged as if by an unseen hand. Neat rows of carrots were now growing in the flower beds, tulips appeared amidst the cabbages, and the once orderly herb plots bore a medley of mismatched greens. At first, the villagers were baffled, attributing the strange happenings to the playful breezes, or perhaps the curious deer that sometimes wandered through. But as the days passed and the mysterious rearrangements persisted, a gentle concern spread through the village. Who or what was behind these nightly antics? Amidst this puzzlement, young Finn, a bright-eyed lad with an insatiable curiosity, decided to uncover the mystery. Finn had always felt at home in the Whispering Woods, often spending his afternoons exploring its hidden nooks and crannies, accompanied by his loyal friend, Luna, a wise old owl with feathers as soft as down and eyes that gleamed like polished amber. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Finn sat by the edge of the brook, pondering the strange occurrences. Luna perched beside him, fluffing her wings contentedly. "What do you think is causing all this mischief, Luna?" Finn asked, gazing thoughtfully at his feathery friend. Luna hooted softly, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "The forest holds many secrets, Finn. Sometimes they reveal themselves to those who listen with their hearts." Inspired by Luna's words, Finn decided to stay awake that night, hidden behind the thick trunk of an ancient oak, to see what might unfold under the cloak of darkness. As the moon rose high, casting its silvery light across the village, Finn watched with bated breath. The night was filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft chirps of crickets. Then, just as the clock struck midnight, a faint glow appeared at the edge of the garden. Finn blinked in surprise as he saw a procession of tiny luminous creatures flitting through the air. Their wings shimmered with iridescent colors, and their laughter was like the tinkling of distant bells. Pixies! Finn had heard tales of these magical beings, said to be as elusive as the morning mist. They danced and twirled above the gardens, carrying tiny tools and baskets filled with seeds. With a grace that seemed almost otherworldly, they began to rearrange the plants, humming a melodious tune as they worked. Finn watched in awe, a soft smile spreading across his face. The pixies meant no harm. They were simply finding joy in their nightly games, adding a touch of whimsy to the village gardens. When the first light of dawn began to chase away the shadows, the pixies fluttered away, leaving behind a garden more enchanting than ever before. Finn knew he had to share this discovery with the villagers, but he also felt a deep understanding of the pixies' playful spirit. The next morning, as the sun cast its warm embrace over Willowmere, Finn gathered the villagers in the village square. With Luna perched on his shoulder, he recounted the tale of the pixies and their nocturnal dance. The villagers listened, their eyes widening in wonder. They realized that the rearrangements were not mere mischief, but a magical gift, a reminder of the enchantment that surrounded their everyday lives. Together they decided to embrace the pixies' playful nature, leaving out small gifts, tiny bouquets of wildflowers and bowls of honey, to thank them for their artistic touch. From that day on, the gardens of Willowmere became a living tapestry, ever-changing and filled with unexpected beauty. The villagers learned to see their world through new eyes, appreciating the magic in the mundane and the joy in gentle surprises. As for Finn and Luna, they continued their adventures in the Whispering Woods, their hearts open to the wonders that lay just beyond the familiar. And each night, as the stars twinkled above, they knew the pixies were out there, weaving their magic under the moonlit sky. And so, the village of Willowmere returned to its peaceful slumber, cradled by the warmth of friendship and the gentle embrace of magic. The night whispered its secrets to those who listened, and the world seemed a little brighter, a little more wondrous, for all who called it home. Story 54. In a realm untouched by the hurried hands of time, there lay an ancient forest known as the Whispering Glade. This forest was a mosaic of towering oaks and whispering pines, their branches entwined like old friends sharing secrets. Sunlight trickled through the canopy in golden streams, painting the forest floor in dappled hues of green and gold. The air was sweet with the scent of damp earth and wildflowers, and the gentle hum of life buzzed in every corner. Within this enchanted grove, the creatures of the forest lived lives woven with magic and mystery. Among them were the thistlekin, gentle, rabbit-like beings with soft, moss-green fur that shimmered with the dew of morning. Their eyes sparkled with the luster of polished amber, and they moved with the elegance of a breeze over a meadow. The thistlekin were the keepers of the forest's wisdom, carrying tales and teachings passed down through countless generations. As the seasons turned like the pages of an ancient book, the forest would transform. In spring, the woodland burst into a symphony of blossoms, each petal a note in nature's grand melody. Summer brought lush foliage and the sweet, lingering scent of honeysuckle, while autumn draped the forest in fiery hues of crimson and gold, leaves crunching like whispers beneath gentle paws. Winter, however, cast a hushed spell over the glade, blanketing it in snow that sparkled like a million tiny stars under the moon's gentle gaze. Among the thistlekin was a wise elder named Bramble. He carried the stories of the forest in his heart, sharing them with the young ones who gathered at his feet by the light of the evening's first star. Bramble's words were like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, calming and full of wonder. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with shades of lavender and rose, Bramble began to tell a tale of the season's dance. Long ago, Bramble's voice was as soft as a lullaby. The forest was young, and the balance of nature was not yet known. The seasons quarreled, each wishing to linger longer than their due time. Spring wished to forever paint the world in blossoms. Summer wanted to shine endlessly with its golden warmth. Autumn sought to hold the world in its colorful embrace, and winter longed to keep everything in its peaceful, white slumber. The young thistlekin listened with wide eyes, their breaths held in anticipation. It was during one such quarrel, Bramble continued, that the forest began to wither. The flowers did not bloom, the fruits did not ripen, and the snow did not melt. The trees whispered their distress, and the creatures of the forest grew weary. In this time of great need, Bramble said, the oldest tree in the forest, the grandfather oak, summoned the seasons to gather beneath his boughs. He was wise and patient, his bark etched with the lines of time, and his branches reaching up as if to touch the sky. The forest around them seemed to lean in closer, as if listening to the tale themselves. The grandfather oak spoke with a voice that rumbled like distant thunder, yet calmed like the first drops of rain after a dry spell, Bramble said. He told the seasons that each of them had their own beauty and purpose, and that the forest thrived when they worked together in harmony. Alone, you are but a single note, he said, but together you are a symphony. The thistlekin nodded, understanding the wisdom in his words. The seasons agreed, Bramble concluded, to dance in harmony, each taking their turn to lead and then gracefully step aside for the next. And so, the forest was restored to its vibrant glory, each season bringing its own gifts and weaving them into the tapestry of life. The young thistlekin sighed in contentment, feeling the warmth of the lesson settling in their hearts like a cozy blanket. They understood that balance and cooperation were the threads that held the world together. As the stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, Bramble's tale came to a close. The forest, alive with the soft sounds of evening, seemed to hum with approval. The creatures settled down for the night, comforted by the knowledge that the seasons would continue their gentle dance, guided by the wisdom of the grandfather oak. And so, under the watchful eyes of the moon, the ancient forest whispered its secrets to those who listened, its stories carried on the wind, forever woven into the fabric of the whispering glade. Story 55. In a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a sparkling sapphire sea, there lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra was known for her gentle spirit and kind heart, but she often felt out of place in her own life. The village was a tapestry of vibrant colors and lively sounds, yet Lyra felt like a thread that couldn't quite find its place in the pattern. Each morning, the village awoke to the chorus of songbirds and the sweet scent of blooming jasmine. Lyra would wander the cobblestone paths, her bare feet tracing the familiar route from her small cottage to the edge of the forest. Here, the towering trees whispered secrets carried by the wind, their leaves a canopy of dappled light and shadow. Despite the village's beauty, Lyra felt a longing within her, a yearning for something undefined and elusive. She watched as others around her embraced the cycles of life, their paths clear and purposeful, while she felt as if she were standing still, watching the world spin around her. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun began its descent, casting golden hues across the landscape, Lila's feet led her deeper into the forest than she had ever ventured before. The air was rich with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the gentle rustle of the underbrush was like a soft, inviting lullaby. It was here, in the heart of the woods, that Lyra stumbled upon a hidden glade, untouched by time. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching skyward, cradling the heavens. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a small, luminescent butterfly with iridescent wings fluttering about the tree's gnarled trunk. The butterfly seemed to dance in the air, leaving a trail of shimmering dust that glinted in the fading light. Transfixed by its beauty, Lyra reached out a tentative hand, and to her surprise, the butterfly alighted gently on her palm. In that moment, a warmth spread through her, a comforting presence that seemed to whisper encouragement and hope. "Change is a dance," a gentle voice murmured from the depths of her consciousness. "It is not a thing to be feared, but embraced." Startled, Lyra glanced around, but the forest was still and silent, save for the soft rustle of leaves. The voice, she realized, had come from within. For the next few days, Lyra returned to the glade, each time greeted by the butterfly. She began to notice subtle transformations. Her senses sharpened, her heart lightened, and the world around her seemed to pulse with life and possibility. Her visits did not go unnoticed. Among the villagers were two dear friends, Rowan and Mira, who had always stood by her side. Rowan, with his steady demeanor and wise eyes, and Mira, whose laughter was like the tinkling of wind chimes, were curious about Lila's newfound glow. One evening, under a sky ablaze with stars, Lyra invited them to join her in the forest. As they followed her through the winding path, Rowan and Mira marveled at the wondrous glade and the magical butterfly that greeted them. "This place is special," Mira said, her voice a mix of awe and joy. "I can feel it." Rowan nodded, his gaze thoughtful. "It seems the forest is awakening something within you, Lyra. Something beautiful." Encouraged by their words, Lyra shared her inner struggles, her fears of standing still while life moved on without her. The butterfly fluttered around them, casting its ethereal glow, as Rowan and Mira listened with open hearts. "Change can be frightening," Rowan said gently. "But remember, it's a part of life's journey. Each step forward, however small, is a victory." Mira added, "And you're never alone, Lyra. We're here, always." With her friends by her side, Lyra felt a newfound strength blossom within her. She realized that change was not something to be resisted, but a path to discovering who she truly was. The forest and its magical inhabitants had shown her that growth was a journey of beauty and transformation. As the seasons turned, Lyra embraced each day with a spirit of adventure. She learned new skills, explored new interests, and allowed herself to be guided by the whispers of her heart. The village no longer felt like a tapestry in which she did not belong, but a vibrant masterpiece of which she was an integral part. The butterfly continued to visit Lyra, now a cherished companion on her journey. Its presence was a constant reminder of the magic that lay within change, the beauty of embracing the unknown, and the power of friendship and support. And so, nestled between the hills and the sea, the village flourished, its inhabitants bound by love, understanding, and the shared knowledge that every change, no matter how small, was a step towards becoming who they were meant to be. As for Lyra, she found peace in the knowledge that she was exactly where she needed to be, growing and transforming with each passing day. Story 56. Title: The Whispering Woods and the Gilded Compass. In a quaint village where the air was always perfumed with lavender, and the skies painted in hues of pastel blue, lived a young girl named Margot. Her days were filled with laughter, and her nights with dreams of exploration. Margot's heart thrummed with the beat of undiscovered adventures, stories whispered to her in the quiet of the night by the rustling leaves and the soft sighs of the wind. She often found herself wandering into the edge of the Whispering Woods, a mysterious forest that bordered her village. The Whispering Woods was a realm of enchantment, where sunlight filtered through a thick canopy of verdant leaves, casting emerald shadows on the forest floor. The villagers spoke of magical creatures and ancient spirits that resided within its depths, but few dared to venture beyond its fringes. Margot, however, felt an inexplicable pull towards its secrets, a gentle tug at her heartstrings that promised wonder and discovery. One late afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with streaks of amber and rose, Margot's curiosity drew her further into the woods than she'd ever dared venture before. The air was cool and tinged with the earthy scent of moss and pine. As she walked, the gentle crunch of leaves underfoot whispered a welcoming melody. Birds cooed softly from the treetops, and somewhere in the distance, a brook babbled its endless tune. It was then that Margot stumbled upon something peculiar, a gilded compass, half buried under a carpet of fallen leaves. Its surface gleamed with an otherworldly sheen, catching the last rays of sunlight. She bent down, brushing the leaves aside, and picked it up. The compass was intricately designed, with ornate engravings and a needle that spun wildly, as if alive. She felt a strange warmth emanating from it, a comforting hum that resonated deep within her. Curious, Margot turned it over in her hands, trying to decipher the symbols etched into its casing. Just then, she heard a gentle rustling behind her. Startled, she spun around to find a small, delicate creature perched on a low-hanging branch, a creature unlike any she had seen before. It had the body of a rabbit, but its ears were long and feathered, and its eyes held an otherworldly wisdom. "Hello, Margot," the creature said in a voice as soft as the evening breeze. "I see you've found the compass of whispers." Margot's eyes widened in surprise. "You can talk?" she asked, her voice a mixture of awe and disbelief. The creature nodded, a playful glint in its eyes. "I am Lyra, guardian of the Whispering Woods. This compass you've found is no ordinary trinket. It holds the power to guide you to hidden worlds and reveal secrets long forgotten." Margot's heart fluttered with excitement. "What kind of secrets?" "Secrets of the heart and soul," Lyra replied. "It can guide you to places within yourself that you have yet to discover. But be warned, it is not a gift to be taken lightly. To wield its power, you must be brave and true of heart." Margot nodded, determination shining in her eyes. "I'm ready," she said, clutching the compass tightly. Lyra smiled, a gentle, knowing smile. "Then let your journey begin, Margot. Follow where the compass leads, and remember, the greatest magic lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself." With that, Lyra leaped gracefully from the branch, disappearing into the shadows of the forest. Margot looked down at the compass, its needle now steady and pointing deeper into the woods. Taking a deep breath, she set off in the direction it indicated, her heart alight with anticipation. As Margot ventured further into the forest, the trees seemed to close in around her, their branches forming an archway that led her deeper into the unknown. The air grew cooler, and the forest grew quieter, as if holding its breath in anticipation. She followed the compass faithfully, its needle unwavering in its guidance. As the shadows deepened and the stars began to twinkle in the indigo sky, Margot noticed a soft, golden glow emanating from beyond the trees. She quickened her pace, her curiosity piqued. The glow grew brighter, illuminating the path ahead, until she stepped into a clearing bathed in a gentle, golden light. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, branches reaching out like welcoming arms. The tree seemed to pulse with a gentle, living energy, its leaves shimmering with an ethereal light. Beneath its boughs lay a small, shimmering pool, its surface as smooth as glass, reflecting the stars above. Margot approached the pool, her heart full of wonder. She knelt by its edge, peering into its depths. The water was clear, and as she gazed into it, she saw images flicker across its surface, memories of her past, moments of joy and sorrow, laughter and tears. She saw her village, her friends, her family, each image a thread in the tapestry of her life. As she watched, the images shifted, revealing possibilities of what could be, a future built on choices yet to be made. She saw herself growing older, wiser, surrounded by friends and loved ones, her heart full of happiness. She saw herself exploring new lands, discovering new wonders, her spirit ever restless and curious. The compass glowed warmly in her hand, its hum resonating with her heartbeat. Margot realized that the compass was not just a guide to hidden worlds, but a guide to her own heart, to the choices she would make and the life she would lead. It was a reminder that the journey of life was not about rushing to the destination, but about embracing each moment, each experience, with an open heart. With renewed determination, Margot rose to her feet, her heart filled with gratitude and resolve. She knew that her journey was just beginning, that there were many more adventures to be had, mysteries to unravel, and friendships to forge. She looked up at the ancient oak, its leaves whispering secrets in the breeze, and felt a deep sense of connection to the world around her. As she turned to leave the clearing, the compass glowed brighter, its needle pointing back the way she had come. Margot followed its guidance, her steps light and confident. She knew now that she was not alone, that the forest watched over her, guiding her with its ancient wisdom. The journey back to the village was filled with a newfound sense of peace and joy. The forest seemed to welcome her, its leaves rustling in gentle harmony, the air filled with the scent of jasmine and cedar. As she stepped out of the woods and into the moonlit fields, Margot felt a deep sense of belonging, as if she were a part of a grand, unfolding story. The village lay quiet and serene, its cottages nestled under the starlit sky. Margot made her way home, the compass a comforting weight in her pocket, its warmth a reminder of the adventures yet to come. She knew that the Whispering Woods would always be there, a source of magic and wonder, a place where dreams and reality intertwined. As she lay in bed that night, the compass resting on her bedside table, Margot reflected on her journey. She realized that true magic was not found in distant lands or hidden worlds, but in the connections we forge with each other and the world around us. It was found in the courage to explore, the wisdom to learn, and the kindness to share. With a contented sigh, Margot drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with starlit forests and shimmering pools, with laughter and friendship, with the promise of new adventures. And as the moon rose high in the sky, the Whispering Woods watched over her, its leaves rustling softly in the night, a lullaby of secrets and dreams. In the days that followed, Margot shared her tale with the villagers, her eyes alight with the magic of the forest. She spoke of the compass and the guardian of the woods, of the ancient oak and the pool of memories. Her stories inspired others to venture into the woods, to seek their own adventures and discover the magic within themselves. The village flourished under the influence of the Whispering Woods, its people growing kinder, more connected, their hearts open to the wonders of the world. They learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to find beauty in the everyday, and to cherish the bonds of friendship and family. Margot became a beloved storyteller, her tales weaving a tapestry of enchantment and wisdom, her voice a soothing balm to those who listened. She traveled far and wide, her journeys guided by the compass, always returning to the village that held her heart. And so the Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and magic, a guardian of secrets and dreams, its stories passed down through generations, a reminder that the greatest adventures lie not in distant lands, but within the heart of those who dare to dream. As the years passed, the village became a beacon of hope and wonder, its people united by the tales of the Whispering Woods. They learned the value of friendship and courage, of kindness and exploration, their lives enriched by the magic that surrounded them. Margot's legacy lived on in the hearts of those who listened to her stories, a testament to the power of imagination and the beauty of the natural world. The compass remained a cherished heirloom, a symbol of the journey of life, its needle guiding future generations towards their own adventures. And so, under the watchful gaze of the Whispering Woods, the village thrived, its people living in harmony with each other and the world around them. They found magic in the mundane, wonder in the everyday, their lives a celebration of the mysteries that lay within and beyond. For as long as the Whispering Woods stood, its leaves whispering secrets in the breeze, the village would continue to flourish, its people guided by the wisdom of the forest and the stories of those who came before. And in the heart of the woods, the ancient oak stood tall, its branches reaching out to the stars, a silent guardian of dreams and possibilities, a steady presence in a world ever-changing. The whispering woods and the gilded compass, a tale of wonder and discovery, of friendship and courage, lived on in the hearts of all who dared to listen. A timeless reminder that the greatest magic lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 57. In the twinkling expanse of the galaxy, where stars whispered secrets of ages past and celestial winds carried the soft hum of distant worlds, there thrived a planet known as Luminara. This planet was known for its serene landscapes where crystalline rivers meandered through emerald forests, and fields of luminescent flowers danced beneath a sky that shimmered with hues of violet and gold. From this tranquil sphere hailed a gentle creature named Seraph, a Luminian with skin that glowed softly like the moonlit sea, and eyes that held the wisdom of 1,000 nights. Seraph's world was one of peace and harmony, where every living being moved with the gentle rhythm of nature's melody. Across the galaxy, on a planet draped in the shadows of towering basalt mountains, lived a being named Zarn from the planet Korth. The Korthians were known for their robust, granite-like exteriors and their fiery spirit. Zarn, with eyes like smoldering embers and hands that could shape the hardest stone, was a stonemason who carved stories of strength and resilience into the very fabric of his world. Their paths crossed when a cosmic anomaly intertwined their fates. A mysterious energy surge had disrupted the balance of their respective planets, causing the once gentle winds of Luminara to howl with unexpected fury and the stable ground of Korth to quiver as if caught in a giant's breath. Both Seraph and Zarn were chosen by their peoples to seek the source of this cosmic disturbance and restore harmony. Guided by the stars, they found themselves aboard the Celestial Voyage, a spacecraft that gleamed like a beacon of hope amidst the endless night. Initially, Seraph and Zarn found themselves as different as the worlds they came from. Their first encounter was marked by a clash of misunderstanding. Seraph, with a voice as soft as a lullaby, found Zarn's booming laughter and forthright manner overwhelming. Zarn, accustomed to the fiery debates of his kind, saw Seraph's gentle nature as weakness. Yet as the voyage drifted through the celestial seas, they faced challenges that required them to look beyond their differences. The ship's navigation system, confused by the cosmic anomaly, led them through a field of shimmering asteroids. It was here, amidst the swirling rocks that danced like ancient spirits, that they first learned to appreciate each other's strengths. Seraph, with a mind as sharp and clear as the Luminian rivers, devised a way to map the asteroid field using the ship's sensors. Zarn, with hands that could turn rock into art, maneuvered the ship with precision that belied his rugged exterior. Together they navigated the celestial labyrinth, their disparate skills weaving together like the threads of a timeless tapestry. As the days turned into weeks, their journey was marked by shared stories beneath the ship's domed skylight, where stars twinkled like distant campfires. Seraph spoke of the gentle creatures of Luminara, while Zarn shared tales of Korthian festivals where the ground trembled with the dance of his people. Through these stories, they discovered the beauty in each other's worlds. Seraph came to admire the Korthian passion for life, while Zarn found solace in the Luminian peace that Seraph carried within. One evening, as they hovered on the edge of a nebula that glowed with the light of 1,000 sunsets, Seraph and Zarn faced their greatest challenge. A shadowy entity, born of the very anomaly they sought to dispel, emerged from the nebula's heart. It was a creature forged from cosmic chaos, its presence threatening to unravel the fabric of their mission. In the face of this looming threat, Seraph and Zarn realized the true strength of their bond. Seraph, drawing on the wisdom of his ancestors, crafted a plan to calm the entity with the harmonic frequencies of Luminian lullabies, while Zarn, with hands steady and sure, adjusted the ship's systems to amplify the soothing melody. As the lullabies echoed through the ship, the shadowy entity paused, its chaotic form softening into a gentle glow. In that moment, Seraph and Zarn understood that their friendship, forged through trials and misunderstandings, was the key to restoring balance. With the entity now at peace, they traced its origins to the heart of the nebula, discovering a celestial rift that had disrupted the harmony of their galaxies. Together they worked tirelessly, combining Seraph's gentle wisdom and Zarn's unyielding strength to mend the rift. When their journey finally brought them back to their home planets, the cosmic anomaly had been resolved, and a new peace settled across the galaxy. Seraph and Zarn had become more than allies. They were friends who had learned to see the world through each other's eyes. They parted with promises of future adventures and the knowledge that their worlds, though different, were forever connected by the bonds of friendship and understanding. As the celestial voyage sailed into the starry horizon, the tale of Seraph and Zarn became a legend, a story of unlikely companions who discovered the true meaning of friendship amidst the stars. And in that story, there was warmth, there was wisdom, and most of all, there was hope. Story 58. Once upon a time, in a cozy little valley, nestled between the rolling emerald hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. She was a kind-hearted soul with an insatiable curiosity about the natural world around her. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow wandered through the forest near her home, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A shimmering trail of glowing embers danced through the fallen leaves, leading deeper into the heart of the woods. Willow's eyes widened with wonder, and without hesitation she followed the ethereal path. As she ventured further, the trees seemed to part before her, revealing a hidden glade bathed in warm sunlight. At its center stood a towering oak tree, its branches stretching skyward like gnarled fingers reaching for the heavens. Willow's breath caught in her throat as she noticed a faint glow emanating from within the ancient trunk. Drawn by an inexplicable force, she approached the oak and gently pressed her palm against the rough bark. To her astonishment, the glow intensified, and a soft voice whispered in her mind, "Welcome, young one. You have been chosen to bear the gift of the forest's heart." Willow gasped as a shimmering acorn materialized in her hand, pulsing with a gentle radiance. The voice continued, "This acorn holds the essence of the ancient oaks, a seed of life and renewal. Guard it well, for it will guide you on a journey of transformation." Willow nodded solemnly, cradling the precious acorn against her chest. As she turned to leave the glade, the trees seemed to bend and sway, bidding her farewell on her newfound quest. In the days that followed, Willow carried the acorn with her everywhere she went, unsure of what she was meant to do with it. She tended to it diligently, nurturing it with water and sunlight, waiting for a sign or a clue to reveal its purpose. One night, as Willow lay sleeping, the acorn began to glow with an intense brilliance, bathing her bedroom in a warm, golden light. Willow stirred, her eyes fluttering open, and gasped in amazement as the acorn unfurled before her very eyes, revealing a tiny sapling with delicate leaves that shimmered like stars. The sapling spoke in a gentle voice, "Willow, it is time for you to embark on your journey. The forest needs your help, for a great darkness is spreading, threatening the very heart of nature itself." Willow listened intently as the sapling explained that a malevolent force had taken root in the deepest shadows of the forest, corrupting the land and turning the once vibrant trees into twisted, gnarled husks. Only the pure essence of the ancient oaks, carried within the sapling, could restore balance and heal the afflicted woods. Without hesitation, Willow agreed to undertake the quest, her heart swelling with determination to protect the forest she loved so dearly. The sapling then revealed its true form, a glowing sprite, no larger than Willow's palm, with gossamer wings that shimmered like dewdrops in the morning light. Together, Willow and the sprite set out on their journey, venturing deep into the heart of the forest. As they walked, the sprite regaled Willow with tales of the hidden world that existed within the natural realm, a realm where the spirits of the earth dwelled, unseen by human eyes. Willow listened with rapt attention, her eyes widening as the sprite described the intricate web of life that connected all living things, from the tallest oak to the tiniest blade of grass. She learned of the delicate balance that governed the forest, and how even the slightest disturbance could ripple through the entire ecosystem, causing untold harm. As they pressed deeper into the woods, the signs of the corruption became increasingly evident. Trees stood skeletal and lifeless, their bark peeled away to reveal blackened, twisted wood beneath. The once lush undergrowth had withered, leaving the forest floor barren and lifeless. Willow's heart ached at the sight, but the sprite urged her onward, guiding her towards the source of the darkness. Eventually, they came upon a gnarled thicket, pulsing with an eerie, sickly glow. The sprite warned Willow of the danger that lurked within, but Willow was undaunted. With a deep breath, she stepped into the thicket, clutching the sapling tightly to her chest. As she pushed through the tangled branches, Willow found herself in a twisted clearing, where the very air seemed to crackle with malevolent energy. At its center stood a towering, twisted oak, its branches gnarled and contorted like the claws of some ancient, malformed beast. Suddenly, a resonant voice boomed from the heart of the corrupted tree. "Who dares to trespass in my domain?" Willow trembled, but the sprite at her side whispered words of encouragement, urging her to be brave. "I am Willow," she called out, her voice quivering but resolute, "and I have come to heal this forest and banish the darkness that plagues it." A great, rumbling laugh echoed through the clearing, shaking the very ground beneath Willow's feet. "Foolish child," the voice mocked. "This forest is mine to command, and its fate is sealed. You have no power here." With a deafening crack, a massive, gnarled limb lashed out from the corrupted oak, seeking to strike Willow down. But the sprite was swift, guiding Willow to safety just in time. Undeterred, Willow held the sapling aloft, its radiant glow pushing back the shadows that surrounded them. "You may have claimed this forest," she cried, "but the ancient oaks will not yield to your darkness." As if in response, the sapling pulsed with a brilliant light, and a shockwave of pure, rejuvenating energy rippled outward, washing over the twisted thicket. Where the wave touched, the corrupted trees began to transform, their blackened bark sloughing away to reveal vibrant, healthy wood beneath. The voice from the twisted oak howled in rage, lashing out with its gnarled limbs in a desperate attempt to crush Willow and the sapling. But the sprite darted and weaved, guiding Willow through the maelstrom of flailing branches, ever closer to the heart of the corruption. Finally, with a mighty effort, Willow thrust the sapling towards the twisted oak, and a brilliant beam of light erupted forth, piercing the darkness at its core. The corrupted tree shuddered and groaned, its malevolent voice reduced to a mere whisper as the light scoured away the last vestiges of its tainted essence. In the aftermath, the clearing was transformed, the once twisted thicket now a verdant glade filled with vibrant, healthy trees reaching towards the sunlight. Willow sank to her knees, exhausted but triumphant, clutching the sapling to her chest as it settled into a deep, contented slumber. The sprite alighted upon her shoulder, its voice filled with joy and pride. "You have done it, Willow. The forest is healed, and the balance has been restored, all thanks to your courage and determination." Willow smiled, her heart swelling with a profound sense of accomplishment and love for the natural world she had helped to protect. As she rose to her feet, she knew that her journey had forever changed her, forging within her a deep connection to the hidden realms of the forest and the precious web of life that sustained it. From that day forward, Willow became a guardian of the woods, working in harmony with the sprite and the ancient oaks to ensure that the delicate balance was maintained. And whenever she looked upon the towering, healthy trees that now graced the once corrupted glade, she was reminded of the transformative power of courage, friendship, and the enduring resilience of nature itself. Story 59. In the quaint village of Thistledown, nestled between rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there was an old cobblestone path that wound its way from the heart of the village to the edge of the whispering woods. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the wonders hidden within those woods, tales of enchanted creatures and ancient magic. But most intriguing of all was the legend of the silver teacup, a seemingly ordinary cup that held an extraordinary secret. The legend said that whoever drank from the silver teacup would be granted a single wish, but only if their heart was pure and their intentions true. For years, villagers had searched the woods, hoping to be the one to find the fabled cup, but none had succeeded. That is, until a gentle-hearted boy named Simon stumbled upon an adventure of his own. Simon was a curious child with a love for stories and a knack for finding beauty in the simplest of things. He lived with his grandmother, who often spun tales of the past by the warmth of their stone hearth. One breezy autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the wind, Simon decided to wander into the whispering woods, guided by the stories he had heard and a sense of wonder that urged him forward. The woods were alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of songbirds. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. As Simon ventured deeper, the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and earth. He marveled at the towering trees, their branches adorned with vibrant foliage. It wasn't long before Simon's attention was drawn to a peculiar sight. Amidst a grove of ancient oaks, a gentle glow emanated from beneath a thick carpet of moss. Kneeling down, Simon carefully brushed aside the moss to reveal a beautifully engraved teacup, its surface shimmering with a silvery light. His heart skipped a beat. Could this be the legendary silver teacup? As he held it in his hands, a soft, melodic voice echoed around him. To wish upon the silver teacup, one must first understand the heart's true desire. Startled, Simon looked around but saw no one. Yet the voice was warm and comforting, like a gentle breeze. "Who are you?" Simon asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of wishes," the voice replied, "and I am here to guide you." Before Simon could respond, a small, sprightly squirrel scampered down from the branches above. Its fur was a rich chestnut, and its eyes sparkled with mischief and wisdom. "Ah, young Simon," the squirrel chittered, "you have found the silver teacup, but do you know what you truly wish for?" Simon pondered the question. He thought of many things, a grand adventure, a wondrous treasure, or perhaps the ability to fly like a bird. But deep down, he realized that what he desired most was something else entirely. His grandmother had been feeling weary lately, and he wished for her to find joy and strength once more. The squirrel nodded knowingly. "A noble wish indeed, but wishes are not granted lightly. Before the cup can grant your wish, you must embark on a journey to uncover the heart's wisdom." With that, the squirrel leapt onto Simon's shoulder, ready to accompany him. Together, they ventured further into the forest, the path winding and mysterious. As they walked, they encountered a gentle deer with eyes like pools of wisdom. The deer spoke softly. To understand the heart's true desire, one must listen to the whispers of the wind. Simon closed his eyes and listened intently. The wind carried the sounds of laughter, the hum of bees, and the gentle patter of rain on leaves. It spoke of joy, community, and the simple beauty of life. Simon realized that happiness was not found in grand gestures, but in the love and kindness shared with others. The squirrel seemed pleased with Simon's discovery and led him onward, deeper into the forest. They soon came upon a babbling brook, its water crystal clear and cool. A wise old tortoise was resting by the bank, its shell adorned with ancient runes. "To see clearly, one must look beyond the surface," the tortoise said in a slow, deliberate voice. "Reflect on what truly matters, young one." Simon gazed into the water, watching the ripples dance across the surface. As he held the teacup, its reflection shimmered and changed, showing images of joyful moments with his grandmother, baking bread together, sharing stories by the fire, and tending to their garden. He understood that his wish for her happiness was intertwined with the everyday moments they cherished together. Armed with this newfound wisdom, Simon continued his journey with the squirrel by his side. They traversed fields of wildflowers, their fragrance sweet and heady, until they reached the edge of the forest, where a gentle mist hovered above the ground. There, waiting for them, was a kindly fox with a coat of fiery red. The fox's eyes were bright with understanding. "The final challenge lies ahead," the fox said. "To grant a wish, one must offer a gift in return, something of the heart." Simon thought deeply about what he could offer. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a simple woven bracelet, a gift from his grandmother. It was a symbol of their bond and the love they shared. He placed it beside the teacup, feeling the warmth of the fox's approval. As the mist swirled around them, the teacup glowed with a soft, silvery light. The voice of the guardian of wishes echoed once more. "Your heart is true, young Simon. May your wish bring joy and light to those you hold dear." With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Simon and his companions made their way back to the village. The journey had changed him, opening his heart to the beauty of life's simple pleasures and the power of selfless love. When Simon returned home, his grandmother greeted him with a warm embrace, her eyes sparkling with joy. She seemed more vibrant and full of life, as if the wish had already begun to work its magic. As they sat together by the crackling fire, Simon shared his adventure, the warmth of the teacup resting between them. The room was filled with laughter and love, a testament to the power of a wish granted by a pure heart. And so, in the cozy village of Thistledown, the legend of the silver teacup continued to inspire stories of wonder and kindness, a reminder that the greatest magic of all lies in the love we share with one another. Story 60. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village, nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, there lived a curious young girl named Clara. Clara had a heart as big as the sky and a mind filled with dreams of adventures yet to be had. Her days were spent helping her mother in the garden, where the fragrant scent of lavender and rosemary danced in the air, and her evenings were filled with stories told by her grandfather, who had seen more of the world than anyone she knew. One bright morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the dewdrops on the garden leaves, Clara's grandfather handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "This, my dear," he said with a twinkle in his eye, "is a map to a place few have dared to explore. It's called the Whispering Woods, and it's said to be a realm of wonder and magic." Clara's heart fluttered with excitement as she opened the box. Inside lay a map, unlike any she'd seen before. The parchment was soft and warm to the touch, and as she traced her finger along the path, the lines shimmered like golden threads. Her grandfather's tales of courage and exploration had always fascinated her, and now she had her very own map to a world of mystery. The next morning, Clara packed a small satchel with a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a small notebook to record her adventures. She set off just as the sun began its journey across the sky, her heart beating with anticipation, and her spirit buoyed by the promise of the unknown. The path to the Whispering Woods was lined with wildflowers of every hue, their petals brushing gently against her legs as she walked. Birds sang sweet melodies overhead, and the breeze carried the scent of pine and honeysuckle. As Clara ventured deeper into the woods, the light filtered through the dense canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Before long, Clara found herself in a clearing unlike any she had ever seen. The air was filled with a gentle humming sound, like the soft whisper of 1,000 voices. She realized that the noise came from a field of glowing flowers, each one pulsating with its own rhythm and light. Clara watched in awe as the blossoms swayed, their luminescence casting a serene glow across her face. As she marveled at the sight, a small creature emerged from behind a nearby tree. It was a sprightly little being, no taller than Clara's knee, with skin that sparkled like the morning dew and eyes as bright as stars. "Welcome, brave traveler," the creature chimed in a voice that was both musical and kind. "I am Lumo, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted realm?" Clara, feeling both surprised and delighted, introduced herself and shared her grandfather's map and stories. Lumo listened intently, nodding with understanding. "Ah, the courage of exploration," Lumo said, "is a gift not to be taken lightly. Many fear the unknown, but you have embraced it with an open heart." Encouraged by Lumo's, Clara continued her journey through the woods, with Lumo guiding her. Along the way, they encountered a chorus of singing frogs whose melodies made the air dance with joy, and a family of gentle deer who offered Clara berries from the forest. Each encounter was more magical than the last, each creature she met more wondrous. But soon, Clara and Lumo came upon a gentle challenge. A brook ran through their path, its waters chattering over smooth stones. The brook was wider than it seemed, and the current swirled with a playful but persistent energy. Clara hesitated, unsure of how to cross. "Sometimes," Lumo said softly, "the path may not be clear, but the heart knows the way." Clara took a deep breath and focused on the task before her. She noticed a series of stepping stones peeking above the water's surface. With Lumo's encouragement, she carefully placed one foot after another, feeling the cool water splash against her ankles. Before long, she found herself safely on the other side, her heart filled with a newfound confidence. With each step further into the Whispering Woods, Clara felt her spirit grow. She discovered hidden groves where time seemed to slow, allowing her to savor the beauty of the world around her. She found strength she hadn't known she possessed, and a courage that grew with every challenge she faced. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Clara and Lumo arrived at the heart of the woods. There stood an ancient oak tree, its branches reaching out like the welcoming arms of an old friend. At its base lay a pool of the clearest water, reflecting the colors of the setting sun. "This," Lumo said, "is the Whispering Pool. It holds the secrets of the woods and the wisdom of those who have ventured here before." Clara knelt beside the pool and gazed into its depths. The water seemed to shimmer with stories of bravery and adventure, of dreams realized and friendships forged. In that moment, Clara understood the true magic of the Whispering Woods. With a heart full of gratitude, Clara thanked Lumo for the guidance and companionship, and promised to return one day with new stories to share. Lumo smiled and handed her a small glowing stone as a token of their friendship. "May this light guide you on your journey," Lumo said softly. Clara made her way back home, the glowing stone nestled safely in her satchel. As she emerged from the woods, the village lay bathed in the gentle glow of twilight. Her heart was light, and her spirit soared with the knowledge that courage and exploration had led her to a place of wonder. That night, as Clara lay in her cozy bed, the crackling fire casting warm shadows on the walls, she held the glowing stone close. She knew that the world was filled with mysteries waiting to be discovered, and that with courage and an open heart, there were no limits to the adventures she could embrace. And so, under the watchful gaze of the twinkling stars, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the whispering of the woods and the promise of tomorrow's adventures. Story 61. In the heart of the ancient Elder Grove forest, where the trees stood tall like wise sentinels, a delicate balance of life and magic thrived. This forest was unlike any other, for it was a place where the whispers of the wind carried secrets from generations long past, where the brook's babble was a melody of time itself, and where the creatures lived unseen by those who did not know where to look. As the seasons turned, so too did the forest transform. In spring, a gentle mist hung in the air, casting a soft glow over the vibrant tapestry of wildflowers that carpeted the forest floor. Dainty bluebells and shy violets peeked through the emerald ferns, their petals kissed by dew. The air was sweet with the scent of new leaves and fresh earth, a promise of life renewed. Among these wonders dwelled a community of beings known as the Sylvans. They were gentle, kind-hearted creatures, each no larger than a pine cone, with skin that shimmered like the wings of a dragonfly and hair that flowed like streams of sunlight. The Sylvans were the guardians of the forest's magic, entrusted with maintaining its delicate equilibrium. One such Sylvan, a wise elder named Bramble, stood at the center of their village, which nestled in the crook of an ancient oak's roots. Bramble's eyes were the color of moss, deep and knowing, and his voice carried the soothing cadence of a babbling brook. It was Bramble's role to pass down the wisdom of the forest, for with each season came lessons to be learned and shared. As spring turned to summer, the forest buzzed with life. The canopy was thick with lush leaves, filtering sunlight into soft, dappled patches on the ground. The air was alive with the songs of birds, each note a thread in the intricate tapestry of sound that wove through the trees. It was during this time that the Sylvans gathered around Bramble for the Festival of Harmony, a celebration of the balance that sustained them all. At the heart of the festival was the Tale of the Seasons, an ancient story that Bramble would recount, reminding the Sylvans of their purpose and the magic they safeguarded. As twilight descended, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the Sylvans gathered, their eyes bright with anticipation. "Long ago," Bramble began, his voice as soft as the breeze that rustled the leaves. The forest was young, and the world was full of chaos. The elements clashed, and the seasons fought for dominance. It was a time of turmoil, when the sun scorched the earth unchecked, and the ice refused to yield its grip. The Sylvans listened intently, the crackle of the nearby fire punctuating Bramble's words. But then, from the heart of the forest emerged a bond, a promise made by the creatures who called it home. They would cherish the gifts of each season, and in return the seasons would dance in harmony, each taking its turn with grace and purpose. Bramble's eyes twinkled as he spoke of the pact. Spring would bring life, a gentle awakening from winter's slumber. Summer would nurture and grow, filling the world with warmth and abundance. Autumn, with its golden hues, would gather the harvest, a reminder of the cycle's bounty. And winter, though cold, would embrace the world in rest, a time for reflection and renewal. As Bramble's tale unfolded, the Sylvans felt the magic of the forest pulse around them, a living testament to the ancient promise. They understood that their role was to honor this balance, to nurture the land and its creatures so that the symphony of life could continue its eternal song. But even in such a harmonious place, challenges would arise. One summer, a drought descended upon Eldergrove, its oppressive heat withering the once lush greenery. The brook's song grew faint, a mere whisper of its former self, and the creatures of the forest grew restless, their movements slow and weary. The Sylvans, though small, were determined. They gathered around Bramble, their hearts heavy with concern. Elder Bramble, they implored, what can we do to help our home, to restore the balance that has been lost? Bramble, wise and patient, gazed at each of them with kindness. Sometimes the greatest power lies in the simplest of acts, he said. Let us work together, for in unity there is strength. And so the Sylvans set to work. They called upon the forest's creatures, from the smallest ant to the wisest owl, and together they devised a plan. The Sylvans would guide the morning mists, coaxing them to linger and quench the thirsting plants. The birds would carry seeds and scatter them where the sun's touch was gentlest. The animals would tread lightly, ensuring the fragile soil could breathe and heal. Day by day, the forest began to recover. The leaves regained their verdant brilliance, and the brook's song grew stronger, a joyful cascade of notes that filled the air. As the summer waned and autumn's golden cloak began to descend, the Sylvans gathered once more, their hearts light with the knowledge that their home was safe. Remember, Bramble said, his voice warm with pride, that even in times of hardship, we hold within us the power to heal and to help. The forest thrives because of love and care, just as we do. As the leaves turned to gold and crimson, and the crisp scent of apples and fallen leaves filled the air, the forest settled into its rhythm once more. The Sylvans danced beneath the harvest moon, their laughter mingling with the rustle of leaves, a testament to the resilience and unity that defined them. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees, the seasons continued their dance, each passing in turn, each leaving behind its own gifts and lessons. The Sylvans, ever vigilant, remained the guardians of this timeless cycle, their hearts intertwined with the magic of the forest, a testament to the harmony that bound them all. In this enchanted place, where the boundaries between reality and magic blurred, the story of the seasons lived on, whispered by the wind, sung by the brook, and carried in the hearts of all who called Eldergrove home. Story 62. In a quaint little village nestled between gentle hills and whispering forests, there stood an old cobbler's shop, its wooden sign swaying softly in the breeze. This shop, with its weathered stone walls and ivy-clad roof, was home to a cobbler named Finn. Finn was known throughout the village for his skill in mending shoes, but his heart held an undiscovered secret, a yearning for adventure beyond the well-trodden paths of leather and thread. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun painted the sky in shades of amber and gold, Finn discovered something peculiar while sweeping the shop's dusty floorboards. His broom had nudged a small, intricately carved wooden box hidden beneath an old workbench. The box was covered in delicate carvings of stars and swirling clouds, and as Finn lifted it, a warm, tingling sensation spread through his fingers. Curiosity piqued. Finn carefully opened the box to reveal a shimmering pair of spectacles, their lenses gleaming like polished moonlight. He placed them gently on his nose, and the world around him transformed. The familiar shop seemed to pulse with a soft, radiant glow, and he could see swirling patterns of light that danced across the walls. With the spectacles perched on his nose, Finn stepped outside, his heart fluttering with anticipation. The village, too, was transformed. The cobblestone streets shimmered like starlit rivers, and the trees whispered secrets with their rustling leaves. Finn realized that the spectacles allowed him to see the magic hidden within the world, a magic that had always been there, waiting to be unveiled. As Finn wandered through the village, he encountered a small, sprightly fox with fur the color of autumn leaves. The fox, named Pip, had noticed the spectacles' ethereal glow and padded over to Finn, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Those glasses," Pip said in a voice as soft as a breeze, "can reveal the wonders that are invisible to the untrained eye. They were crafted by the stars themselves and have been waiting for someone with a kind heart to discover them." Finn, delighted by the fox's friendly demeanor, shared his discovery with Pip. The two became fast friends, and together they decided to explore the world beyond the village, guided by the spectacle's magical sight. Their journey took them through enchanted forests where streams sang gentle lullabies and fields of flowers swayed in time with the wind's melody. Along the way, they met other kind-hearted creatures, each with their own unique gift. There was Luna, a wise old owl with feathers that shimmered like silver moonbeams, who shared stories of ancient times and offered sage advice. And there was Rocco, a jovial hedgehog who could hear the whispers of the earth and taught Finn and Pip to listen to the heartbeats of nature. The journey was not without its challenges. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, they found themselves in a dense, mist-laden forest. The path ahead was obscured, and the trees loomed like shadowy giants. Finn felt a pang of uncertainty, but Pip nudged him gently. "Remember," Pip said, "the spectacles reveal more than just magic. They show us the truth hidden within ourselves." Taking a deep breath, Finn put on the spectacles once more. Through the lenses, he saw not the mist or the darkness, but a path illuminated by tiny twinkling lights, fireflies that flitted and danced, guiding them through the forest. With newfound confidence, Finn and his friends followed the fireflies, their laughter and stories weaving a tapestry of companionship that warmed the cool night air. The journey taught Finn the power of friendship and the wisdom in trusting one's own heart. Eventually, they arrived at the edge of a vast, shimmering lake. Its surface was as smooth as glass, reflecting the stars above like a second sky. Finn felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, realizing that the journey had changed him. He had discovered the magic in the world and within himself, a magic that would remain with him long after he returned to the cobbler's shop. As dawn painted the horizon with hues of pink and gold, Finn bid farewell to his newfound friends, promising to return and explore more of the world's wonders. With Pip trotting by his side, Finn began the journey home, his heart brimming with the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. Back in the village, the cobbler's shop welcomed him with open arms. Finn placed the spectacles carefully back in their wooden box, grateful for the adventure they had bestowed upon him. And though the spectacles rested quietly under the workbench, the magic they revealed continued to shimmer in Finn's heart, a gentle reminder of the unseen wonders that awaited those with open eyes and a kind heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, the village settled into a peaceful slumber, dreaming of the magic hidden within the ordinary, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look beyond the surface. Story 63. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a verdant valley, there lay the quaint village of Willow Glen. The village was known for its cobblestone streets lined with cottages that seemed to lean into one another for warmth, their roofs blanketed in moss and their windows aglow with the soft light of hearth fires. The air was perpetually scented with the comforting aroma of fresh bread and blooming honeysuckle, creating a serene atmosphere that wrapped around the villagers like a beloved quilt. In Willow Glen, the townsfolk led peaceful lives, attended by the gentle rhythm of the seasons. However, the tranquility of the village was recently stirred by a string of peculiar occurrences. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find their gardens rearranged, not in a disorderly manner, but as if by the hand of an artist. Rows of carrots formed swirling patterns, and beds of flowers spelled out mysterious symbols that glowed softly in the moonlight. At the center of this mystery was young Oliver, an inquisitive boy with eyes as bright as the stars and a heart as warm as the summer sun. Oliver lived with his grandmother, a wise woman known for her knowledge of herbs and her ability to brew the most comforting teas. Their cottage, nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, was a haven for all manner of creatures, magical and mundane. One crisp autumn evening, Oliver sat by the fireplace, the flames casting dancing shadows on the walls. His grandmother was knitting beside him, her needles clicking softly in the quiet room. As she worked, she shared stories of the spirits that were said to dwell in the whispering woods, guardians of the forest who sometimes played gentle tricks on those who wandered too close. Perhaps it's the forest spirits who are rearranging our gardens, Oliver mused aloud, gazing thoughtfully into the flickering flames. His grandmother paused her knitting, considering his words. If it is the spirits, they mean no harm. But perhaps there is something they wish to communicate, she suggested, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. Determined to solve the mystery, Oliver decided to visit the woods the following day. As dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, he set out with his satchel packed with sandwiches and a flask of his grandmother's chamomile tea. The path into the whispering woods was dappled with sunlight, and the trees whispered secrets to each other in the gentle breeze. As he ventured deeper into the forest, Oliver came upon an ancient oak, its branches reaching towards the heavens like the arms of a wise old sage. At its base sat a small, round creature with eyes like gleaming marbles and a coat as soft as thistledown. It was a bramblekin, a magical creature known for its mischievous nature and its affinity for puzzles. "Hello there," Oliver greeted, kneeling to meet the bramblekin's gaze. "I'm looking for the ones responsible for the garden artistry in our village. Might you know who they are?" The bramblekin blinked slowly, its mouth curving into a sly smile. "Ah, the gardens! Yes, we've been having fun, haven't we?" It replied in a voice that crackled like leaves underfoot. Oliver chuckled, sensing no malice in the creature. "Why have you been doing it?" The bramblekin tilted its head, considering. "We meant to bring joy, to remind the humans of the beauty in change and the wonder in the unexpected. But it seems our message was lost." Oliver thought for a moment, then nodded. "Perhaps if you worked with us, instead of surprising us, we could create something even more beautiful together." The bramblekin's eyes twinkled with interest. "A fair proposal. Let us meet with the others and discuss what might be done." As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees, Oliver and the bramblekin gathered with other magical creatures, whisperwings, with their gossamer wings and melodic voices, and lumalights, tiny orbs of glowing light that flitted about like fireflies. Together they devised a plan to transform the village gardens into a tapestry of living art, weaving elements of nature and magic into a harmonious whole. When Oliver returned to the village, he shared the creature's intentions with the townsfolk. With hearts open and spirits high, the villagers embraced the idea, eager to collaborate with the magical beings. Over the following days, they worked side by side, planting and arranging, laughing and sharing stories under the watchful eye of the ancient oak. As autumn deepened into winter, the gardens of Willow Glen became a wonderland of vibrant colors and whimsical designs, a testament to the power of friendship and cooperation. The villagers learned to see the beauty in change and to cherish the unexpected moments that brought magic into their lives. And so, the mystery of the rearranged gardens was solved, not with confrontation, but with understanding and unity. As the first snowflakes began to fall, dusting the village in a blanket of white, Oliver sat by the fire once more, his heart full of warmth and contentment. "Sometimes," his grandmother said, wrapping an arm around his shoulders, "we find the most magical answers when we open our hearts and listen." With that, Oliver settled into his grandmother's embrace, the soft glow of the fire lulling him to sleep, his dreams filled with the wondrous sights of the enchanted gardens and the gentle creatures who had become their friends. And in the cozy village of Willow Glen, peace and magic lived hand in hand, as they always would. Story 64. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered gems on a velvet cloth, there existed a quaint little planet named Lumina. Lumina was known for its shimmering lakes and skies that danced with hues of lavender and gold. Here, the air was sweet with the scent of blossoming starflowers, and the gentle hum of life resonated through its lush, verdant forests. Among Lumina's inhabitants was a gentle creature named Tavi. Tavi was a luminar, a species known for their luminous skin that glowed softly in the dark and their tender nature. They thrived in the peaceful harmony of their world, tending to gardens and whispering to the trees, which responded with a rustling song. Tavi's life was as serene as the planet itself, until one day, a peculiar event shattered the tranquility. A spaceship, battered and scarred from a cosmic storm, crash-landed on the edge of the whispering woods. Curiosity sparked in Tavi's heart, and they ventured toward the source of this new disturbance. As Tavi approached the wreckage, a cloud of silvery dust settled, revealing a figure unlike any they had ever seen. The creature was a Rygelan, a species from the stormy planet Rigel, known for their metallic scales that shimmered like liquid silver and their fiery spirit. The Rygelan's name was Kale, and as he stood amidst the debris, his eyes glinted with both defiance and vulnerability. Their first encounter was fraught with misunderstanding. Tavi, eager to help, reached out with a tendril of light, a gesture of goodwill among Luminars. But to Kale, who had never seen such a display, it appeared as an attack. His scales bristled defensively, and he emitted a low, warning growl. "Peace," Tavi spoke softly, their voice like a gentle breeze. "I mean no harm. You are hurt, and I wish to help." Kale, wary but intrigued by Tavi's calm demeanor, allowed himself to be guided to a nearby clearing. There, under the watchful gaze of Lumina's twin moons, Tavi tended to his wounds with care, using healing salves crafted from the planet's abundant flora. As days turned to weeks, Kale's initial suspicion gave way to gratitude. He began to understand Tavi's gestures and the soft glow that emanated from the Luminar's heart. In return, he shared tales of Rigel, of its tempestuous skies and the fierce camaraderie of its people. Despite their differences, Tavi and Kale found common ground in their shared love for the stars. Together, they would sit by the lakeside, where the water mirrored the celestial dance above, exchanging stories and dreams. It was during these moments that they discovered the true depth of their bond. One evening, as they watched a meteor shower light up the night, Kale spoke of his longing to return home. The crash had left his ship in ruins, and though Tavi's world had become dear to him, the call of Rigel was strong in his heart. "We can rebuild it," Tavi suggested, their voice a soft melody. "Together, we can make it fly again." And so they embarked on a shared journey of renewal. Tavi brought knowledge of Lumina's natural resources, while Kale contributed his mechanical skills and tenacity. They worked side by side, facing challenges that tested their patience and ingenuity. There were moments when misunderstandings flared, when Kale's fiery nature clashed with Tavi's gentle ways. Yet each challenge was met with open hearts and the willingness to learn from one another. In the quiet hours of the night, they would reflect on their differences, finding strength in their growing friendship. As the ship neared completion, a sense of accomplishment and bittersweet anticipation filled the air. Kale knew that soon he would return to Rigel, yet the thought of leaving Tavi brought an unexpected ache to his heart. On the day of departure, beneath the golden glow of a luminous sunrise, Kale stood before Tavi. His metallic scales caught the morning light, casting rainbows across the clearing. "Thank you," he said, his voice tinged with emotion, "for everything." Tavi smiled, their eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Our friendship has been a gift, Kale. No matter the distance between us, we will always share the same sky." With a final embrace, Kale boarded his ship. As he soared into the heavens, Tavi watched until the vessel became a glimmering speck against the vast expanse. Though their paths had diverged, the bond they had forged would remain as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, in the heart of the galaxy, two unlikely companions discovered that true friendship transcends the boundaries of worlds, woven together by threads of understanding, kindness, and shared dreams. In the years that followed, Tavi would often gaze up at the night sky, tracing constellations with a gentle glow. Somewhere out there, Kale was doing the same, and in the quiet spaces between the stars, their laughter and stories still echoed, a testament to the enduring power of friendship. Story 65. In a quaint little village nestled within the embrace of a lush, whispering forest, there was a curious occurrence that left the townsfolk both bewildered and intrigued. The village, named Willowbrook, was known for its winding cobblestone paths, quaint cottages with thatched roofs, and gardens abloom with every imaginable hue. The air was perpetually filled with the gentle hum of bees and the soft chirping of birds, creating a symphony that lulled its residents into a sense of timeless peace. Yet, something peculiar had begun to happen. Each morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dew-kissed leaves, the villagers discovered their belongings subtly rearranged. Mrs. Holloway's knitting basket, always by the fireplace, would be found beneath the kitchen table. The baker, Mr. Crumble, noticed his flour sacks had been stacked into tiny towers instead of their usual neat rows. Even the children's toys seemed to have taken on a life of their own, forming playful patterns in the sandpit overnight. No harm ever came from these nocturnal mysteries, but the whispers of curiosity grew louder with each passing day. It was as if an invisible hand was gently playing a game with the village, leaving behind a trail of soft, whimsical puzzles. In the heart of this quaint village lived a young girl named Mia. Mia had a heart as warm as her wide, brown eyes and an insatiable curiosity that often led her on little adventures through the forest that surrounded Willowbrook. With her golden hair often tangled in wild curls from her escapades, she was known for her penchant for solving riddles and uncovering secrets. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and rose, Mia sat by the fireplace in her cozy cottage, pondering the mysterious happenings. The crackling fire cast a warm glow on her thoughtful face as the aroma of cinnamon tea wafted through the room. Her cat, Whiskers, purred contentedly at her feet, occasionally swatting at the shadows that danced along the walls. Determined to uncover the truth behind the nightly rearrangements, Mia decided to seek the wisdom of Elder Thistle, a kindly old sage who lived at the edge of the village. Elder Thistle was known for his vast knowledge of all things magical and mundane, and his gentle demeanor made him a comforting presence to all who sought his counsel. The next morning, Mia set off just as the sun began to peek over the treetops, painting the world in soft, golden light. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of pine needles and the distant murmur of a babbling brook. As she walked, the forest seemed to come alive around her, leaves rustling with secrets, and the occasional flutter of wings echoing through the branches. Upon reaching Elder Thistle's quaint cottage, Mia was greeted by the sage himself, a twinkle in his kind, gray eyes. His long silver beard and robes of deep green lent him an air of ancient wisdom, though his smile was as warm as a summer breeze. "Ah, Mia," he said in a voice as soothing as a lullaby, "what brings you to my humble abode this fine morning?" Mia explained the strange occurrences in the village, her voice filled with both wonder and determination. Elder Thistle listened attentively, nodding occasionally, his eyes never leaving hers. "I see," he said thoughtfully, once she had finished. "I believe I know the cause of these gentle disturbances, but first, let us take a walk through the forest. Sometimes answers reveal themselves when we least expect them." Together they strolled through the forest, the sunlight filtering through the canopy above, creating a kaleidoscope of light and shadow on the forest floor. Elder Thistle pointed out various plants and creatures, sharing little snippets of wisdom as they walked, his voice blending harmoniously with the symphony of the woods. As they neared a small clearing, Mia noticed something she had never seen before. Tiny footprints, no larger than a child's hand, were etched into the soft earth, forming a delicate trail that led deeper into the forest. Her heart quickened with excitement, and she turned to Elder Thistle, who merely smiled and nodded. "Follow them, Mia," he encouraged gently. "I believe they will lead you to the answers you seek." With Whiskers following close behind, Mia followed the trail of footprints, her heart a flutter of anticipation. The path wound through the forest, leading to a small, hidden glen, bathed in dappled sunlight. There, to her astonishment, she found a group of tiny, shimmering creatures no taller than her knee, with wings that glistened like dew-kissed spiderwebs. The creatures, sensing her presence, turned to face her with expressions of both curiosity and delight. Their laughter, like the tinkling of tiny bells, filled the air, and Mia couldn't help but smile. "Welcome, young seeker," said one of the creatures, stepping forward with a graceful bow. "We are the wind sprites, guardians of the forest and keepers of its playful spirit. We mean no harm, only joy." Mia listened in awe as the wind sprites explained their nightly antics. They had been drawn to the village by the warmth of the people and the beauty of their world. In their playful nature, they had begun to rearrange items, believing it would bring a touch of magic and wonder to the villagers' lives. "I understand now," Mia said softly, her heart filled with a gentle warmth. "But perhaps, if you could tone down your games just a little, the villagers might not feel so bewildered. The wind sprites nodded in agreement, their eyes twinkling with understanding. "We shall be more mindful," they promised. "Thank you, dear Mia, for your kindness and wisdom." With a newfound sense of peace, Mia returned to the village, the mystery of the rearranged belongings finally solved. That evening, as she sat by the fireplace once more, a sense of contentment settled over her like a soft, cozy blanket. She had not only uncovered the truth, but had also made new friends along the way. From that day forward, the wind sprites continued to visit Willowbrook, but their playful antics were more subtle, leaving behind little hints of magic that brought smiles to the villagers' faces. And Mia, with Whiskers by her side, knew she had helped weave a little more wonder into the world, one gentle mystery at a time. As the fire crackled and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Mia drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the laughter of wind sprites and the warmth of friendship, a gentle reminder that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries are those solved with kindness and a little bit of magic. 66. In a quiet village nestled between the whispering forest and the gentle hills, where the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of honeysuckle, there lived a young girl named Lyra. Lyra was a curious soul, her heart always reaching out to the mysteries that lay just beyond the ordinary. Her days were spent exploring the meadows and streams, her pockets filled with pebbles and feathers, her eyes always wide with wonder. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves danced to the ground in a flurry of crimson and gold, Lyra stumbled upon something peculiar beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface smooth and warm to the touch, as if it had been waiting for her. The box was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to move like wisps of smoke when she tilted it in the dappled sunlight. With gentle fingers, Lyra opened the box to find a shimmering crystal nestled inside. It pulsed softly, emitting a gentle glow that bathed her in a warm, soothing light. As she held it, Lyra felt a tingling sensation spread through her, as if the crystal were whispering secrets only she could hear. She closed her eyes, and in that moment, she understood that this was no ordinary stone. It was a crystal of dreams, capable of revealing the unseen and unlocking the hidden wonders of the world. Eager to learn more about the crystal's magic, Lyra sought the wisdom of the village's oldest resident, a kindly woman named Grandmother Willow. Her cottage was a small haven of warmth, with a fire crackling merrily in the hearth and the scent of cinnamon and tea drifting through the air. Grandmother Willow welcomed Lyra with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, the crystal of dreams has chosen you, has it?" she said, her voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "It is a rare gift, child. It will show you the beauty hidden in the ordinary and guide you on a journey of discovery." Curious and eager, Lyra asked, "What must I do, Grandmother Willow?" The old woman took Lila's hands in hers, her touch gentle and reassuring. "The crystal will reveal its wonders only to those who are patient and kind. With it, you must embark on a journey, both within and beyond, to understand the true magic of the world around you." And so, with the crystal tucked safely in her pocket, Lyra set off on her journey. Her first stop was the edge of the whispering forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, their branches swaying in a gentle dance. There, she met a sprightly squirrel named Nutmeg, his fur the color of rich cocoa, and his eyes bright with mischief. "Hello there," Nutmeg chattered, bounding from branch to branch. "I couldn't help but notice your crystal. It seems to like you." Lyra smiled, her heart warming at the squirrel's playful nature. "It's shown me a little of its magic, but I still have much to learn." "Perhaps I can help," Nutmeg offered cheerfully. "I know every nook and cranny of this forest. Follow me, and I'll show you its hidden wonders." With Nutmeg's guidance, Lyra discovered the secret nooks of the forest, a hidden glen where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, a burbling brook that sang a melody of its own, and a family of rabbits that danced in the moonlight. Each sight was more enchanting than the last, and with each discovery, Lyra's heart grew lighter, her spirit more attuned to the subtle wonders of the world. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra's journey took her beyond the forest to the gentle hills, where she met a wise old tortoise named Tobias. Tobias moved slowly, with a deliberate grace, his shell a mosaic of time-worn patterns. Greetings, young one. Tobias rumbled in a deep, soothing voice. I see you carry the crystal of dreams. It is a tool of great wisdom, not just wonder. Lyra nodded, her curiosity piqued. What do you mean, Tobias? The crystal can show you the path, Tobias explained, but it is your heart and mind that must choose to walk it. True wisdom comes from understanding, not just seeing. With Tobias's guidance, Lyra learned to listen to the stories the hills whispered, to feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet, and to see the world through eyes that sought understanding rather than just sight. She realized that the true magic of the crystal lay not in its light, but in the way it opened her heart to the beauty and wisdom around her. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in a tapestry of pink and gold, Lyra faced her greatest challenge. In a clearing near the edge of the village, a great oak stood, its branches gnarled and twisted, as if burdened by some unseen sorrow. The villagers spoke of it as the wishing oak, a tree that granted wishes to those who could solve its riddle. Lyra approached the tree, the crystal in her hand glowing softly. She could feel the oak's sadness, a deep, ancient ache that resonated within her. As she pressed her hand against its rough bark, a voice echoed in her mind, gentle and wise. To heal my heart, you must see what cannot be seen, and know what cannot be known, the voice whispered. Lyra closed her eyes, letting the crystal's warmth guide her. She listened, not just with her ears, but with her heart, to the stories the wind carried, the secrets the earth whispered. Slowly she began to understand. The oak's sorrow was the sorrow of time, of seasons passing and lives changing. It was the ache of memories fading, of moments lost to the sands of time. With this understanding, Lyra spoke softly to the tree. Your branches bear the weight of memories, old and new, but every leaf is a promise of renewal, of life continuing. You are a keeper of time, but not its prisoner. As her words drifted into the evening air, the oak shivered, its branches rustling like a sigh of relief. The crystal in Lyra's hand glowed brighter, its light weaving through the tree's branches, lifting the shadows of sorrow. The wishing oak stood tall once more, its leaves shimmering like emeralds in the fading light. Grateful for her journey and the wisdom she had gained, Lyra returned to the village, her heart full of the world's hidden wonders. She knew that the crystal's magic was not just in what it revealed, but in the way it had opened her heart to the beauty of understanding, the strength of kindness, and the joy of discovery. As she settled into bed that night, the crystal resting on her bedside table, Lyra felt a deep sense of peace. Her journey had changed her, not just in what she saw, but in who she had become. She drifted off to sleep with a smile, knowing that the magic of the world was always there, waiting to be discovered by those who chose to see with their hearts. Story 67. The Luminous Stone of Willowbrook. In the heart of the charming village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle hills and whispering forests, there lay an ancient tale, one that was whispered among the villagers around fireplaces and relayed with a mixture of awe and reverence. It was said that hidden deep within the emerald woods there existed a luminous stone, a relic of such power that it could grant the heart's deepest wish. But this stone, the villagers believed, could only be found by those whose intentions were pure and whose hearts were open to the wonders of the world. Willowbrook itself was a place where time seemed to move in a gentle loop, undisturbed by the haste of the outside world. The air always smelled of blooming wildflowers, and the cobblestone paths were lined with huddles of daffodils that nodded in the breeze. It was into this picturesque setting that a young girl named Marin was born, a gentle soul with a mind as curious as the sky was wide. Marin lived with her grandmother, a wise and kindly woman named Gran Lin, who was known for her stories of times long past and her uncanny ability to mend anything that her deft fingers touched. Their cottage, with its thatched roof and walls adorned with climbing ivy, was a warm haven. Inside, the air was always tinged with the comforting scent of lavender and freshly baked bread, and the fireplace crackled merrily, as if sharing in the laughter and warmth that filled the home. Marin loved to wander the woods, her footsteps light and her eyes wide with wonder. She would often find herself lost in the intricate patterns of the leaves, the songs of the hidden birds, and the whispering secrets carried by the gentle brook that wove its way through the forest. It was on one such day, when the sky blushed with the hues of approaching twilight, that Maren stumbled upon something extraordinary. As the shadows lengthened and the golden light danced among the trees, Maren noticed a peculiar glint beneath a sprawling oak. Curiosity piqued, she approached and discovered a small, polished stone, its surface shimmering with an ethereal light that seemed to pulse with life. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, a luminous stone that felt warm and comforting in her palm. Maren's heart skipped with excitement, for she knew without a doubt that she had found the legendary stone of Willowbrook. Yet, amidst her excitement, a gentle voice seemed to whisper through the rustling leaves, reminding her of the stories Gran Lin had told about the stone's power and the importance of using it wisely. That night, as the stars twinkled like scattered jewels across the velvet sky, Maren showed the stone to Gran Lin. Her grandmother's eyes widened in surprise, then softened with understanding. "Ah, the luminous stone," she murmured, tracing its glowing surface with a gentle finger. "Many have sought it, but few have found it. It seems the stone has chosen you, Maren." "But what should I wish for, Gran?" Maren asked, her voice filled with wonder and uncertainty. Gran Lin smiled, her eyes twinkling with warmth. "The stone grants the heart's truest wish, my dear. But remember, the truest wishes are often not for oneself, but for the good of others." Maren pondered her grandmother's words, the weight of the stone in her hands grounding her in its quiet power. She knew of the villagers' struggles. Their fields often yielded little, and the winters, though beautiful, were harsh and unforgiving. Her thoughts turned to the community that had always cared for her, and a wish began to form in her heart. The next morning, Maren set off into the woods again, the luminous stone nestled safely in her pocket. The forest was alive with the sounds of morning, birds chirping and leaves rustling in the breeze. As she walked, the path seemed to guide her, each step bringing her closer to her decision. At the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural cathedral and the sunlight spilled like liquid gold, Maren stopped. She held the stone in her hand and closed her eyes, letting the warmth of the light seep into her very being. She thought of the villagers, of Gran Lin, and of the simple, enduring beauty of Willowbrook. Then, with a heart full of hope and love, she whispered her wish to the stone. As her words faded into the gentle hush of the forest, the stone began to glow brighter, its light enveloping Maren in a soothing embrace. She felt a warm breeze swirl around her, carrying the scent of blooming flowers and fresh rain. It was as if the forest itself had heard her wish and was answering in kind. When the light finally dimmed and the breeze stilled, Maren opened her eyes. The stone, now cool and quiet in her hand, had fulfilled its purpose. She knew, in the depth of her heart, that her wish had been granted. With a contented sigh, Maren made her way back to the village. As she emerged from the forest, she was greeted by a sight that filled her with joy. The fields, once barren and struggling, were now lush with growth. The crops stood tall and vibrant, promising a bountiful harvest. The villagers who had gathered in the fields were jubilant, their faces alight with gratitude and wonder. Gran Lin, standing amidst the joyful throng, caught Maren's eye and smiled, a smile that spoke volumes of pride and understanding. Maren ran to her, and they embraced, their hearts full of the unspoken bond they shared. That evening, as the village celebrated with laughter and song, Maren sat beside Gran Lin by the fire. The warmth of the flames mirrored the warmth in her heart, and she knew that the luminous stone had not only granted a wish, but had also taught her the true meaning of kindness and community. As the stars twinkled gently overhead, Maren felt a deep sense of peace. She had learned that the greatest magic lay not in the power of a stone, but in the love and generosity of the human heart. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, surrounded by the gentle embrace of nature and the warmth of friendship, Maren grew up with the wisdom that true fulfillment comes from sharing one's blessings with others. The luminous stone, now nestled safely in the forest, awaited the next pure heart that would discover its light, ready to grant a wish that would once again touch the lives of many. In Willowbrook, the legend of the luminous stone lived on, a gentle reminder of the power of selflessness and the enduring magic of a giving heart. And as Maren drifted into a peaceful sleep, the village seemed to hum with a quiet harmony, the kind that comes from knowing that one is part of something greater than oneself. A community where every wish, every kindness, and every heart was forever intertwined. As the years passed, Marin blossomed like the wildflowers she loved so dearly, her heart forever attuned to the rhythms of the village and the forest that cradled it. Her days were filled with learning from Gran Lin, who imparted her knowledge of herbs and healing, and listening to the tales of the elders, which spoke of times when the world was new and the stars were closer. Under Gran Lin's gentle guidance, Marin became a healer in her own right, her touch bringing comfort to the weary, and her presence a balm to troubled spirits. People often sought her out, not just for her knowledge, but for the kindness that radiated from her like the sunlit meadows she so adored. Yet, in her heart, Marin always felt a quiet pull towards the forest, a bond that seemed to grow stronger with each passing season. It was there, amidst the ancient trees and the soft murmur of the brook, that she found solace and inspiration. She would often speak to the woodland creatures, her voice a gentle melody that blended with the songs of the wind and the rustling leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blazed with fiery hues and the air was scented with the promise of change, Marin felt the forest calling her more intently than ever before. She set off with a sense of anticipation, her steps light and her heart open to whatever the woods had in store. The path wound deeper into the forest, leading her to a part she had never explored. Here the trees stood taller, their branches intertwining to form a verdant ceiling that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and Marin felt as if she had stepped into a hidden world, one that had been waiting just for her. As she walked, she noticed a faint, shimmering light, a glow that seemed to beckon her forward. Intrigued, Marin followed the light to a small clearing where a pool of crystal-clear water lay, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror. At the center of the pool was a stone, much like the one she had found years ago, but larger and more radiant. Kneeling by the water's edge, Marin reached out to touch the stone. As her fingers brushed its smooth surface, she felt a surge of warmth and a sense of profound connection. It was as if the stone was alive, its energy resonating with her own. In that moment, Marin understood that this was not just a stone, but a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its secrets and its magic. She realized that she had been chosen not just to make a wish, but to become a part of something greater, a protector of the harmony that existed between the village and the natural world. With this revelation, Marin closed her eyes and listened. The forest spoke to her in a language she had always known in her heart, a language of harmony and balance. It told her of the seasons and the cycles, of the dance between life and rest, and of the importance of nurturing the bond between people and nature. When Marin finally opened her eyes, she felt a deep sense of purpose. She knew that her role was to be a bridge between the village and the forest, to teach others the wisdom she had learned, and to ensure that the legacy of the luminous stone continued. With a heart full of gratitude, Marin stood and turned back towards Willowbrook, the forest's whispers still echoing in her mind. As she walked, she felt the presence of the stone, a comforting weight in her heart that reminded her that she was never alone, that she was part of a story that spanned beyond herself. Back in the village, Marin shared her experiences with Gran Lin and the villagers, who listened with rapt attention. Her words wove a tapestry of understanding and respect for the natural world, and her stories of the forest became a cherished part of Willowbrook's folklore. Under Marin's gentle influence, the village flourished. The fields continued to yield bountiful harvests, the winters became less harsh, and the people of Willowbrook learned to live in harmony with the land. They cared for the forest as it cared for them, planting trees, tending to the wildlife, and honoring the balance that sustained them all. Years turned into decades, and Marin grew into a wise and beloved elder, much like Gran Lin had been in her youth. She watched with pride as the village embraced the lessons of the forest, creating a legacy of stewardship and friendship that would endure for generations. As the winter snows blanketed the village in a soft, shimmering quilt, Marin sat by the fire, surrounded by her family and friends. She felt the warmth of their love and the strength of the bonds they had forged. She knew that the luminous stone's magic lived on, not just in the heart of the forest, but in the hearts of the people it had touched. And so in the gentle glow of the firelight, Maren closed her eyes and drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing that her story, and the story of the luminous stone, would continue to inspire and guide the people of Willowbrook for as long as the stars shone in the night sky. The village of Willowbrook, with its timeless charm and its enduring spirit, remained a beacon of hope and harmony, a place where wishes were granted not by magic alone, but by the love and friendship that bound its people together. And the forest, with its ancient wisdom and its hidden wonders, stood as a silent guardian, its secrets shared only with those who truly listened. In this way, the legend of the luminous stone and the gentle heart of Maren lived on in the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves, a testament to the power of kindness, community, and the unbreakable bond between people and the natural world. Story 68. Title: The Whispering Willow. In the gentle embrace of an ancient forest, where sunlight dappled the earth in playful patterns and the air hummed with the songs of life, there lay a hidden world known only to those with a keen sense of wonder. This was a place where time seemed to slow, and the whispers of the trees carried secrets of old, echoing through the rustling leaves. It was here, nestled between the roots of a grand and wise willow, that our story begins. The willow stood at the heart of the forest, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of an old sage. Its bark was silvered with age, and its leaves shimmered with a soft, jade-like glow. The tree was known to the creatures of the forest as the Whispering Willow, for it was said to hold the stories of the world within its boughs. And it was here that a young girl named Lyra found solace and magic. Lyra was an inquisitive child with a heart full of dreams and eyes that captured the colors of the sky. She lived in a cottage on the outskirts of the forest, where she spent her days exploring the woods with her faithful companion, a fluffy rabbit named Thistle. Thistle was a curious little creature, with ears as soft as down and a penchant for adventure that matched Lila's own. One crisp autumn morning, as the air was filled with the scent of pine and the promise of discovery, Lyra and Thistle set off on one of their many jaunts. They wandered deeper into the forest than ever before, guided by the babbling song of a hidden brook and the glimmer of sunlight through the canopy. It wasn't long before they found themselves at the foot of the Whispering Willow. Drawn by an unspoken invitation, Lyra approached the tree, her fingers brushing its ancient bark. To her surprise, the willow seemed to breathe beneath her touch, its leaves rustling in a voice that was both gentle and wise. "Seek ye the heart of the forest," the willow whispered, "where the golden streams of time do flow. There a secret waits to be unveiled, a mystery that only the pure of heart may know." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement. She had always felt the forest held magic, and now it seemed her suspicions were true. With Thistle by her side, she resolved to uncover the mystery of the golden streams. Together, they followed the winding paths of the forest, guided by the whispers of the trees and the gentle tug of intuition. As they journeyed deeper, the forest transformed around them. The air grew sweeter, filled with the scent of honeysuckle and the sound of distant melodic chimes. They passed beneath arches of ivy and over bridges of moss-covered stone until they reached a clearing bathed in a warm, golden light. In the center of the clearing stood a shimmering pond, its surface rippling with the colors of the sunset. Beside the pond, there lay a small, ornate chest, its wood polished to a sheen and adorned with delicate carvings of stars and moons. Lyra approached the chest with reverence, her heart beating a steady rhythm of anticipation. As her fingers traced the carvings, the chest opened with a soft click, revealing a radiant, golden locket nestled within. The locket was exquisite, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the light. Lyra held it in her hands, feeling its warmth spread through her fingers. As she did, the forest around her seemed to hold its breath, waiting for what would come next. With Thistle watching curiously from her feet, Lyra opened the locket. Instantly a soft, golden glow enveloped her, and she felt a gentle tug at her heart. The world around her shifted, like a dream unfurling in the waking light, and she found herself standing in a place that was both familiar and wondrously new. The forest was the same, yet different. The trees were taller, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal light. The air was alive with the sound of laughter, and the brook sang a melody that was both old and new. It was as if she had stepped into a hidden realm, where magic danced in every shadow and sunlight wove a tapestry of dreams. As Lyra stood in awe, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was a young boy, his hair the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes as bright as the midday sun. He smiled at Lyra with a warmth that made her feel as though they had been friends forever. "Welcome," he said, his voice as gentle as the breeze. "I am Rowan, guardian of the hidden realm. You have been chosen by the Whispering Willow to seek the heart of the forest and uncover the truth that lies within." Lyra's curiosity burned brighter than ever. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Rowan gestured around them, his eyes filled with wonder. "This is the realm of the Whispering Willow, a world where time flows like a gentle river and magic dances in every breath. It is a place of dreams and stories, where those with pure hearts may find the answers they seek." Lyra's heart swelled with gratitude and excitement. She knew she was part of something special, a journey that would change her forever. With Rowan and Thistle by her side, she felt ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. Together, the trio set off through the hidden realm, guided by the light of the locket and the whispers of the trees. They passed through groves of silver birch, where the leaves chimed like tiny bells, and fields of wildflowers that shimmered in the sunlight like a sea of stars. As they traveled, Rowan shared stories of the realm, tales of friendship and courage, of dreams that had come true and mysteries that had yet to be solved. Lyra listened with rapt attention, her heart open to the magic of the world around her. In the heart of the forest, they encountered a challenge that tested their newfound bond. A great, roaring river lay before them, its waters swirling with the colors of the sky. The only way across was a narrow, rickety bridge that swayed with the wind. Lyra hesitated, her heart pounding with fear. The river seemed to taunt her, its waters a tumultuous dance of light and shadow. But Rowan placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder, his eyes filled with kindness and trust. "Together we can cross," he said, his voice steady and calm. "With friendship and courage, no challenge is too great." With Rowan's words echoing in her heart, Lyra took a deep breath and stepped onto the bridge. Thistle hopped beside her, his small body a comforting presence. Slowly, with Rowan leading the way, they crossed the bridge, their hearts beating in unison with the rhythm of the world. On the other side, they were greeted by a sight that took Lyra's breath away. Before them lay a grove of ancient oaks, their branches intertwined to form a cathedral of light. At the center of the grove stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a beautifully carved book. The book was the heart of the forest, the source of its magic and wisdom. As Lyra approached, the locket in her hand began to glow with a gentle warmth, and the book opened of its own accord. Within its pages were the stories of the world, tales of love and laughter, of dreams and destinies. Lyra felt the weight of each story, the magic of each word, as if the book were speaking to her soul. Rowan stood beside her, his eyes shining with pride and joy. "You have found the heart of the forest," he said. "With the locket and the book, you can weave your own story, a tale of friendship and courage, of wonder and wisdom." Lyra's heart overflowed with gratitude and love. She knew she had been given a gift beyond measure, a chance to shape her own destiny and share her story with the world. As the sun set beyond the horizon, casting the forest in a warm, golden glow, Lyra, Rowan, and Thistle began their journey home. They walked with the light of the locket guiding their way, their hearts full of the magic of the realm and the promise of many adventures yet to come. And so, in the gentle embrace of the ancient forest, with the Whispering Willow's blessings, Lyra found her place in the world. Her story was one of friendship and courage, of dreams and discoveries, woven into the tapestry of time with threads of gold. As she lay beneath the stars that night, with Thistle curled beside her and the locket resting on her chest, Lyra knew she was a part of something wonderful, a world where magic and wonder danced in every shadow, and the light of friendship shone brighter than the sun. And so, dear reader, may you find your own magic in the world, your own story to tell, and may the whispers of the trees guide you on your journey, wherever it may lead. Story 69. In the quaint village of Windmere, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there was a tale told among the townsfolk of a hidden world, a place where the ordinary met the extraordinary, and where the boundaries of reality seemed to blur. It was said that on the clearest of nights, when the stars hung like lanterns in the sky, a gentle wind would guide those with pure hearts to a secret glade, where dreams came alive and whispers of magic danced on the air. One such evening, a young girl named Lyra found herself drawn to the edge of the village, her heart alight with curiosity and wonder. Lyra was a bright-eyed child, with a spirit as wild and free as the wind that tousled her hair. She had always felt a pull towards the woods, a feeling that tonight was different, that something just beyond the horizon awaited her. Guided by the silvery light of the moon, Lyra ventured into the forest. The trees stood tall and mighty, their leaves rustling softly as if sharing secrets with the night. Her footsteps were light upon the mossy ground, each step taking her deeper into the embrace of nature. The air was cool and crisp, carrying with it the scent of pine and earth, a fragrance both comforting and invigorating. As Lyra walked, she noticed the path beneath her feet began to glow with a gentle luminescence, a trail of stardust leading her onward. She followed it with a heart full of hope and a mind open to the possibilities of what lay ahead. Her journey was not just a venture into the woods, but a venture into herself, guided by the promise of something extraordinary. The path wound through the forest, over babbling brooks that sang with the voice of the night, under arches of intertwining branches that formed cathedral-like canopies. The world around her seemed to pulse with life, as though the forest itself was aware of her presence and welcomed her into its fold. Lyra felt a kinship with the trees, the wind, the very earth beneath her feet, as if she was part of something much greater than herself. At last, the path opened into a clearing, and Lyra found herself standing at the edge of the hidden glade. It was a place of ethereal beauty, where the grass shimmered like emeralds in the moonlight, and flowers of every hue bloomed as if in eternal spring. In the center of the glade stood a grand, ancient oak tree, its branches spread wide like a guardian watching over the enchanted land. Beneath the boughs of the oak tree sat a figure, cloaked in robes of midnight blue, their face hidden in shadow. As Lyra approached, the figure lifted their head, revealing the wise and gentle eyes of an old woman. Her hair was silver like moonbeams, and her smile was warm, inviting, as though she had been expecting Lyra all along. "Welcome, dear child," the old woman said, her voice like the rustling leaves. "I am the keeper of the glade, and I have awaited your arrival." Lyra felt a sense of peace wash over her, as though she had come home to a place she had never been. She sat beside the keeper, drawn by the warmth and kindness that radiated from her. "What is this place?" Lyra asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "This is the Glade of Dreams," the keeper replied. "A place where the magic of the world gathers, where dreams take flight and hearts find their true path." As they spoke, the air around them shimmered, and Lyra noticed tiny glowing figures flitting among the flowers. They were fairies, their wings delicate and translucent, leaving trails of light in their wake. They danced and played, their laughter like the tinkling of bells, and Lyra watched in awe, feeling the magic seep into her very being. "You have come here for a reason," the keeper said, her gaze steady and knowing. "There is a gift within you, a gift that will help you find your way." Lyra looked into the keeper's eyes and saw the reflection of her own hopes and dreams. She felt a stirring within her, a warmth that spread from her heart to her fingertips, and she knew in that moment that the glade was not just a place, but a part of her, a part of everyone who believed in the magic of the world. The keeper reached into her robes and withdrew a small, intricately carved box. She placed it in Lyra's hands with a gentle smile. "This is the gift of understanding," she said. "It will help you see the world with clarity, to understand the hearts of others, and to find your own path with wisdom and grace." Lyra cradled the box, feeling its warmth and weight, and she knew it was a treasure beyond measure. She looked around the glade, taking in the beauty and wonder that surrounded her, and felt a deep sense of gratitude for the journey that had brought her here. As the night wore on, Lyra and the keeper spoke of many things, of dreams and hopes, of fears and doubts, of the magic that lay hidden in the everyday world. The glade was alive with the stories they shared, stories of courage and friendship, of kindness and understanding. In the early hours of the morning, as the first light of dawn began to paint the sky, Lyra knew it was time to return to the village. She rose and turned to the keeper, her heart full of newfound strength and purpose. "Thank you," Lyra said, her voice filled with sincerity. "I will treasure this gift always." The keeper nodded, her eyes shining with pride. "Remember, dear child, the magic of the world is within you. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words echoing in her heart, Lyra left the glade, her steps light and sure as she made her way back through the forest. The path of stardust guided her once more, and as she walked, she felt the warmth of the gift of understanding in her hands, a reminder of the night she had spent in the hidden world. When she emerged from the woods, the village lay before her, bathed in the soft glow of morning light. The world seemed a little brighter, a little more alive, and Lyra knew that she had been forever changed by her journey. As she made her way home, the villagers greeted her with smiles and nods, their hearts touched by the glow of magic that clung to her like morning mist. Lyra carried the secrets of the glade with her, sharing its wisdom through her actions and words, spreading kindness and understanding wherever she went. And so, the girl who had ventured into the woods on a starry night became a beacon of light and hope in the village of Windmere. Her heart, once filled with questions, was now a vessel of dreams, guiding her through life with wisdom and grace. In the years that followed, Lyra's story became a cherished tale in the village, a reminder of the hidden world that awaited those with open hearts and curious minds. The glade remained a place of wonder, visited by those who believed in its magic, a sanctuary where dreams found their wings and hearts discovered their true path. And though the keeper of the glade watched over the enchanted land, her eyes always turned towards the horizon, waiting for the next dreamer to find their way, her heart content in the knowledge that the magic of the world would never fade. For as long as there were those who dared to dream, the glade would remain, a timeless haven of beauty and wonder, a testament to the power of friendship, understanding, and the magic that dwells within us all. Story 70. In a quaint village nestled deep in the wildwood forest, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She was a curious little thing, with twitching whiskers and eyes that sparkled with wonder. Hazel loved nothing more than exploring the winding trails and sun-dappled glades surrounding her cozy burrow. One crisp autumn morning, Hazel ventured out as usual, her nose twitching at the scent of fallen leaves and honeysuckle. But something seemed off. The forest was quieter than normal, and an air of unease hung heavy in the branches. Hazel frowned, her long ears perking up in concern. As she hopped along the familiar path, she noticed the first strange occurrence, a trail of shimmering dust leading into a hollowed-out log. Hazel leaned in, sniffing the sparkling particles curiously. It had a faint, sweet fragrance, unlike anything she'd encountered before. Puzzled, Hazel followed the trail, her paws leaving delicate prints in the soft earth. The shimmering dust wound its way through the underbrush, over mossy logs, and around ancient oak trees until it reached a sunny clearing. There Hazel gasped in surprise. In the center of the glade stood a circle of flat-topped mushrooms, each one topped with a tiny, flickering light that danced and bobbed as if alive. Hazel's eyes grew wide as she slowly approached, entranced by the gentle glow. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the bushes behind her. Hazel whirled around, her heart thumping wildly, but let out a sigh of relief when a familiar face emerged. "Wise old Radagast!" she exclaimed, recognizing the kindly badger who served as a mentor to the forest creatures. "What is happening here? I've never seen anything like this before." Radagast chuckled, his whiskers twitching with amusement. "Ah, little Hazel, you have stumbled upon the work of the pixie folk. Those flickering lights are the pixies themselves, putting on a dazzling display for the turning of the season." Hazel stared in wonder, watching as the tiny pixies danced and swirled in mesmerizing patterns. "But what about the trail of shimmering dust?" she asked. "That is pixie dust, left behind whenever the pixies travel," Radagast explained. It holds powerful magic, but it must be used wisely and sparingly." Hazel nodded, her mind already whirring with curiosity. She spent the rest of the morning observing the pixies, committing every detail to memory. As the sun began to set, bathing the forest in a warm golden glow, the pixies' dance came to an end. With a final flicker, they disappeared, leaving only a sprinkling of pixie dust behind. Over the next few days, Hazel noticed more strange occurrences around the forest. Toadstools that seemed to sprout overnight in bizarre locations, patches of vibrant wildflowers blooming out of season, trees with leaves that shimmered like jewels in the sunlight. Each time, Hazel carefully traced the pixie dust trail and recorded her observations in a tattered journal. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was a deeper mystery at play, one that required her keen senses and problem-solving skills. One misty morning, Hazel set out determined to unravel the pixies' secrets once and for all. She followed a fresh trail of pixie dust deep into the heart of the forest, where the trees grew thick and gnarled with age. The dust seemed to be leading her in a peculiar spiral pattern, looping around trunks and disappearing under ferns. Finally, Hazel found herself in a secluded hollow, surrounded by towering pines that filtered the daylight into a soft emerald glow. In the center of the clearing stood a massive ancient oak, its twisted branches reaching up towards the sky like gnarled fingers. And there, nestled in a knothole near the base of the tree, was the source of the pixie dust. A tiny village, no bigger than Hazel's paw, with miniature homes carved into the bark and tiny pixies going about their business. Hazel's breath caught in her throat as she took in the incredible sight. She watched, entranced, as the pixies emerged one by one from their homes, carrying glowing acorn caps and bags of shimmering pixie dust. With great care and reverence, they began sprinkling the dust over the ancient oak, singing in high, tinkling voices. As the dust settled, the tree seemed to shiver and groan, its bark glowing with an inner radiance. Hazel gasped as she realized the pixies were using their magic to rejuvenate the ancient tree, giving it strength and vitality to withstand the harsh winter ahead. A warm feeling blossomed in Hazel's chest as she finally understood the purpose behind the pixies' strange happenings. They were the caretakers of the forest, using their magic to nurture and protect the plants and creatures that called it home. As the seasons turned and the woodland slumbered under a blanket of snow, Hazel knew the pixies would be hard at work, spinning their magic to prepare for the spring rebirth. And she vowed to keep their secret safe, sharing the knowledge only with those who could appreciate the true wonder of the wildwood. Story 71. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the twilight always seemed to linger a bit longer, there nestled a quaint little village named Willowbrook. The village was surrounded by towering trees whose leaves shimmered in shades of emerald and gold, and whose trunks were wrapped with vines that glowed softly in the moonlight. Willowbrook had a charm all its own, a place where magic whispered in the wind, and the air was always filled with the scent of lavender and pine. The villagers of Willowbrook were a close-knit group, living in harmony with the forest and its many mystical inhabitants. Among these villagers was young Finn, a curious and gentle-hearted lad with a knack for noticing details others might overlook. Finn lived with his grandmother, Marin, in a cozy cottage that was always warm with the scent of baked bread and herbal teas. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of purple and rose, Finn noticed something peculiar. The usually crystal-clear stream that wound its way through the village had turned a milky white, and tiny, shimmering fish that were not usually there darted beneath the surface. The villagers, puzzled by this strange occurrence, gathered by the water's edge, whispering among themselves. "The stream is enchanted," murmured Elder Thorn, a wise old man with a long, silver beard that seemed to flow like water itself. "But we know not why." Finn, intrigued and eager to solve the mystery, decided to take a closer look. He knelt by the stream, feeling the cool, smooth pebbles beneath his fingers and watching the fish flicker like stars in the water. As he observed, he noticed something else, a faint, sweet melody that seemed to drift from upstream, where the stream emerged from the dense woods. Determined to uncover the source of the melody and the mystery of the stream, Finn set off towards the forest, his heart filled with wonder and a gentle determination. As he walked, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot and the whisper of the wind through the branches kept him company. As Finn ventured deeper into the woods, he came across a clearing bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood a grand, ancient tree, its bark etched with intricate patterns that glowed with a soft, golden light. Nestled among its roots was a small, sparkling pool from which the stream flowed, and sitting by the pool was a creature unlike any Finn had seen before, a tiny, winged being with gossamer wings and a crown of flowers atop its head. "Hello there," Finn greeted softly, so as not to startle the creature. "I'm Finn. Are you the one playing that beautiful melody?" The creature turned its gaze upon Finn, its eyes twinkling like the stars. "I am Lyra, a guardian of these woods," it replied in a voice as delicate as a summer breeze. "And yes, it is my song you hear." Finn smiled, feeling a warmth spread through him. The stream in Willowbrook has changed. The villagers are worried. Do you know why? Lyra nodded, a gentle sadness in its expression. The stream carries the echoes of the forest's heart. Recently, the heart has been troubled, its rhythm altered by something unknown. Finn pondered this, his mind turning over the possibilities. "Is there a way to help?" he asked. Lyra fluttered its wings, sending tiny motes of light dancing through the air. "Perhaps with your keen eye and kind heart, you can find what disturbs the forest's heart. Listen closely, for the forest speaks in whispers." With Lyra's guidance, Finn set off once more, listening intently to the rustle of leaves, the calls of distant owls, and the gentle murmur of the stream. As he walked, he noticed subtle signs, a cluster of wilted flowers here, a patch of dry earth there, until he came upon a place where the ground felt different, hollow beneath his feet. Curious, Finn knelt down and gently brushed aside the leaves, revealing an old, forgotten well. Its stones were crumbling and overgrown with moss, but from its depths came a faint, rhythmic thumping, like a heartbeat. With great care, Finn leaned closer, peering into the darkness. "What lies within?" he wondered aloud. As if in answer, a soft voice echoed up from the well. "Help us," it whispered, barely audible above the rustling leaves. Finn's heart swelled with compassion. "I will," he promised, determined to uncover the truth. Returning to the village, Finn sought out Elder Thorn and shared his discovery. The elder listened with grave interest, nodding slowly. "There is an old tale," he said, "of the Heart Keepers, ancient beings who dwell within the earth, tending to the balance of nature. If they are troubled, so too is the land." The villagers, guided by Elder Thorn and Finn, gathered at the well with lanterns and gentle hearts. Together they formed a chain, passing down buckets of fresh water, herbs, and offerings of gratitude to the unseen voices below. As the first light of dawn touched the treetops, a soft, harmonious hum rose from the well, mingling with the morning bird song. The earth seemed to sigh, and the troubled rhythm faded, replaced by a gentle harmony. Back in the village, the stream had returned to its crystal clarity, and the strange fish had vanished, leaving behind only the memory of their brief, luminous dance. The villagers rejoiced, their hearts lightened by the mystery resolved and the bond with their enchanted forest strengthened. Finn, now a hero in their eyes, felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. That evening, as the stars twinkled overhead and the village settled into a tranquil slumber, Finn sat by the stream beside his grandmother, Marin. The air was filled with the soft fragrance of night-blooming flowers, and the gentle murmur of the water was a lullaby all its own. "Remember, my dear Finn," Marin said softly, her voice a comforting melody. "True magic lies in listening to the whispers of the world and in the kindness of one's heart." Finn nodded, his eyes closing as sleep gently embraced him, leaving behind the soothing promise of another day filled with wonder and the joy of discovery. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook and its magical inhabitants rested, their hearts in harmony once more. Story 72. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wound between cottages topped with thatched roofs, there was a humble bookstore named the Whispering Pages. The store was nestled in the heart of the square, its windows aglow with the soft, inviting light of evening lamps. Inside, the air was filled with the comforting scent of old paper and polished wood, as if the very essence of stories lingered in the air. The bookstore was run by a kind-hearted young woman named Layla, who had inherited it from her grandmother. Leela was known for her gentle smile and her uncanny ability to find the perfect book for each visitor, as if the stories themselves whispered their secrets to her. Yet, among the many treasures within the store, there was one book that even Layla had not dared to open. The book was kept on a shelf behind the counter, bound in deep green leather with intricate golden vines that seemed almost to shimmer in the light. Its title read, "The Keeper of Dreams," but no one knew what lay inside, as it was sealed with a delicate silver clasp and a small heart-shaped keyhole. One misty morning, as the village awoke to a gentle drizzle that made the cobblestones glisten like a mosaic of stars, a peculiar visitor entered the store. He was an elderly gentleman with twinkling eyes and a beard as white as snow, his cloak trailing behind him like a wisp of cloud. He introduced himself as Mr. Thistlewood, and with a knowing smile handed Lila a tiny silver key, saying, "For the book that awaits to be read." Lila's curiosity was piqued, and as the rain softly pattered against the window panes, she took the key and approached the mysterious book. With a trembling hand, she inserted the key into the heart-shaped lock, and with a soft click, the clasp released. As she opened the book, a gentle breeze seemed to waft from its pages, carrying the scent of lilacs and the sound of distant chimes. To Lila's amazement, the book was unlike any she had seen before. Instead of words, its pages held moving images, like tiny windows into other worlds. Each page was a portal to a place filled with wonder and magic. But one page in particular caught her eye. A shimmering forest with trees made of silver and gold, their leaves singing a melody that tugged at her heart. As she gazed upon the scene, Lila felt a soft tug at her soul, as if the book was inviting her into its world. With a deep breath and a heart full of wonder, she stepped forward, and in an instant, she found herself standing at the edge of the enchanted forest. The air was crisp and sweet, the ground carpeted with soft moss that tickled her toes. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows that danced with the wind. It was a place of serene beauty, and Lila felt a sense of peace envelop her like a warm embrace. As she ventured deeper into the forest, she encountered a host of delightful creatures. There was Nibbles, a curious squirrel with a penchant for solving puzzles, whose bushy tail quivered with excitement at the prospect of a new adventure. And then there was Tilly, a gentle rabbit with fur as soft as a cloud, who spoke in whispers of the forest's ancient secrets. Together they guided Lila through the forest, sharing stories and laughter that echoed like the sweetest of songs. Yet as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of amber and rose, they came across a clearing where stood the most magnificent tree Lila had ever seen. Its trunk was wide and knotted, its branches sprawling like the arms of an ancient guardian. But at its heart, there was a troubling sight, a large, twisted vine that wrapped around its core, its thorns gleaming ominously. The tree was the heart of the forest, and the vine, they explained, was draining its life, casting a shadow over its once luminous spirit. Lila knew in her heart that this was the challenge she had been brought to face. It was not a test of strength or might, but of understanding and wisdom. She sat beneath the tree, closing her eyes and listening to the whispers of the forest, seeking the answer hidden within its melodies. As she listened, the music of the leaves told her a story of balance and harmony, of light and shadow existing in a delicate dance. Lila realized that the vine, though ominous, was a part of the forest's story, and that it sought not to harm, but to find its own place within the light. With this understanding, Lila gently sang to the vine, her voice weaving a song of peace and acceptance. The vine quivered, its thorns retracting as it absorbed her song, and slowly it began to transform. Its twisted form relaxed, becoming a part of the tree's beautiful tapestry, its thorns turning to blossoms of lavender and gold. The tree shone with renewed vigor, its leaves shimmering like a cascade of stars. The forest, too, seemed to sigh in relief, its heart restored to balance. Lila's companions cheered, their joy a chorus of gratitude that filled the air with a sense of belonging. As the moon rose high, casting its silver glow upon the forest, Layla knew it was time to return. With a farewell filled with promises of future adventures, she stepped back through the page, finding herself once again in the cozy warmth of her bookstore. The book now lay before her, its pages glowing softly, as if content with the tale they had shared. Lyra closed it gently, placing it back on the shelf, the silver key resting beside it as a token of her journey. From that day on, the Whispering Pages was not just a place of stories, but a portal to endless possibilities. And Lyra, with a heart full of wonder and newfound wisdom, continued to share the magic of stories with all who sought their secrets. And so, under the watchful light of the stars and the gentle murmur of the night, the village of Willowbrook slumbered peacefully, knowing that within its heart lay a world where dreams and reality danced hand in hand.